it. Why they don't use it? Like they don't even think about using it. They know it doesn't work. They know it. Like,
Right,
they've
but
known for a long time.
And does nobody remember that vertical gradient thing where it says this is the way it would have to be, and it shows like it's black and white, and then it's got vertical columns, but they're splayed out in radials, and then it shows the path of the light going through. Yes,
Oh,
right
that.
there.
Yes, yeah, Trace, you're the man.
Yeah, like that's what you need to chart it out nicely and spicely. Otherwise, you get
Cobra
my
say this is
picture.
wrong. Cobra say this is wrong because the gradient is radial, right? It goes up from the center.
Right, but if you have a radial, like curvilinear gradient parallel to the alleged curved surface of the Earth, then in my opinion, you get the nonsense that I drew.
Yeah, but your nonsense supports the globe, so it's obviously correct. Actually, it doesn't support the globe. I don't know what that supports. That supports insanity, I guess.
Concave Earth, welcome.
Oh, fuck, dude. banning you right now, man.
This was an elaborate troll to get you all set to the concave side.
Gandalf has entered the chat.
Wait, what's concave Earth?
Exactly.
It's a mental illness, man.
It's a joke.
Right. Concave Earth is very simple. So go to your house or go to a store and look at a globe, and you're seeing a ball with everything on the outside of the ball. Now just imagine all of that is exactly the same, but on the inside.
Yeah, all the math works too.
Okay.
Yeah, the math works perfectly. You just add a negative sign to all the values.
I was imagining like a bowl.
It is a ball, but you're inside the ball on the inner surface.
A bowl, like where you
A
eat
bowl?
cereal out.
Oh, no. Oh, I mean, it's two bowls upside down touching each other, and you're inside each bowl.
Well,
So, like,
there is a model of like that. It's what is it called? It's what the Brazilians did.
oh,
What's the difference between hollow Earth and concave Earth?
hollow Earth is Earth's the globe, but it's hollow on the inside, right? So there's like lizard people or whatever's in there, and then like concave Earth is where you're like, I don't know, held to the inner surface of a hollow sphere.
Yeah, it's basically concave Earth is you're on the inside of the sphere right now. Hollow Earth is like there's like a concave Earth on the inside of the sphere. Although there's also hollow Earth conceptions under like many different other conceptions. It's just
there's a bunch of hollow Earth ideas. Like they're pretty varied. Some think they're just subterranean, right? So that there's subterranean stuff. Some think there's there's a whole land, like a different, complete ecosystem. So like
the concave also has different conceptions. Some of them are just like our ball wrapped on the inside, so we're just the same sphere, but just we're on the inside of that sphere. Others are just like it's a flat spot on a gigantic sphere, and there's a ton of them.
Yeah. So concave Earth versus globe Earth is globe Earth thinks your feet, someone is antipode to you, your feet are pointing at them. And then hollow or concave Earth, if you're antipode to somebody, your head is pointing at them. Your heads are pointing at each other. They're at the top of the inner sphere and you're at the bottom. And what's in the center, the thing called the stars, right? The night sky, is also a giant sphere that is too big. That it's so big that you can't see that it's a sphere, right? So it goes all the way to the horizon. And that, like, when you travel, right? So if I, quote unquote, fly, do they even have a word for it? I can't say fly around because you're not going around anything. So what happens when you go, quote unquote, around the world in a concave Earth, what do you call it? Is there a word for that? Like, is there like a mathematical term? Okay, so so you can't you go around a ball, but if you're inside the ball and you go like you're on the inner surface and you like trace a path on the inside, That can't be going around. Can it?
Yeah. It's called centrifugal navigation.
Going within?
I don't,
Just like skimming the crust.
we call it in round. We call it in round. You go in round or
In round.
I don't know,
so-
man. I'm grasping at straws here, man.
So the Brazilians called theirs convex Earth.
Yes, that was it. Convex Earth. Yeah.
I'll show you the
That's where my
picture
mom's from.
since you're so since you're gonna love it.
So
let me tell
also
you.
about the concave Earthers, they're led by someone. Did he pass away, Lord Stephen Christ?
Well, if he did, he certainly didn't rise again.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, he's like a paranoid schizophrenic perennial jail inhabitant that kind of like it's like cell Earth, concave Earth. So what they think is that the sky is a big giant ball that you can't see the edges of, but like when you walk around the Earth, you are basically walking around this ball thing. But the sky is projected from the Great Pyramids in Egypt. It's called the Black Sun, right? So the sky is the black sun, and the sun and the stars and everything are within it. So when you look at the stars, you're not looking out, you're looking in. Everything is backwards. Like I said, all the math is the same, just add a negative sign to all the values.
Yeah, but there's a big problem with negative curvature.
What's that?
I'll show you. 1 second,
Oh my God, that image is so cringe, man.
dude.
That really is, man. That image is mad
Dude,
cringe.
it's mashed potato Earth with blue gravy and a little parsley.
I know, man. There's some chives in there. Is that chives or parsley?
So a sphere with negative curvature. What is it going to look like? You guys ready? Hold on. I got to get the photo. Download. Now, this is actually very relevant to what we were talking about earlier, which is the catenary curve problem. Because a sphere with negative curvature forms a catenary curve. If you take the two ends and flip them around, so you inverse the negative, and then you end up with a catenary. Here it is.
That whole debate was a train wreck, man. 100%. That's where I live, man. Ouch.
That, my friends, is a sphere with a constant negative curvature.
In 2 dimensions? How many dimensions is that?
3.
You sure there isn't a 4th dimension I can't see?
I don't know, maybe.
That's a black hole.
Yeah, that catenary curve thing, that was a train wreck, man. That was an absolute train wreck. Like okay, they pulled the string taut. Well, there's a catenary curve. Well, it was negligible. How do you know? Did they measure the string? No. Like, what?
How long was
He said it was-
how long was the string?
He said it was very slight, so there was curvature of the string.
Right, so he couldn't answer how long the string was, which means you don't know how much of a sample size it was of the overall structure, and he couldn't tell you how they affixed the string in free space, meaning did they just put 2 sticks in the ground and attach the string to 2 sticks? How did they make sure those sticks were level to each other? Because the whole point was, he claimed, is that they were referencing the curve of the Earth based on calculations that they were applying to the string, and then they were using a string as a reference. That literally makes no sense unless you can tell me all the parameters of how the string is oriented compared to the size of the overall structure and at the 2 points, the 2 ends.
Well, let me talk about how much of a useless exercise that whole thing is. What they did. Now, let's say they did everything they said. They're going to make 2 tanks. They're going to make a tank where they think there's curvature and a tank where they don't think there's curvature. And then they're going to stick a toy model boat in there and simulate the boat's action through water on the ocean. right? And then they're going to build a boat. And then they're going to stick the boat in the water. Right? They made one with the tank designed one way and one with the tank designed the other way. Do you think there's going to be a fuck bit of difference between those boats in the ocean that you can tell? Oh my God, this one's going 13.0001 knots faster. Or you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It would be so infinitesimal because when you actually model fluid dynamics, the functions are nonlinear, so they normalize them. So there's errors that are greater. There's uncertainties within the mathematics that are greater than fucking their tolerance of their measurements by probably 100 orders of magnitude or thousands.
Yeah.
So the Navier-Stokes equation, which is about fluid dynamics, is a Millennium Prize problem. And if you can figure it out, if you can prove it, then you can have $1 million. It's considered the hardest one out of all of them, other than the Riemann. I mean, the Riemann one is thought maybe provable. The Navier-Stokes equation, because of the nonlinearities, is probably not provable, whether it's valid or not. But they use it to model shit within a range, right? They just basically clamp the infinities, right? Normalize the infinities, and that's it. But what I'm saying is that they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that like engineering adjustment, because for practical purposes, he kept saying it worked. It worked to do what? Yeah, they made a tank, right? And they stuck a fake boat in it. Yeah, it worked. They didn't have to account for curvature to make a tank full of water and stick a boat in it. It makes no difference. Right? Because what were they designing? A yacht or something, right? A racing yacht?
Mm.
Okay.
Well,
I don't understand what even the purpose of this was, because it seems like just doing it to do it. We got to publish a paper. Let's do this bullshit.
assuming a curved water level and lining stuff up to it worked, would it not have worked if they hadn't assumed the curve that they never measured or verified? What's his point?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, they used
like when they built the boat, when the boat sank because they didn't curve the fucking tank 0.06 of a millimeter. Like,
yeah, that step is key. Yeah, you first have to imagine that there's 0.6 millimeter of a bulge, and then everything will work.
Yeah, and then everything will work, or your ship sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
No, but you got a good point, which is, I believe he read they used a bubble level.
Yeah, it said they used a master level, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, it's probably the brand of level that they used. Which, by the way, you can only level with the precision of your ability to hold it level, and your ability to judge the bubble between the lines.
Okay.
So they're just using local water techniques or liquid leveling techniques, and then they're just trying to make it parallel to the water surface. That's pretty much all they're doing.
Yeah, well,
what else could they do?
They think that parallel. They think that they're trying to quote unquote level it to the water surface, but in their model, level is curved. So they have to curve the rail so that the rail is one height above the water, and that it has to be, for some reason, 0.6 millimeters different in the center than at the edges, right? So it has to have a 0.6 millimeter curve over this distance, whatever the distance was.
Right.
I can actually, and that somehow if they didn't do this, it would work.
If you intentionally put a curve that's higher than the base with the water, it'd be arced in the center.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Just trying to figure out why they would even do this. Like, what was the purpose? I really don't. I really don't get it.
Like if you have a 170 foot long piece of metal and you just go to the middle and jack the middle up, dude.
The tank is, so just to tell you, AI, the tank is 138 meters long and 3.5 meters deep, which corresponds to 3,000 cubic meters of fresh water. Despite appearances, the bottom of the tank is flat. And the maximum carriage speed was fixed at 12 meters per second, which is high for a facility of this size, but gives the ability to run a wide range of experiments. The dimensions were selected based upon the experience of university staff, past recommendations, and the site's physical limitations.
Yo, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about some corny ass dude that came in here earlier saying.
Yeah.
So there's a tow tank, like it's a tank to model boats. It's like I was just describing its dimensions. And they claimed that they measured that they had to account for curvature to make this tank because there was 0.6 millimeters of curvature higher in the center than at the edges on some rail. And the rail had to be exactly the same height above the water. So they took a string and then they pulled the string tight, and then they measured and adjusted this railing to make sure that it was curved exactly with the water. Just, it's a bunch of horse shit. Anyway, we had someone come in, we're just like laughing at it, basically, at this point.
Yeah. Well, it is
that,
a joke.
Well, it is a joke because his argument was it works, right? So their design of their tank to test boats, it worked. Like, what if you didn't account for 0.6 millimeters of curvature and 153 meter rail? What would the result have been? Like, you wouldn't be able to design boats anymore, and like your boat would sink to the bottom of the ocean now because you didn't like account for curvature in your little tow tank. Like, you're being dumb. Just shut up. You're embarrassing.
You know what's weird is the last guy who came in and argued that, which by the way we have recorded, and you guys could go watch that if you want. It was much more technical, but his argument, I believe, was that the sled or whatever that pulls the boat wouldn't be able to ride correctly on the rails if they weren't perfectly, in tune with the curve of the Earth, to the degree of like what, a 0.6 millimeter or 0.06 millimeter or some nonsense. Less than a credit card thickness, supposedly.
I'm reading like what was the justification for doing this? Like, I can't like find anything. Like,
I just can't believe that people still in 2023 people still think we live on a spinning ball. It's just crazy to me.
Dude, it's worse than that, man. The last week, man, we had 3 people coming in. I think it's a ball because of the authorities. After what just happened with that Mexican beer germ, why you're trusting the authorities is beyond me.
And they call us conspiracy theorists and nut jobs. And no, they're the nut jobs for, they're just brainwashed. Like zombies. Like the Night of the Living Dead.
Safety, man. They think there's safety in numbers, right?
Yeah.
So you ever seen the penguins in Australia? They like all huddle together, and like birds do the same thing when they flock. They all flock together because if they flock together, there's a probability you won't be the bird that gets eaten. It'll be some other bird. Because I've seen it, right? And, like where I live, there's pigeons that fly around in flocks. But when there's a hawk around, they go mad, but they stay in the flock. And you're the bird in the flock. You're hoping I'm not the pigeon that gets like snatched by the hawk. Some other bird that's right next to me. So that's kind of like a defense mechanism that they have, right? Stay in the herd, right? And they do it with antelope, elks, bulls, you name it. Go ahead, Joyce. Sorry.
It's all good.
Say, I've been listening on YouTube all morning. I couldn't get in here, but I tell you what, you'd be more productive just shitting your hands and clap than listen to dogs all day.
Yeah,
that's how I feel. I mean, thank you.
Yeah,
that's
I like listening to India though.
man.
But the thing is, they're the conspiracy theorists. They're the ones saying like you shouldn't believe your eyes. Like you see the sun moving, it's not moving. It's trying to fool you. It's actually you that's moving. Like the Earth looks flat. It's just the light is all trying to fool you. The world is all just out there, out to get you. It's actually a globe.
I really don't understand this tow tank argument, because all that rail is doing is towing a model boat. What is that boat going to? Not float on top of the water? Is it what's going to be the?
I don't under. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my
That's what I'm
goodness,
trying to figure
brother.
out by reading the document. Is what, like, why did they do this? Why did they go to all this effort? Because one way or another, it doesn't make any difference in what they're doing.
Dude,
No, and-
dude, right now, brother, right now, check this out, friend. I specifically told him because I said they parallel this with the water. Did I not say that multiple times? He said the tank is empty when they do this. I told him they have a leveling trough that runs along the sidewall, and they use that to level against the rail. Okay? He said, oh no, I said, I know that we did that in the other one that we did, right? He said, well, I don't know about this one. Now keep in mind, this is something he posted as proof. So let's read from it right here. The tanks are fitted with a small trough in the concrete. This trough was filled with water. 2 steel pins were precisely machined. A datum bracket was installed at one end of the tank to adjust the length of the pins, so their pointy end just broke the surface tension of the water. Another bracket was then moved along the tank to the desired alignment location. Each pin was checked and readjusted.
Was the curve, did I get it wrong, but was it like 0.6 of a millimeter?
No, let me pay attention. Pay attention. You ready? I'll read it for you. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth, horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Saginaw for an east to west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.06 millimeters. That's an assertion based on the model. It's not a measurement that they did or took.
Oh, it gets better, AI. Read farther. Dude, this is hilarious. Listen to this, though. Sorry. The towing tank only has a walkway on its south side, so the north rail alignment had to be performed from a floating pontoon, which was complicated. Dude, I can't believe this.
I don't know. Anybody who works with steel would probably be able to tell you that, 0.06 of a millimeter was
over 153 meters, right?
Over
That's the span, right?
Meters. That's like their tolerances are higher than that.
Dude, that is a higher tolerance than CERN, probably.
Dude, look at this photograph of the pin system at the brackets. Look what they're doing there, bro. If you're looking, it's the brackets with the red thing and the 2-pin system. So the 2 brackets are at the joints of the thing, right? And so when those pins touch the water, they break the surface tension of the water. That means that the distance from that bracket down is correct. So they are just paralleling it to the water. Exactly like I said. What else could they do? How else could they have 100 and plus meter continuous level unless it was a trough of water? They also said in here that they couldn't use lasers to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to read that citation too. I'm going to find that. They cited something about them making a different tank in Australia. I want to know why they think they can't use lasers to do it. And now there could be reasons, right? Legitimate reasons, like inside. Sometimes you have differential heating inside of a building and stuff that will throw it off. Yeah. If you're trying to do a long span, I mean, you guys you do it incrementally, like you do in regular construction, right? You do, right? I don't know. I have to read it. My God, dude. This is what passed us for a Cobra citation. I swear to God, that dude was just Googling furiously. The most frustrating part is that he didn't understand like, when I was like predictive model, I'm talking about not Snell's law, not Burmett's principle, an actual model for terrestrial refraction as a phenomena, right? Not like the general role of refraction, right? That model, generalized refraction model versus a model applied to a specific phenomena. Like that shit was going over his head, man.
They just try to talk big so that they sound important and they know what they're talking about. And then, as Miggy would say, they get their wig snatched. They like to repeat, but not
That must have been
understand.
frustrating to listen to, like from your point of view, right? Like when you're in it, it's a different thing. Like, dude,
I just want to get in there and tell him what a fool he is. That's all. I've had some experiences with this guy before, as well as heard a fair few debates that he's had, and I just can't stand him, to be honest.
Yeah, his debate techniques are like transparent, dude. Whenever he gets cornered, he starts talking about you or talking about flat earthers or start calling you dumb, right? So he just does this all the time. Or he postures and pretends like you don't know something and he did, or you're freaking like, but it's a pretend, it's a freaking ruse, right? It's a diversion, right? To take eyes off the topic. Look over here. No, look over here. Look over here. Just don't, like, how long did I talk to him? I never got an admission that there's no predictive model. I had to go through every goddamn iteration, right? Of just like, I call it like
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
XT Hunt. Measured. I mean, when you go to Google, it says that there's a number right there. So clearly, someone had to have done it, right? So, but yeah, I mean, that's an important thing. If you told me XD Hunt that you're 6'7", okay, great. So,
I wish.
Yeah, me too. I know, me too, bro, Chad. But you would need to back that up with measurements. So that's essentially a big part of this server. Is like they're saying the Earth is a certain quote height as well, 3959 in radius, 25,000 miles circumference. So it's like, okay, well, we would back that up with measurements. So we go look for the measurements, and fortunately, no one did that. It's basically just someone claiming they're 6'7", like Lil Wayne.
Actually, I have a question, right? If the Earth is flat, as people say, right, how does the day and night cycle work?
Well, I want to just quickly, because when you say "as they say," most people don't know what that means. Most, like, if I took 10 random strangers off the street and I said those words to you, like flat Earth.
Well, I don't know how to word things properly, but
no,
I guess
you're
what you mean.
You're fine. I was just gonna say that most people don't know what it is, and so what they typically do is, like I used to play PlayStation 2 back in the day. You know how like some games are like Halo was an Xbox only game. You can't take Halo and put it in a PlayStation and expect it to work. So they're not compatible. So the issue is a lot of people, they take some disk and they try to load it into outer space and they go, well, how does that work? And we're just trying to help people understand that it doesn't work. That's what most people think. If I took 10 random strangers off the street and said flat Earth, they're going to try and insert a disk into outer space and then ask questions based off of that. Oh, well, how can I go jump off the edge, and how does day and night work? Or those ideas are not compatible. So you have to at least understand what flat Earth is first, I would say it's a very important thing. Jedi, did you want to chime in?
Oh no, sorry, buddy. I was just walking outside. I do apologise to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good. I just saw you, a little celebrity guest popped in, so welcome.
Hey.
So when you're like, well, flat as they say, most people don't know what it is. So I think it's important to understand what it is. So I'll give you something to chew on.
So you're basically telling me to understand what flat Earth is first.
Yeah, I can help you with that a little bit. So like, most people think of the Earth as an object that's within a larger space, right? I would say that the Earth isn't an object within a large space. I would say Earth is the large space. We don't see the Earth as a floating pizza in space. You know what I'm saying? But when you go to Google or YouTube, that's what it'll show you. That's what they're trying to tell you. That's what we think. But there's not a single person in this server that thinks the Earth is like a floating pancake. So it's important
So
to
it's just like
understand.
a big piece of mass that's like infinite. Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know about infinite, but like your worldview would essentially be a
I'm not trying to troll, but like you're like trying to like think along like Minecraft world gen type of stuff, like that. How it just goes on for infinite, and it's like
Would you say outer space is infinite, or do you think it's kind of like a limited thing? I don't know if it's a long answer because when you go to Google and search it, you'll see both answers. There's like an article that says like we asked
What's
five
that?
experts.
What's that satellite thing that's been going for like over
Voyager.
40 years?
Yeah, Voyager.
Yeah, that thing. It's like 20 billion something. I don't know what it is, the measurement, but it's like 20 billion something away. So I think it's yeah. Well, so they say, like you say, but
So in that same like there's an article that says we asked 5 experts if outer space is infinite, and some say it is, and some say it isn't. So, and like, so if it isn't, and then we have the Voyager, then the answer is like, well, we haven't explored it all to say where the edge is or what shape it is or any of that stuff. It's not like you can leave outer space, pop out of it, and then like take selfies with outer space from the outside. There's no like outside of outer space. You know what I'm saying? So in that same way, like that's how we see the Earth. You can't pop out of the Earth, some quote outside place, and then take selfies. There's no outside view. So, but people come here all the time. They're like, well, where's the edge and what shape is the Earth? We don't know, bro. Just like they don't know where the edge of outer space is. They can't pop out of outer space and say, oh, well, all of the reality is shaped like this. It's just, you don't have that POV. You know what I'm saying? So just like Voyager hasn't explored everything, we haven't explored the whole Earth either. Go ahead, Jedi.
All I was going to say is that's why we are called flat earthers, because flat is a description of a surface. It's not a claim to the shape of the Earth. The Earth's surface, the waters of it, for example, apart from the hills and topography, the Earth is flat. Now, we don't know how big it is, its expanse, for example, but the idea if you've only got 2 choices, it either goes on infinitely or it is finite and stops somewhere. So understanding that flat is a description of a surface and we're not making a claim to the shape of the Earth because we couldn't make a claim to the claim to the shape of the Earth, because like CB just said, we don't have that God's eye view, for example.
Yep, and I would say there's another 2 options as well that's really important. XD, I want you to just take like 30 seconds wherever you are. Just look around you at everything. Everything has a surface, right? So look at all the surfaces. I've got a cup here.
All right, right now.
Yeah. I'm inside of the library.
It's nighttime. Let me turn on the light.
Well, I mean, you can kind of think about it too, picture it. But like, I've got a computer here, my keyboard, there's a mouse, table, a cup. So what I'm saying is, I'll present to you a dichotomy. I would say there's only 2 options for the surface. Things can either be rounded or curved in some way, or they're not. So like my mouse, for example, it's curved, right? It's rounded. The cup, my water bottle here, is rounded.
Hold on, let me get something so I can understand better, like an object.
So then, like, you have my screen, my computer screen. The front of the screen is flat, but the back is rounded.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm presenting to you that those are the only two options. There's no third option here. So I would say that that dichotomy also applies when you go out into reality. It can only be doing one or two of those things. It can't be doing both, right? My mouse isn't, flat curved. It's, the top of it's curved, all of it. So I would say that there's only two options here. So the same thing applies to the water, for example. When you go to the ocean, it's either doing the curved thing or it's not. And so that's what we're saying. It's not a claim to the shape; it's a claim to the surface. We're saying the surface is flat, just like your table. It doesn't matter if there's bumps or either as well. Like some people get confused. They're thinking we're asking about like a smooth earth or whatever. No, if you have a floor, and I take like a lion rug or a zebra rug or a bumpy rug, and I put it down on the floor, well, that doesn't make the floor now curved. It's still a flat floor. So the same thing applies with like mountains, trees, hills, and valleys. It's just like the bumpy rug. But essentially,
So you're like trying to say bedrock is flat, but then the stuff like on top of it makes it different, like elevation or something.
Sure, you can think of it like that, I think.
Oh.
So, but then again, like you look at that's why we go do tests over the water, because obviously the water doesn't have those features. It doesn't have mountains and valleys. So we're essentially going to the water. Because look, bro, we look at the space selfies, right? They show you a curved water, curved oceans, curved lakes. Okay, great. Well, let's go into reality and see if the water's really doing that. Well, I don't know if you live by the ocean or a lake, or maybe one day you'll take a vacation and you can try out some tests. But that's what a lot of people here do is we try to go out to the field into the reality and test to see whether the Earth is doing one of those two things. So I spent a month in San Diego, California, at the beach doing long distance observations, looking for this quote curved water. And newsflash, it's not there. We're saying that it's flat. So I would encourage at some point, you don't have to like leave this Discord call and say, oh, well, these guys said it, so it must be true. Maybe one day you can go to, a lake trip or a beach trip. You can do your own little tests and find out for yourself.
Sure.
Really doing. So
when I went to a beach, when you look out into the horizon, it does look flat, but
yeah.
What I've been told in school and everything just explains it.
Right. Yeah, obviously, you're not just like flapping your eyelids. If this, for example, like if you and I both go to the beach, you're still a global believer. We both see the same thing. So it's like you're saying no, it's a globe. I'm saying it's flat. So we don't just look. That's why you have to do the tests. The tests are the important part. Because obviously we all observe the same Earth. We just have different conclusions essentially. So yeah, you want to set up a test, and there's ways to do that. People have done laser tests. So think of like for example, think of like a hood of a car. I don't know if you drive, but I'm sure you can understand that most hoods or bonnet, if you're a Jedi, they generally are curved. I would say, unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something. I think most hoods are curved. So let's take that hood and let's blow it up to the size of a state or a country. Let's make it huge. And we ask you, okay, go test for the curvature. You don't have to. Well, let me start with this. Essentially, to do that, you would need some type of straight edge. So maybe you could take a laser and shine that straight above the hood. If there's any deviation, if the hood starts dipping down away from that straight edge, you know right away, okay, well, it cannot be flat, period. And you don't even have to, go across the whole thing. If there's any curvature, then it's curved, period. You can't be doing both. So that's essentially what we're doing. We're using, people do laser tests. We have an observation or an argument called the black swan. We could go over with you if you'd like to, but yeah, look at what
What's the black swan?
Oh yeah, the black swan.
Yeah, what's that?
It's a really good argument. It's one of the when I first joined the server, they're like, "All right, what do you have for us?" I was like, "Well, I know the Black Swan. I think it's a really good argument, so we can go over that with you. Let me start, guys. Don't post anything just yet on that. I want to start first with the first screenshot, and then these guys will have some more stuff for you. But let me post something in the chat, and I have a question for you based off of that. So let me get this one. Okay. I just want you to know, where do you see the horizon in this image?
Like, if I can see it, like where the shade of yellow changes, I guess.
Yeah, would you say it's in between, in front of, or behind those oil rigs?
In the middle of them, both.
Oh, okay. Well, let me give you another image here, just to help out a little bit. How about this one? This one has like a multiple choice. So would you say it's at A, B, or C, or D?
Oh, let me look at the image. So I'm looking for the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
A.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. All right. Well, now let's go to the argument. So this is an observation just off the coast of California, I believe in Santa Monica. I can give you a screenshot here if I pull up Google Maps, but let me just not get distracted. Let me get the argument first. Here. All right. So remember earlier I said Santa Barbara. Apologies. So remember earlier I asked you, like, we talked about like the size of, if you claimed you were 6'7", all right, well, that so essentially I mentioned that the Earth had a certain size as well. So they're claiming it has a radius of 3,959 miles. That's how the argument starts off. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, as they claim, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.22 miles, or 1.25 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now let's go over that. I know that sounds a little complicated. So this is based off of an Earth curve calculator that I will post here. Get a screenshot for you. And I'll get you a screenshot and a link. There's a screenshot. Let me get the link here. You can play around with this a little bit if you want to, but essentially I want you to look at...
Does it work on phone?
Sorry? Yeah, it
Does
should.
it work on phone?
It should. But
Is it that link there?
Yeah, at the bottom, the DizIb GitHub. But if you look at the D1, you'll see D1 horizon distance 1.22 4560 miles. So essentially what they're saying is, if you're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, the distance to the curve, essentially the horizon, should be at 1.22 miles. Just like if you were 6 foot tall, then there has to be 72 inches there. It's a requirement based off of the size. So it's kind of the same thing. It's just a breakdown of the claimed size of the Earth. So they're saying that, 1.22 miles is the distance to the horizon at 1 foot off the ground. So if we go back to the observation. This image was taken. There's the video there if you want to. So he's got his camera about 1 foot off the surface. So those oil rigs, they're obviously not like floating on the water. They're drilled into the ground, so they're not moving anything. So let me actually go to Google Maps and I'll get you a screenshot. You can kind of see how they look off the coast here. But we know the distance. We know their distance from the shore. The first one's at like 6.1.
Wait, have those oil rigs been like confirmed to be ones that are being drilled into the ground, or?
Yeah.
Yes, it's quite established. They're very when they built those rigs, they were cemented to the sea floor. So yes, they're white. You can know exactly where they are from the distance in Santa Barbara. You can actually know where they are from the seashore. Yes.
So yep. So the reason why we use them, it's important because obviously if you just go to the ocean and you're just blindly looking out at the water, you don't really have a way to gauge how far you're looking. So that's what the rigs are only there to tell you how far you're looking. So the first one's at 6.21 miles. The second one's at 9.41 miles. And I did say I was going to get you a screenshot from Google Maps. So let me just take this really quickly.
Wait, the second one's 9 miles. That doesn't look that far away.
Yep. The screenshot has some of the numbers on there, but if you want to play around on Google Earth or Google Maps or something, you can definitely do that too. Let's take this screenshot really quickly.
It's really not going to change anything about the argument, though, because it's not right. Exactly. So it's just, these oil platforms are that distance, and they're dormant now. They're not even extracting oil anymore. They're just still out there, but they're not even being used. Nobody's working there. Nobody's standing on those platforms, utilizing them. They're and at the same time, they're just a node of demarcation from the shore at Santa Barbara, from one to the other. And when you put the camera at 1 foot observer height, you see the horizon behind them. So simple.
Yep.
Why are people making this more than it should be? Because they want the Earth to be a globe so bad.
Yeah.
I don't know why they want the Earth to be a globe when it's obviously not, but that's their fault.
It's not in contention at the moment. CB's just running through the observation, mate.
Yep. Sorry, I was trying to go to. I have Google Earth Pro on this computer, so I was trying to get some fancy extra screenshots. But yeah, essentially, as long as you can agree, those are the distances. So clearly, the horizon's past that 1.2 mile mark.
I'm a bit lost right now.
Yeah, we can bring it back full circle. No worries. So
sure, yeah.
So they're saying that the horizon, the Earth curve, is supposed to be at 1.22 miles. If you look at that screenshot I posted on, I can repost it here.
What, the one with the circles, like the red ones?
This one here. Take a look at D1 horizon distance.
Oh,
You see that?
there's loads of screenshots being posted right now.
I know. Sorry about that. 3 minutes past the hour from Creation Bear is the Earth curve.
Okay. Yeah. The website one. Okay. Yeah.
So you've got that D1 horizon distance, right? So you've got your 1.22 there. So they're saying that that's where the horizon is required to be at 1.22 miles, right? So let's go back to the observation. Get another for you. And again, you could tell, obviously, the horizon is behind that second oil rig at 9.41 miles. So essentially, what we're doing is debunking the idea that there is a geometric or a physical curve of the Earth. We're saying that the water essentially is flat, bro. There is no curve.
Sure.
Essentially, is the argument.
Right. And the idea, if the Earth is the size that they say it is, right? 3,959 miles in, with radius, and the circumference 27,501 or 29,501 or whatever. So there should be a drop value. So when you're looking across so are you looking up over? Something should be blocking these oil rigs, but now you see the horizon behind it.
I've got another screenshot for you that might be helpful to wrap up this point. Let me drop it in the screenshot. So what we're seeing in reality is that green line. So if you take a look at that screenshot, right? I drew a circle. We're seeing that green line there behind that H1. So you see the red arrow with H1. It says target with the red arrow.
Wait. So if I'm understanding correctly, the image you just posted about the green circle is what is claimed is happening.
Correct.
But the above image of the oil rigs is reality.
Yes, yes. And so in with the green circle, right? How is it that you're seeing that green line if there's supposed to be a, essentially a hump or a hill or whatever, a curve in the way? How are you seeing this green line? Well, we're saying there is no hump, essentially. That's kind of our argument. But if you want to hear...
and I would say what you actually see is what you actually see. So when you see something, you can believe it. You can believe your own eyes right in front of your face. When you...
Thank you. Sorry about that, Helio. We'll get back to you in just a second. I just want to give him a quick, this is what our opponents essentially are saying, XD. This is me talking to a guy who dubs himself Bob the Science Guy. This is what he had to say about the argument.
There's also Horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
and if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Right. So he's essentially saying that, like with the green circle, that screenshot from the website, he's saying that there is a hill of water there.
That's not possible.
I would agree. So
what the hell? Why is that Mario shit playing?
Sorry, that was me. That was me, bro. But
have you? Sorry, XD. Sorry, CB. Have you ever heard the claim or the argument? I can't see the bottom of that boat because the curvature of the Earth was in the way. We've had it for the Greeks from a few thousand years. They can't see the bottom of the boat because the curve of the Earth is in the way. Have you ever heard that before?
Don't think I have.
Okay, well, this is primarily the claim that we're dealing with. With distance over the surface of the Earth, if the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be able to see beyond that curvature. So boats that sailed off into the distance would disappear from the bottom up, and eventually the curve of the Earth would get in the way. What CB has demonstrated to you is if the horizon was physical and was to get in the way from an observer height of 1 foot, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. CB's demonstrated to you that the horizon is beyond that limitation of the geometric those two
you're liking.
Horizon is not physical.
You're lagging, bud.
Sorry, CB.
Hello? Am I
Yeah,
lagging or
was
is he lagging?
lagging for me too. Jedi, we heard the first half of that, but the second half definitely was chopping up a little bit. You want to just do a quick radio check with us?
Can you hear me any better now?
That came through.
Awesome stuff. So all I'm pointing out is that the horizon is beyond those two oil rigs and beyond the physical limitation of a curved surface at 1.2 miles away. We're showing you that the curvature of the Earth isn't there and isn't able to obstruct things in the distance. Sorry for my robot and my lagging, mate. I do apologise.
No worries. I'm glad it worked out the second time. No worries at all. So that's, and I'll say, XD, I know it sounds really complicated, but when I
It is very complicated.
I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, you'll come to realize it isn't that complicated at the end of the day. It's just like if you said that you were 6 foot, when we meet up, well, there has to be 72 inches there, or that claim is cap. What we're saying is, they're saying the Earth is a certain height as well. So we has to have certain. It's required to have a certain, the horizon is supposed to be at a certain distance. So what we're saying is that claim is cap. You can go and test that claim just like you can go and test how tall you are. So it's just not that complicated. I know there's a lot of numbers and it sounds a little crazy, but when I first joined the whole conversation, like 2017, this is what this was what the argument was. The horizon. What is the horizon? Is it a physical curve, a hill? Is it the thing that boats go over? Or is it not that? We're just saying it's not that. But if you go to, any website or whatever, I'll post a screenshot again. They're telling you that the surface between you and the ship is not flat. They're saying the water bulges up, just like the guy
All
who
right,
played in the clip.
somebody muted me, and that's okay.
Hold on, this wasn't quite finished. But what they're essentially is like just like that clip I played. They're saying there's a hill of water. Go ahead, Helio.
The horizon is or isn't the curvature
Can
of
you
the
get your
Earth.
mouth away from the
Bottom
microphone?
line.
Hell,
Bottom
loud.
line, horizon
No.
is or is not the
You're
curvature
so
of the Earth.
loud.
Yes or no?
Shut up, bitch!
Helio, everything is alright. CB will take over. Everything is cool. Even I've spoken. Everything is cool.
All right, well, fuck it. I'll shut up. I can take a hint.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Shut up. No, you won't.
It's
I
like
will
6
just-
o'clock.
No, you won't.
You already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
Y'all a bunch of bitches anyway, so whatever. Fuck.
It doesn't matter what you think!
Does anybody remember what the last thing CB asked this guy was?
No,
I don't.
I'm lost.
Yep. I think we all are.
I haven't understood one thing about this whole conversation yet. So for the interruptions.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I feel really stupid.
Don't worry about that. This last minute.
Stupid.
If you were listening, CB about geometry and drop over distance, you can get it. I think over the sea, because there should be drop. That's simple way to say if you get that. But that what Helio. Don't worry about that.
Alright.
Oh well, bro. If it's too complicated, just know there's no hills of water. All right. You remember that?
Yeah, I know there's no hills of water because of like the level stuff.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the dark side.
I still don't believe in the flat Earth. I'm sorry.
Well, there's nothing to believe in. Just like you don't believe in your height, you just go measure how tall you are, and then you know.
You know what I mean. I think.
Hold on. Sorry. If there's no curvature to the surface of the Earth, then how can the Earth be a ball?
I don't know. I can't really explain it myself because I'm not like bloody Harvard person, whatever the fuck it is.
You don't have to be a Harvard person.
Well,
or
yeah, I know.
professor or
I'm
somebody.
just using an example.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not like someone that researches into it. I'm just somebody that thinks whatever I've been taught, from a young age. So, yeah.
I understand that. I mean, that's primarily how we all first started off, right? We all thought and got taught that the Earth was a ball. But if the Earth was a ball, then that would mean the surface of the Earth was curving. We're observing that the waters of the Earth are level and do not curve, and there is no physical geometric obstruction called the horizon to stop us from seeing at distance. So if the surface isn't curved, the Earth cannot be a ball.
Sorry, I was talking to someone on chat. I'm getting told off for burping on accident when I can't mute my microphone.
It's alright, brother. Just remember we're live on air, so we try to treat it like a little bit like a radio show. So just keep that in mind.
Wait, we're live?
Yeah, baby, we're live, son.
Live on what?
So, but look, dude, I posted that screenshot. This is Google Earth, right? You see that big hump of water right there?
That's what? Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
I see
Well,
it.
when we say there's no hills of water, we're saying it's not doing that. So if you're saying, yeah, that there is no hills, then you're kind of agreeing with.
Yeah, but that's not a real image, is it?
What?
That's not a real image. If that's what you're on about.
No, but either way, that's what people are saying the water is doing. And so you can either agree with us or you can go back to your hills of water. Take your pick, bro. At the end of the day, it's not super complicated. It's either doing that or not. Oh, simple.
And maybe it's only hard to swallow because you heard this information for the first time.
Kind of hard to follow right now because it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I understand because it could be, it's not like somebody stole something from supermarket,
Huh?
It's not like the news that it was some robbery in supermarket. It's a story about reality. There is no curvature in reality, and it's not easy to to concede that because there is a belief that there is a sphere. But you can look into that. You can ask more questions if you're.
Yeah, I mean, bro, we people are already in this like autopilot, auto believe mode. We're trying to get people out of that. So you don't want to just leave this call and be like, oh, okay, well, what they said is true. You eventually want to go and test to see if what we're saying is true. Just like you should go test to see what they're saying about the earth and the water is true. So it doesn't have to be tonight. You don't have to like leave tonight, rush to the lake. But maybe one day, I'm sure one day you'll have a trip to the beach or whatever. There's your chance. You can say you actually went to the field and did something, regardless of what you quote believe in. You don't have to believe in anything. But yeah, that's what the goal is, man. Go into the field. Go do some tests. Go find out for yourself. You don't have to just believe us. Don't believe
You don't
anyone.
have to buy stuff like measuring equipment and all that stuff.
I got a starter pack for you. Here, check the chat. Starter pack requires one $20 large door mirror, one friend, 2 camera phones, body of water. I'm sure you can make it happen. For
And
me,
what
I
does that
live.
do with that?
Okay, I got you. So for me, the closest lake, I live in Ohio, so there's not too many big bodies of water nearby. But I go on Google Maps. There's like a 5-mile lake. It's like 5 miles wide at least. It's like maybe 2 hours north from here. So essentially, you could have, say, a friend on one side, you're on the other side. They're saying that if you're 1 foot off the ground, there should be a hump in the middle at 1.22 miles. So if the lake is 5 miles wide and your friend is on the other side, and don't pay too much attention to the chat, but make sure you they are trying to keep this show running. But anyway, so if your friend is on the other side, maybe he's got a mirror, he's flashing some, maybe the sun is hitting the mirror, you're seeing a flash, right, from the other side. Well, there's your test right there. If there's a big hump in the middle, number one, you probably shouldn't even be seeing your friend to begin with. But if you're seeing this light flashing across the water, well, that's how you would essentially test to see if there's a big hump in the middle of it.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that anywhere near me. I don't think there's any big enough lakes for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same situation. So I didn't actually go to the lake. I spent some time in California, so I went to the beach. And then there's things in the water, just like those rigs, right? There's things.
Would a reservoir count?
A reservoir. What do you mean by that?
Like a big body of water. Like, I don't know what reservoirs are. But...
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, as long as it's big enough, right? If they're saying that, again, if they're saying at 1 foot off is 1.22 miles, then actually, let me get a quick clip for you, because most, I think average person is around maybe 5-6 feet.
Hold on.
So
let me just search up how big the reservoir is that's near me. I'll see if it's big enough.
While you're searching that up, I'm just gonna put a 90-second clip on in the background. We'll take a listen.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty.
Right, so you asked how big does the reservoir need to be? Well, it's going to need to at least be bigger than what he just told you. If you're 6 foot tall, the curve is supposed to be at 3 miles. If you're 1 foot off the surface, like the Black Swan, then the distance would be at 1.2 miles. So as long as the lake is 5
I don't think I'll
miles,
be able to do it on mine.
yeah. How big was your reservoir?
It's in acres, so
Acres. Go on Google Maps.
260 acres.
You can go on Google Maps. It'll give you like a.
I'm on my phone, so I can't really go on Google Maps and
Well, we don't need to
do
dox
that.
you or anything. It's fine. But yeah, essentially that's
I don't mind telling you what the reservoir is. It's
I can look it
Cheddar.
up. I can look it up on Google.
Cheddar. Cheddar.
Cheddar.
Let me type it. Cheddar. Reservoir. Cheddar. What that? Cheddar.
Let's see.
I think that's
Oh, in England.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me pull this up on Google Maps here. Oh, okay. Damn, it's nice. Yeah, it's not big enough, bro. It's like 1,000 feet, 2,000.
Oh.
Less than a mile big. So yeah, you're gonna need some water that's a little bit bigger than that. Yeah.
Don't know
we
of any places that's big enough
What is
near
that?
me.
What is that? The Bristol Channel. That's perfect.
The Bristol Channel. I don't want to be. Isn't that like in like? That's like in a populated area. I don't want to be like seen holding a mirror.
Well, you don't have to do that. You can do like, for example, you can go to, I don't know if there's like a beach or a shore. You can maybe try to look across it, or you
I'm
don't have to
pretty
go.
sure that the shores on like that stuff is like quicksand or something, or like
Oh,
mud
really?
stuff.
Oh, damn,
Yeah,
that sucks.
it's pretty
Okay.
disgusting.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Well, look, there's there's some stuff in the middle. There's a hospital in the middle of the channel there. There's so you can do things like that. Maybe if there's a ships in the water, you can kind of track them. You have there's apps on your phone that can see how far away they are and that kind of thing. But yeah, that the distance between those two shores are like 5 miles. It's perfect. 5-10 miles. So yeah, you could do that there. But
Wait,
yeah,
what is the area again? Bristol Channel, you say?
well, I mean, this is near that reservoir at least. There's a big ass body of water. Let me take a screenshot for you.
Pretty far away, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, like I said, dude, this doesn't have to be something you go rush off and do tonight. But I mean, most people get a chance. Hopefully, most people get an opportunity to go on a little vacation somewhere. And so, I mean, when I was in California, I was like, all right, well, perfect. I'll do it there. Combine my tests with my vacation. So you can definitely try that. But here's a screenshot. That body of water right there, the Bristol Channel. I don't know. You can kind of use that body of water there to do some tests if you'd like. But
Yeah,
that's
that's
what we do,
like
man.
super duper far away.
Really? Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and I
No
don't
worries.
think I'll be like going anywhere like that anytime soon, or just a
Like I said,
test.
no rush. No rush. It's I did my test in 2021, and the first time I ever even heard the words flat Earth was in like 2017. So you got time.
CB.
Go ahead, Sasha.
I was there. I was there 3 days ago.
Oh, really? Nice.
Not in Bristol, but in Swansea, and it's near.
Okay, nice.
I
Oh, I see
posted
it.
a picture.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
I
That's
have more.
beautiful.
Yeah, I have beautiful beaches. Yeah.
That's what we do, bro. That's what we do. But if you go to Google, right, YouTube, they're gonna tell you that Bro, I was watching Tim Pool recently, and they like brought up flat Earth and like, oh yeah, the flat earthers think that there's guards guarding the ice wall and all. It's like, bro, no one thinks that. Like, that's the media will try to make it seem like we're like super goofy, but all we're talking
So
about is
what?
the surface of the water.
I have a question. You know, like the Antarctica. What do you think about it?
I mean, dude, have you been there? I don't know. I don't think it's an
No.
island. Like it's depicted as some sort of island or whatever. I don't think it's that. I'll take a screenshot just for people that don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I don't think it's an island, bro. I would say that. But yeah, there's just like memes like, oh, they think there's guards. Like, no, dude, no one. We don't think that, bro. Like the media will try to make it seem like we say all these goofy things that we don't say. They're not actually giving you the sauce that we really think. No one's trying to teach. No one's trying to teach you about the horizon like we are. You know what I'm saying? Like they want to make it seem like this is a stupid thing, but all we're doing is going outside and testing the earth, bro. It's that simple. And like, I didn't make the earth. This topic isn't like answers to the universe. There's a lot of things we don't know. Even like people on the globe side will admit that we don't know all about the oceans. We don't know about the rainforests. So it's like we don't have answers to everything in the universe. We're just talking about the surface of the earth, but people try to complicate it, make it about, oh well, like, oh well, what's in the Antarctica? I don't know, bro. I never been there. Like, I'm not Lewis and Clark. Like, bro, like 3 years ago, people could barely travel to the grocery store to buy toilet paper, and now they're talking about, oh well, let's explore the whole world. Why don't you pump the brakes? All right, go to the beach first, that type of thing. That's what I would say. So it's just start there. You don't have to start in locations that you've never even been to. But I don't know what to think about Antarctica. Anybody else want to chime in, guys? Y'all letting me cook today, huh? I'm gonna have to go here in like 15 minutes or so. So, guys, get in while it's hot. Y'all shy today, huh? Yeah, that's one of the big arguments, bro. Surface of the Earth. I asked you if you thought buildings move earlier. That's another thing we talk about. We're saying this place doesn't move, period. So that's another big one. And I think the third thing that's kind of important is, like, I remember I told you that you can't put Halo in a PlayStation. So
Yeah.
You can't put a flat Earth in outer space. So we don't. It's a tough pill to swallow, but we're saying that there is no outer space.
Space is the platform for the globe. We don't have a globe, so we're not talking about space.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't belong in outer space, so it's a really cool setting for like books and movies and anime, video games, but the Earth isn't in that. Okay, so
what is above us then?
Well, remember I said that you can't pop out. Okay, so if you believe in outer space, right, you can't pop out of it. Like you can't leave the Earth.
Yeah. You can't leave outer space. Yeah.
So we're saying you can't leave Earth, pop out. There's no outside to pop out to. Just like there's no outside of outer space to pop out to. So we're saying that this is it, bro. It's not an object in a large space. It is the large space. So you can't leave and take selfies from some outside area. There is no outside. So no, we don't know what shape this whole place is. How would you know that? You'd have to you can't look at the Earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. You don't have that perspective. The only perspective you have is the current POV that you have right now. You can go up in the sky, you can zoom in, but you can't go out, and you can't zoom out your eyeballs and see the whole Earth. So, yeah, so yeah, we don't think the Earth is in outer space essentially as well. So if you see like images on Google that's like, look at these flat earthers and their pancake, you can already know they're capping and lying to you. Because none of us think that. There's not a single person in this panel that thinks that there's a floating disc in space or whatever. It's a straw man, and it's sloppy. And it's there to kind of get people to make you think the idea is stupid, which it is a stupid idea. No one thinks that. So I'm just going to search Flat Earth right now on Google and see what comes up. Images, yep. Let me screenshot this, dude. That's what I'm talking about. So you have to be careful. They're not going to give you the real sauce. They're not gonna hook you up and tell you what we're really saying. They're gonna do this. There's a screenshot in the chat. They're gonna cap and tell you, oh look, there's water falling off. They're on a disc floating in space. Whatever, like magic pizza, ice cream cone, frisbee. It's all cap.
Stop the cap. And then when you see that on the Google, because you will, like everyone, you will look that, then you will come here, and your first question will be, what do you think about Edge? What do you think about these things? You know, what we didn't put it on they put that. You know, they will never speak you about geometry or something of horizons that we are telling you. They will never speak you about who proved the rotation. And third thing, we even didn't touch, because if somebody touch you about gas pressure, I don't know how your night will finish, but okay.
Yeah, it's a tough argument, bro. The gas pressure is a tricky one. I mean, I got like 10 minutes left. We can hit you with the last little question here. Can you have? I'll give you some examples. I'll ask the question. I'll give you an example. So, can you have gas pressure without a container? So now I'll give you some examples of gas pressure with a container. Say if you have a bicycle, right? You've got the tire, and then you've got the gas pressure on the inside. Even like a can of soda or a bottle of soda, right? You've got the container, and then you've got the gas pressure on the inside. And so, you know, if you look at the chat there. If you open the soda, and maybe you pour that in a coffee cup, you leave it on the counter for a week, essentially the gas pressure is going to dissipate. You need the container to have the pressure. So we're asking, well, if you look at the space selfies that Miguel posted there, there's no container there. So we're asking, how do you have the gas pressure that you're breathing right now, the air? How do we have that if there's no container to contain it? Because every example that I can think of, car tire, bicycle tire, soda can, you need the container to have the pressure. So that's what we ask people is, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we essentially have two options. We could send you on a goose chase to look for a demonstration, or we could just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you how it is. I think some people don't want to hear it, but we just point blank, there is no demonstration. I would say that's a violation of natural law. High pressure moves to low pressure. You open high pressure, low pressure. You need a container. So we're saying that's another reason why there's no outer space, is because we're contained. The Earth is contained. And it's a weird, tough pill to swallow, but essentially outside is inside. So you might have to pinch yourself next time you go out there. But yeah, we're essentially living in a container. There's no outer space. But again, it's tough to hear that, and a lot of people, it sounds strange.
So we're living in a container.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, unless you can provide.
You know, like telescopes, right? You know,
what else could it be?
What?
Yeah,
Who?
Well, I have
So
a
if we're
joke.
in a container, how come? Well, is
Well,
it
I
see
say.
through or what?
Oh, no,
He,
no, hold on.
he told you. Can I? It's a natural law.
Yeah. We'll see the
Do you
thing
know
we
what
broke.
is natural law?
I have no idea what's going on right now.
It's more about the antecedent to what is, right? So
You're really loud.
if you have the steak on your plate, you're not asking. You're not. Hello.
I can't understand you. Your microphone is really loud. Let me turn it down.
My microphone is loud. You know, there's a feature in this Discord that you can lower the
Yeah, I
volume
know.
yourself.
There's like 20 million people in this chat. Hard to find them. What the fuck?
Yeah, what was
So the antecedent to the gas pressure is containment. To have the gas pressure, a container is required, and that's how it works. It's not bots or imaginary why nots.
I have a joke about telescopes because I say that telescopes don't whisper in your ear. What I notice a lot of people do is they see what they see in the telescope and then they add a bunch of details that the telescope doesn't provide. Oh, I saw millions and billions of miles with my telescope. Well, no, hold on. You saw things in the telescope, but they didn't tell you that was millions and trillions and billions of miles away. You added that. So, like Gemsy pointed out, I think this is a great example. It's called an antecedent relationship. If I plop down a nice juicy fillet on your steak, no fake stuff, no tofu, this is actual steak. I don't have to show you a cow. You know it came from a cow. I don't have to tell you what it looks like. I don't have to tell you how many spots it had, what name, what color. It's from a cow, period. So the same thing we're saying with the gas pressure. You cannot have gas pressure unless you have the containment. I don't need to show you, well,
The
where is it
color
in the
of the
sky?
cow,
Yeah.
if it's a Chinese cow or a Japanese cow or American cow, you know there's a cow because there's a steak on your plate.
Steaks are always from cows. Air pressure is always due to containment.
Yep. So I know when you look up, you see dark and stars, and you were told, a nice little bedtime story that's outer space. Well, you take that away, it's just
The Glober, some of the Globers argue, oh, there's a steak on the plate, but I'm not gonna eat it until you show me the cow that it came from. That's the Glober.
Stupid.
Yeah.
This argument always comes down to gravity, though, right? Can we just address that? Because I know XD is probably not going to talk about that.
Gravity doesn't contain air. That's just a claim.
That's the claim. That's the claim, of course, of Globers. They'll claim it's gravity, but
I threw out a place in
Just like steaks don't hatch from eggs and gravity doesn't contain air.
That's a good one, Central. Steaks don't hatch from eggs. I'm gonna remember that. That's a good one. Nice.
I'll be here all week.
I also have a recording. I have a recording from Richard Feynman about the second law, and I have a little GIF here of the second law in effect. So we can see when we test this in real life that there's nothing stopping the gas from going up. And so I'll play Feynman.
Well, there are the three laws of thermodynamics, very simply expressed. Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for. True.
Yep. I mean, it sounds complicated, but he's saying you gotta have the container. If you don't have the container, you're gonna have the pressure move from a higher pressure area to a lower pressure area.
How old is that video?
What is that, Drace? 19 something?
Why haven't they made a new one modern?
It's one of the natural laws. It's just called entropy. So this one's pretty set in stone, I would say. It's just a really good example. But I mean, you can see this with a can of soda, for example, right? If you take a can of soda,
proven.
leave it on the counter for a week, it's gonna go flat.
Yeah, it's gonna go flat. Yeah.
So it's basically saying that you have to have that container to have
It
the
won't
pressure.
taste nice.
No container, no pressure. So we're saying that since we have all this air pressure on Earth, we're breathing. Well, it's contained. And like our ops will say, well, gravity does it, but gravity doesn't do that. Gravity doesn't.
What do you mean by ops?
Our enemies. I'm just joking, but the Team Globe essentially is saying that, oh no, gravity holds the air in, but no, it doesn't actually. Gravity, like if you let go of a balloon, which direction does it go? Up. Not gravity's supposed to do what? Pull things down. So no, gravity doesn't hold air down. That's silly. You don't even observe that. So yeah, that's the third argument that we offer. The first one we talked about was your moving house, whatever, moving buildings. We don't think the earth moves, right? The second was the water. We don't think that water forms in the hills. And the third is we don't think that earth is in outer space. So that's the trifecta for you.
Very cool.
Don't let the people on YouTube make you think we're talking about freaking guards at the ice wall and crazy stuff like that. That's all cap, bro. So that's what we get down about: gas pressure, rotation, or movement, and then the surface of the Earth. It's really that simple. So, and again, you're more than welcome to come by anytime. I might have to leave here in a few minutes, so I see some other legends in the panel. Guys, don't be shy. If you have questions,
I came originally to listen, but
hey, I know. Hey,
got dragged in.
This is like Dancing with the Stars, bro. We'll teach you how to do the.
I even got warned about it, but I didn't listen really. I got dragged right in.
So, no, we'll show you how to rock back and forth, man. We've done this rodeo a lot, so we can show you how it's done. But yeah.
I think other people appreciate you being here, honestly.
I agree. You've been a good sport, XD. So we appreciate you. A lot of people come in and have their emotions. They get triggered. No. It's like, well, it's gonna be okay. Like, you can disagree and still understand our point. It's like a game of catch. We're just gonna throw a point out to you and see if you can catch it, and then maybe you can return it and throw it back. So that's really all it is. So you've done a great job, man. We really appreciate you. I'll give you some extra rolls for your time here.
Thank you. Thank you for taking time out of your day to explain.
Hey, we're here 24/7, man, and you're the one who took time out of your day to come here. So,
It's not time for me. I had nothing to do, so I just came on, just listen.
All right, nice. Well, like I said, this place is we're open 24/7, and there's a lot of people who are willing and happy to answer your questions. So if you do think of something like, hey, I heard this, or maybe someone DMs you and you're like, hey, they're all stupid, don't listen to what they're saying, say this, let us know. Hit us, bro. We got you.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
You should watch things that challenge your beliefs, right? which one is Earth curve and which one is refraction and which one is just consistent with a flat Earth? I mean,
Well,
now you start getting. What was that, Sally?
I said, well, we know how refraction works, and it's consistent with the globe. I mean,
how do we know how refraction? There's no experiments that demonstrate how this refraction works.
Sure, there are.
No, it's just an assumption based on what we can see.
No, there's not. We understand how refraction. We do understand how refraction works. There are experiments that show that.
I was watching.
With the geometric shape of the curve.
Soundly, I was watching that.
The observations,
but soundly,
and the observations match that shape.
But soundly, here's the thing: you're using GPS. Isn't that a model that presupposes? Isn't GPS a model that presupposes the Earth is a sphere?
I know what you're going to say, and no, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It's global. It's global positioning.
You know what I'm saying? Earth curve. Are you going to let me answer and correct your misunderstanding, or? Let me make this point real quick. Earth curve, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates are just 3D coordinates. It's like any type of 3D coordinate system you could use anywhere. You just set a 0, 0, 0, and then you measure everything from there. That's exactly what GPS coordinates are. You have to then take that data and you have to convert it into lat, long, and elevation. So the actual raw GPS data is X, Y, and Z values. So if you go out and record X, Y, and Z values, and then you take those X, Y, and Z values and plot them back into a graph, you'll get the exact shape that you just drove over. That's what Jesse did. So Jesse did that, which completely eliminates refraction.
It works by imposing a mathematical model of the globe onto
No,
the
it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Dr. Soundly for a
It
second.
does not
Yes,
do
it
that.
does.
What you're saying is wrong.
Excuse me. I'm just trying to clarify.
It is flat Earth propaganda.
Two links from universities.
Nami, did you even watch his
Hey, Nami,
explanation?
what you're
Did you even watch
saying is factually wrong. It's flat Earth propaganda.
No, actually, it's not. I just put two links in the side.
What if the rate at which things disappear bottom up in the distance also happens to match the rate at which things would disappear due to angular resolution?
Oh, if only we had
Things don't
something like a
disappear
camera
due
to
to
zoom
resolution.
in.
Sorry.
Zooming does not change the angles and diffraction limits associated
It
with
changes
your height
the
and your
angular
distance.
resolution, you goddamn mongoloid.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't? It doesn't change the angular resolution? Wow.
Okay,
Wow, you
you've
heard it
just
here
proven
first,
that
guys.
you don't know anything.
Nothing to do with the point at hand right now.
Yeah, have you got
Flat Earthers don't do the scientific method. Are you serious right now?
We don't do it. We don't do
Arguing
it.
with flat earthers.
Dude, you have to get. You're like
What the heck?
literally the second
What's the
step of the
natural law?
scientific method is developing a model. You guys don't have one. They're not measuring Z anyway. They're literally
No, you said
triangulating.
XYZ. You said XYZ. This is exactly what you said.
Why? You don't understand what you're talking about. I've been telling you why. It's like a cube, and it's triangulating the X, Y, and Z value inside of that cube.
What I've heard a lot of from Dr. John D is that in most of these low level, like right above the surface of water observations, I think he said you're more likely to get upward refraction, not downward refraction, which is the opposite. Which is the opposite of what the globe size says, and that's what Dr. John. That's what Dr. John D was saying.
Dr. John doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's all there is to it.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science. Where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask
There's
me
your knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
Need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this
No.
postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong
wrong,
hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed.
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So
yes.
What in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simon on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes. What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said there it went. But then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not accurate?
On it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs. I don't think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay. So take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any idea as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. I
don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, Does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I
What,
don't see why they wouldn't.
so what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, it's really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
Well,
that's spinning?
nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do
see
you
them a lot
you'd be
further.
able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know, about.
According to you,
I don't
forever,
know.
right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah, things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So
jump to the
you s-
assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you
I don't
a
understand. I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
visual
yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say have you ever been to a hotel? Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
yes, because
have
that's
you
how
ever been in a hallway
things
where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway, the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
Isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that
Because
part's going to disappear
obviously
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
Yeah, no, but
the
think,
whole.
think about this. Think about this. The
For a
ground.
second. Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most clubbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Alright, so it's 333 meters. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of
this.
my head. AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what do you know what the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you
Yeah,
said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
Sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now Since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right?
Okay.
And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. Right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
Imagine like a mirror. This is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right? So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality, and so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan. Excellently well said, Drace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see. Doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
Can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey, shh, calm down.
Oh
Okay,
no.
we're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah.
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
Uh,
No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit. What's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable. Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right. But you're an
Yeah,
intelligent
like
person, right? You'd lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
It
Cool
doesn't
story.
gain
But
prestige. It doesn't
you sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the
Make them
United States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Drace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. It's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
and I don't think it'd be possible,
Bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
speed.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing illegally, as you're saying, and going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk. Let me
Right.
hear.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can solve.
headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false.
Logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time, she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time, she says, oh, no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
Anyone in here? Flat earther. Flat earther. Flat earther. Anyone in this flat earther? Hello? Meloy? Felicia? Are you flat earther, Felicia? Okay.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Anti-astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed at your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plotting derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
In case you don't know by now, the whole system's a dead thing. Free your mind, free the man in the cell, because to live in reverse is EVIL. I give this shit to you for free, I ain't got nothing to sell. Every word that I'm spitting's REAL, the real DEAL. I ain't trying to talk about how we play well, I'm trying to wake your ass up off beat as well. So if it all kicks off, we don't end up in hell. Listen, you better watch the clock. No time for ignorance and those who mock. We used to have trust when the doctors knocked. Now we all feel terror when they're on the block. And the cops, they're a captured lot. WHO, that's a captured block. The BBC, that's a captured flock. Everything on TV, captured. Still nobody's raptured. Families are fractured. So much fears manufactured. So much fake news that it's chaptered and overacted. The devil's overactive and those who lack spirit are attracted. Don't make me laugh, kid. It's more than just lyrics over chords. Cause if you put an S in front of words, you get swords. The MPs and the bankers are all frauds, and our scientists are so specialized they get bored. It's not that I wanna be relevant, but the current crisis has a criminal element. Depending who you are, that could sound negative, but the truth is only a matter of evidence to be foolproof. Let me add some more juice. You can't be sitting on the fence no more, you must choose. Atheists, Christians, Muslims and Jews. Good must conquer, evil must lose. Tell me whose history is still intact, when the lost tribes of Israel are still in fact being born into bondage all over the gaff. And the only slaves I ever read about were black. I'ma tell it how it is, I ain't taking it back. I'm taking you back to King James, remember that king's name. This is a big plane, and it's a big shame how the truth gets hidden with a bad name. It's a sad game, stuck up in the rap race, trying to live your best life. This ain't fucking Westlife, but me and you ain't enemies. I'm trying to wake you up and hook you up with some herbal remedies. Everybody wants to go back to before, but before caused the problems we chose to ignore. So from here forth, there's no more ear talk. We're kicking down your door hardcore with sincere and clear thought. You are what you eat, they ain't keeping it quiet. Seems they forgot about this in science. I ain't trying to cause a borderline riot, but the cure to disease is an alkaline diet. Try it, better yet, grow it, don't buy it. Can't get a drug if the government don't supply it. Quiet, you can see the harm in harmony. We need the farm, not the pharmacy.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
If you talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science, in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay, scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
It
hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is. Because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe
Yep.
an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even
observed?
a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did
is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because-
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying
according
to
to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they
Well,
said
that-
they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not
enough on
actually?
it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which
Voyager?
would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since. What is it? Wait.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at
was-
that. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? If you know what I mean.
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? if not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image. And I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And sure, if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah.
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do
see
you
them a lot
be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. if the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual
Yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yes,
Have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center of view and the floor appear to go up towards your center of view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. if you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is that everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
Right. So if you then remove the hallway,
Mhm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway, and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would
that.
what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Right, so stop there for a second. Hold on, stop there real quick, because he's saying something that most climbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
All right, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How
half a
tall
meter,
is the
1.5
boat?
feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
do you know what the alleged
inches
drop
per mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then
would
it would
be-
be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches?
Yeah,
Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, you know. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. Right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. This is right.
What's
Now
that?
imagine like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper, and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
so
well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been
please.
presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs, right?
Mm-hmm.
The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Oh, okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times, what is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
And that's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
416 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like,
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very
You know what I mean?
significant. So we have
yeah,
something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too bad,
like,
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So,
I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Calm down.
Oh no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right? Between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable. Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
Yeah, that
behold,
would be acceptable.
lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps. by flat earthers and globe earthers alike that our present day experience of the earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You'd lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on when within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and?
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
Go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so
do
you're trying
understand.
to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
spiel.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no.
It's
What?
like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay?
why would she lie? There's no way she.
And
could
you may
possibly
die.
lie.
You may
I could've
die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord.
What?
And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can solve.
headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? that it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glover logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's
Perfectly
false.
logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
Hello. Hello to the YouTubes. Hello to the Rumbles. Yeah, that was a nice clip. That's a classic right there. Insta classic. Glad I could have been there for that.
Good morning, CB.
Hey, Wave Mixer. How are you, DJ?
Hey, just chilling, waiting for the phone to ring again.
Right.
So Rumble's playing the scene or the show from yesterday, I take it?
Oh, let me just double check, actually. Let me open it up in another tab. Yeah, we're not yet exclusive over there quite yet. We're still working on things in the background, but let's see. We are live. Yeah, we're not. No, it's playing a mirror. It's still live. It's a mirrored stream of our YouTube at the moment.
I'm showing the date of 9/27/23. I thought today was 9/28.
Yeah, today's 9/28. I'm hearing myself. Oh wait. Yeah. Exclusive. Yeah. We're live. We're live. I'll drop a new link just in case you don't have the fresh link.
Okay.
Here we are. Yeah, there's no comments, nobody in the chat. So yeah, this is a fresh one. I'm not sure. This started
I gotta
a few hours
go.
ago. Okay, no problem.
I gotta go. Gotta go.
Sounds good. No problem at all. If you're listening out there, YouTube, whatnot, go head over to Rumble. If you don't have an account, make one. Say what's up in the comment box. Throw a hello in the chat. We'll see you guys over there. Make sure you thumbs up the video, throw a comment in there, all that good stuff. We got 5 people watching, so shout out to all the Rumbles, the Rumble family. Appreciate you guys. I got a tab open, so I'll be keeping an eye on that. It'll be refreshing. So let's get that engagement up, folks. You don't have to donate money or any of that stuff, but the free stuff, comments, chats, thumbs ups, follows, up to 376 followers. Let's get that to 400. If you need a link to the chat, the channel, it's in it's in our Discord, or you could search Heliosceptic, Skeptic, Heliosceptic, on Rumble. So check that out. Yep. So, guys, we've got a couple chats in the server. There's always the lobby. You can always fall back to the lobby and see what's going on in there. We've got someone saying, they like to move the horizon further and further back, right? This is the classic moving the goalpost. Let me post an image. This is not something that's extremely in my wheelhouse. I don't know too much about infrared and all that good stuff, but the question is, where's the horizon in this image? I'm seeing it at sea. And what they're saying in the chat is, well, what if the curvature is just farther back? It's like, dude, that's classic moving the goalpost. They're like, well, what about refraction? Isn't this infrared? And they said, well, infrared's not immune to refraction. So is there anything, these guys just use these words, they flip them around. Refraction can solve anything. Not really. Not really. So they'll do anything to try to keep this horizon, this curvature. Make it do backflips, flip-flops, you name it. Little do they know that refraction is our argument. It's just another variable for why there's no geometric horizon. Why are they arguing for variables that basically are an excuse or a reason why there's no geometric horizon? They should be arguing for that geometric horizon. So when they chuck that premise out and start saying, whoa, there's reasons why it's not there, that's our point. They don't get it. They really don't get it. So unfortunate. They sound like 2017 flat earthers, bro. When you start making excuses, oh, well, there's actually variables for why there's no geometric horizon. Yeah, that's what we've been saying since literally day one that I got to this this argument, this whole debate, if you want to even call it that. Our original premise is the horizon is the curve of the Earth. It's a geometric, physical curve. So if you're like, well, there's optical things for why it's not there, that's what we're saying. Holy, they don't realize how big of a fail that is. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Let's see. The live stream voice text on Rumble right now is not up to date. It looks like it's stuck. So, check. Link to the lobby if anyone wants to go check that out. And I Am Kovac is in the panel with us. Shout out to I Am Kovac. Not sure if I'm saying that properly, but yeah, shout out to you. I don't know if we've spoke before, but glad to have you.
Hey, good morning, CB. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
been here a couple times.
sweet. Yeah, always glad to have a nice little panel. We'll see how this thing picks up for the day. That was kind of fun, man. Like someone's gonna get in here and open the restaurant, get the coffees brewed, get the doors unlocked, and then people will start piling in eventually. So I'm looking forward to it. Amer in the lobby says, I thought the horizon had to do with how our vision works according to flat earthers. Well, what it doesn't have to do with is a geometric horizon. Oh, wait, what it doesn't have to do with. Hold on 1 second. Let me just double check my mic and make sure everything's good. One moment, please.
You're actually pretty clear, CB. You got that radio voice.
We're good. Little Slime VR in the lobby says, I want to get this out of the way first. I'm not here to argue. I'm only here because I like learning about people. I like learning about how people think and view things. With that being said, what's your view or idea on stars or other observable masses in the sky? Are they a coating on the sky, or do you view it as not real? What? That's odd. Do you view it as not real? So what I typically say to stuff like that is there's the observation and there's the story attached. It's the story that is capped. We all see the same. Observable masses. I don't know if I would call it a mass. I often wonder why people are so concerned with things in the sky. As if it's like some kind of rebuttal to what the surface is doing. No one, dead or alive, knows what the hell's going on up there. We have all types of ideas. I mean, even when I was very much of a globe believer, I believed it a lot. Like, genuinely believed it wholeheartedly. I heard a quote that was like, the greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars. And I see how that's more true than ever now today. But people are they want to cling on to those things so badly, but they can't test what those things are. There's no way to know what they are. Do we all see the same sun? We all see the same thing. Yeah, go ahead, go back.
I was gonna say, CB, that happens a lot when people come across flat earthers. It's like, like it's basically curvature. We're talking about curvature. there's no spin, and how do you keep gas pressure in? Those are some of the main arguments. But then the brain just goes out there like, what else do you guys believe in? It's almost like they look at us as freaks of nature. How do you guys get by on a daily basis? What do you do here? What do you do in this scenario? It's like a million questions, and usually it's simple answers like what you just said. No one's been to the sky. We can't verify any of that stuff. We don't know any more than they knew 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, exactly, bro. 100%. Slime says, sorry, I don't mean to say that this is what you think. I just heard it from others as their explanation. No, you didn't. He's saying, like, they're like, oh, so you think the sun isn't real? It's like, no, we see the sun. Everyone sees the sun. It's like, when you write up an email, you write the email, then you can attach a file. So what they've essentially done is they've attached a bunch of files to all these observations. We're just unclipping the file. We're saying, no, that file doesn't go with it. They call the sun a star, which is just a label. And then they say it's like a burning plasma in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So all we're doing is unclipping the file and saying, you can keep that. That's your story. We still see the sun. It's not real. It's the story about it that's capped. That's all we're saying. I'll see if they'll join the panel. I doubt they will, but they both are very VC verified, so maybe they'll pile in. Slime again says, sorry, I don't mean to say this is what you think. I've just heard it from others as their explanation. No, nobody's out there saying that the sky isn't real or the sun isn't real. It's the stories about them that isn't real. So that's it. It's funny that this person, Aimer, was like, do we see the same sun? Yes, dude. I just detailed in the chat there. We all see the same earth and sky. No one sees differently, but I'm sure you guys have heard the straw man out there like, oh, well, if the earth was flat, we would see something different, blah, blah, blah. I hate that. No, we wouldn't see something different. We would just see the same exact thing you've always seen. Everyone's always seen in history, and you'll always continue to see in the future. It doesn't mean seeing a different earth. And that's one of the things they get wrong. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. If I had a magic wish, it wouldn't just be make everyone a flat earther or anything like that. They can, have their own journey, their own awakening. But the wish would involve having people understand that the view is still the same earth. They often try to say like, oh, if it was flat, we'd see to China. And if it was flat, we'd see all the stars, blah, blah, blah. Well, Aimer says, well, from all reports, the sun moves. Watch this. The sun moves. Yeah, pretty much, bro. I don't know how fast. Aimer says, well, from all reports, the sun moves at approximately 15 degrees per hour for all observers. Do you agree? I just copied the sun moves and said, yeah, not the earth. How far fast it's moving isn't really much of a concern to me. Number one, we don't even know what this, and this is why I don't like saying it like that. We don't know what the sun is, because they hear that and they think, oh, well, these flat earthers don't know anything. But they don't realize that they're part of the we. No one knows. They have stories. That's it. We don't have stories. So, let's see what they say. Aimer. From all reports, the sun moves at approximately 15 degrees per hour. Do you agree? I said, yeah, not the earth. Let's see what they say back to that. Probably going to be some cope, but we'll see. I love it. What about the degree rate? What about it? Archangel has joined the panel. Welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
We're just still getting things started for the day. I'm currently reading messages from the lobby, and there's a link in the live stream voice text. If you want to keep an eye on that, you're welcome to chime in there or in the panel here. Either one's fine. Or if you have any questions or whatever, you're welcome to kick things off. We're still getting started for the day.
I'm sorry, which text chat should I be looking at?
Well, you don't have to, but if you want to join in it's at the lobby. But if you need a link to find that in the live stream voice text, I put a little link to the lobby. You can just click on that; it'll drop you right in. It's kind of quiet today. Do you agree 15 degrees per hour for all? I was gonna say not much of a concern to me.
I'll agree to anything.
Morvis has joined the panel. Welcome, Morvis.
Hi, Morvis. So, my mother's in the hospital, and we're going to go visit her at 1 p.m. Central Time.
Okay.
She broke her ankle a week or two ago, and she's in rehab, and she's doing well. They're feeding her good, and we're going to take her dog to visit her. They're allowing us to take the dog. Anyway, that's my story for the day.
Okay. I hope she recovers quickly.
Thank you.
Morvis says, sup? No, on my no mic PC right now. No problem, bro. No problem. As McGregor would say, fuck that mic.
His mic works. Well then, down mic.
This was a political problem for his dad, the big guy, who was running.
Your TV is playing through your mic, Arc, so if maybe
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. No worries. Just want to let you know. So the guy in the lobby says, do you agree 15 degrees per hour? To be honest, I don't care. I'm just going to put it that way. I don't want to be rude. I just said I asked the panel what they think and asked him what he thinks. But to be honest, I don't really care. I don't know. Let me search in the server function. 15-hour sun. The moon, 15 degrees per hour. The sun, 15 per hour. All lights, 15 degrees per hour. Following the Tropic of Capricorn cannot explain 15 hours of sun. Let's see. Make a 15 degree per hour sun work.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can I have image permissions in the live stream voice text, please?
As long as you promise not to, ruin it for the rest of us. Yeah, go ahead.
I won't. I change the subject frequently, but
yeah, keep it pertinent and try not to spam too much unnecessary stuff. But yeah, I'll give it to you and
Yes,
keep an eye
sir.
on you. I'll keep a close
Yes, sir.
eye on you just in case.
All right, thank you.
Let's see. Rage Cage says 15 degrees per hour. The moon, the sun, 15 degrees per hour. All the little lights, 15 degrees per hour. Yeah, I don't know much about that, to be honest. Nor do I really care.
Oh,
And,
thank you. Thank you, Evan.
See, like the web spinner, $100 per month. See what like is stuff like we're gonna want to keep it pertinent. We don't want to stink up the chat with unnecessary stuff, Arc. So, do you want to explain this a little bit or what? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Just keep it kind of focused. I know some people like to have fun with that, but we don't want to just put random shit in there. Amherst is close to 15 degrees as I can see per hour. Sundials are dependent on it. Close to 15 degrees as I can see per hour. Sundials are dependent on it. Huh. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm gonna ask him if he has an argument about that. 'Cause, currently, I don't care. And Flat Lloyd Riders joined the panel. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. I know you had to bounce out of here the other day. I got you that clip. Were you able to check that out by any chance?
Yeah, it
Oh, you
was.
did?
That was perfect.
Cool. Yeah, the show is really cool. Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, I really love that show. So it's cool to be able to grab a clip from that after our discussion.
But yeah, it definitely related just because, that's what they kind of taught us in Taekwondo too, like, those pressure points, I think they use it actually in a lot of different ways. But yeah, if you can know those ratios, you can point down your enemies. Sure.
Yeah. And then for anyone listening on Rumble or YouTube, I'll see if I can dig that back out. I'll post it in here for you guys. Yeah, I thought it was really cool, man. Like the character was just, in anime, they typically introduce people in a very badass way. So, the character was kind of we were introduced to the character, and then he completely slaughters the opponents, and he didn't even unwrap his blade. He used the back of the blade, and stuff like that. So oh, okay, cool, sweet. Let's see if I can get the clip for you guys. Yeah, we're just getting this thing going for the day, FL Dub. Not much going on just yet. The restaurant just opened up. Coffees are just brewed. The doors just got unlocked, so people are still piling in. There we go. Yeah, here's the clip. I'll stick it in the chat for anyone on Rumble or whoever listening. Oh, by the way, I think I saw you in the chat, FL Dub, over on Rumble. So thanks for subscribing and all that stuff.
Absolutely. Is it audio working now?
Yeah, I think that was my mistake yesterday. I
That's right.
Well, I think our friend Denzel was going ham about the the V, if you will. So I'm over here I'm sweating, making sure the YouTube's deafened and whatnot. And I think my finger slipped and it disconnected the YouTube, which I think ended up kind of messing up our audio. So we're all good to go. We're back live. So yeah,
Better safe than sorry.
I agree. I completely agree. Although the text chat is not displaying properly on Rumble. So let me message somebody about that. Let me just double check the YouTube as well. I think it's probably doing the same. Sorry.
I was noticing yesterday on Rumble, there was 32 watching and there was no sound. I was like, all right, this is a hip crowd.
I know, right? Yeah, completely agree. Okay. Yeah, I think I don't know what's up with I think the YouTubers, they're grabbling us over there, they don't show the right numbers,
Oh, so
it's only ever
it's so hidden.
7. So
I have to type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for it to even show up in YouTube.
Same. Yeah, same here.
And same with anything Flat Earth. You know, you can type in Eric Dubay, and you know, if you follow him, then it comes up. But otherwise, you know, it shows all the crap, you know, about Eric Dubay.
I know, right? That's why I'm excited about the Rumble transition. Is that it'll be way easier for people to find us there.
Absolutely.
There's no like Snopes check, boxes that are like fact check. This is wrong, like all that stuff. That they don't do that over there. Let me just send a message to our friends who operate the live stream. So the text chat seems to be stuck.
I think there's another guy on Rumble. I think is Celebrate Truth, but he uses the 24/7 sort of live thing as well. But he was just playing like a Rob Skiba video, and there was 128 people watching.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. There's another. Let me just go on Rumble and I'll search up and see who's live right now. But I've noticed that as well. There's like another person that does 24/7 streams. Check it out.
Tossed a couple of texts in there. It appears to be working for me on Rumble.
Yeah, I see you. I see you over there.
Nice. What's going on, Wave Mixer?
Howdy, hi. Just another day at the salt mines.
Working hard, hardly working.
Oh, right now I'm hardly working. But actually, since I started working at home a couple weeks ago,
that's right.
Hardly working at all, man. Got my feet kicked up. The air conditioner on, the fans blowing on me, so I can stay nice and cool.
I always felt bad you had to go through an hour of LA just to go to work. And I was like, man, his job would be so much easier as like a remote job.
I was spending a minimum of 3 hours a day in traffic.
Yeah, that's BS.
But the nice thing was, at least I was able to talk a little bit during my commute. Just put my car on cruise control, and while I was creeping along the freeway, I could go ahead and talk and not have to worry so much about putting the clutch in, clutch out, brake, blah, 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 that I had to do in my manual car. My new car's got automatic. I can cruise. And now with the gas prices going up, we've hit $7 a gallon here in Los Angeles area. And I have not had to put gas in my car for 3 weeks.
Great, though.
I've still got a half a tank of gas in there. So that's helping out a bit.
Well, glad to hear it, man.
So one of the things, Chris, that I don't know if I've mentioned to you, recently I was looking at some videos about Los Angeles in the early days, just looking at the architecture here, and the intricate detail work that went into it compared to what's coming on nowadays. This was like 100 years ago they were building buildings like this. And, not too long after California was purchased, then all of a sudden we've got this big city with these massive buildings. Just wondering if you'd ever looked into that, had any interest in it.
Yeah, dude, I love the LA architecture, especially because, it's one of those stories like, oh, we went to California for the gold rush, and we just suddenly built all these amazing classical architecture buildings.
Exactly.
The story doesn't add up. And actually, if you talk to Sonny about some of those, like specifically the LA Stadium, I forget what it's called, but, marvelous. Yeah. Antiquitech, right? There's, a lot of that detail there. But one second, I'm going to order some breakfast tacos.
Okay.
Yeah. Wave Mixer, I was watching a show called The Lincoln Lawyer. It's awesome. It's such a great show. I've had rewatched it like 3 times, but it's all based in LA, and it's just beautiful. I love part of the reason why I like watching it is because of the they show the most amazing views and all that stuff, and then the main character was kind of talking about how like the city kind of grows on top of itself and all that stuff. So it's cool to kind of experience LA through the show. a little bit jealous. It seems like such a beautiful place. So, what were you saying about it? Like the structures and things like that? I'll get you guys a link to the show just in case you guys want to check it
Yeah,
out.
and I think I've got a link on my other computer for this video. It just talks about Los Angeles, and it shows how this was the middle of nothing. There was the gold rush, and all of a sudden we wanted to all come out, to the San Francisco areas where the gold rush was. Here in Los Angeles, originally it was just a desert. Then later on, they put a bunch of orange groves and stuff up in here. What I was wondering is where did they get all the materials, make those big giant buildings that they had, the architecture, I mean, very intricate, gargoyles on the corners and, stuff like that. And this is over 100 years ago they built this, and people were coming here in horse-drawn buggies, So the railroad, I don't think had come into LA. They still had to build it. Once they built the railroad, here's a big city here. I wasn't
Exactly.
around back.
It just doesn't.
Then.
The story doesn't line up, to say the least.
Now, my father drove out here on Route 66 back in the mid 50s, and that's where he met my mom, and that's where I started in the later 50s, 58. When he came out here, all that was out here. He was from Ohio originally, so.
OH. That's where I'm at, baby.
Yeah. Oh.
Yep.
Part of Ohio.
Cincinnati and down by the river.
Okay. Well, my dad was born and raised in Bloomville, Ohio, which is right outside of Tiffin.
Nice.
I think that's near Columbus would be the next big city.
Yeah, that's right. The 3 C's. We got Cincinnati, Columbus, and Cleveland. And that's why I was so blown away when I flew out to California. I'm like, holy smokes, dude. Like, you don't get those kinds of views here. Like you were saying, you were like, man, all this traffic on LA. I remember driving on the highway in San Diego, and just like you look to your left, there's an ocean. You look to your right, there's like a mountain. It's amazing. When you're driving through like Ohio, it's just like trees everywhere, So, or you start driving up to Columbus and there's just cornfields and stuff like that. So we don't get those types of views here because it's like at least where I'm at, I'm in a valley. And so I'm like, every time you're like, man, I'm driving through LA, I'm like, hey, stop complaining.
Oh, where I'm at right now, in 1 hour I could be at the top of Mount Wilson, which is about 3,000 foot elevation above sea level. That's where they put all the towers for the TV antennas and stuff. I can drive for a little under an hour to the west and hit the beach, or I can drive for about an hour to the right, and I start getting into the desert area, heading towards is it Arizona, Nevada, right in that area. But yeah, we can go. There's some days where you could literally go snow skiing, or go to the beach, or go to the mountains. It just depends on which direction you want it to go.
I'm jealous. We got a troll has joined the lobby. We'll see what they have to say. I'm probably just gonna remove them. Goof it off. It's not flat. It's not round. It's actually like indented if you think about it. What up, Drace? My boy Draco.
Hey, I got myself a bunch of new little clips. Here's one I want to let you guys hear.
The time has finally come. This is your last chance. After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill. I'll be able to explain it in a way your feeble mind can comprehend. You'll be able to live the rest of your tween years in a bubble. However, if you take the red pill, well, the bubble suddenly pops. The next words coming out of my mouth will be so vile, so graphic, you won't be able to look at me and your mother the same way. I will drag your mind through the trenches, and we will sail through the second level of hell. By the time we're done with this lesson, puberty will hit you so hard you'll feel your butt hairs growing. So, what's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be, Globers?
Oh my.
Yeah, what is it gonna be, Globers? Let's go. Pick your poison.
Yeah, they're allowed to take the blue pill and just live as Globers. That's fine. That's fine. But if you want to come in here, we're gonna force feed you the red pill.
That's
And
facts.
keep your butt hairs out of it.
Oh my. Yeah, no, it's true. And like taking the red pill is not this easy thing to do. You're gonna have some type of reaction. It's not, you know, butterflies and sunflowers and rainbows. You're gonna see some shit. You're gonna, it's a transition, and it's not an easy one. So there's a reason why people don't want to do it. I can understand that. It's just easier just to go back to sleep. Ignorance is bliss type of thing. But I don't know. I'd rather know things, even if it comes with a little bit of sorrow. I think that's in the Bible. Increased wisdom, increased sorrow, or something like that. I'll see if I can get the quote.
Yeah, when you go through adversities, that's when you grow. If you're always coddled, you're just gonna stay a child forever.
Right. So it says, for the greater my wisdom, the greater my grief. To increase knowledge only increases sorrow. And that's part of the red pill effect. It's like you're gonna, not only will you see the light, you're gonna see some darkness too. But
I got another good clip here. This is Vivek.
We see the rise of new secular religions, secular cults instead, which we fail to recognize are actually religious belief systems.
Exactly.
Like the climate belief system. Mm-hmm. And I think the most dangerous religions are the ones that we fail to recognize as religions in the first place and delude ourselves into thinking that it's actually logic or reason that led us there.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what's happening in the country today.
Well, there's a
globe. This is exactly what's happening with the globe.
That's Vivek. Yeah, I really like him. I was just recently introduced to him. He's from Ohio. Actually, I think he's actually local to where I'm at. Let me just double check.
He's just a really good speaker, and he says all the right things.
Yeah. Let's see, where is he? I think he lives in Columbus. Oh no, he was born in Cincinnati. He was born right here, where I'm at. So man, hey, this is the hub right here, boy. All the best people come from Cincinnati. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, man, I recently was introduced to him just because I think he was on like front page of our local newspaper or something. And so I checked out some of the debate that they had, the first debate, and he was killing it. He was crushing it.
Yeah, I watched that live.
Man, I like him a lot. I don't really follow politics like I used to, man. I used to work at this restaurant, and it was so awesome. My boss was really cool, and we would stay after work super late. He'd make us some drinks. We'd all sit around the bar, me, a bunch of girls, and a bunch of other employees and stuff, and we'd be arguing politics late into the night. And so I used to be way into that type of stuff, and I kind of grew out of that. But so I haven't really followed politics in a long time. So I don't know, but being recently reintroduced to this Vivek guy, I'm like, oh man, I like him. He's cool. So yeah, we'll see how things go.
Yeah. I have two other clips I really want to show you guys.
Yeah.
One is the mind virus and why we have it and what the conclusion of it is. And the other one is how the mind control works. So I'll start with the mind virus.
Before Einstein, time was this universal parameter. We all shared the same moment of time, the same moment of now that we could all agree on. But then Einstein came and he said, well, it's not that simple. And the major reason for this is that the speed of light is finite and nothing can go faster than the speed of light. It's the same for all observers. And this sounds like a really innocent assumption, but it has a truly fundamental consequence, which is fairly easy to understand, actually. If you ask yourself whether you know if the screen in front of you is actually there right now. Naively, you would say, yes, of course, it's there. I mean, I'm holding it in my hand or I see it directly in front of me. But we just learned that the speed of light is finite and nothing can go faster than the speed of light. So everything that you experience, everything that you see it as it was a tiny little amount of time in the past. So how do you know that anything exists right now? What do you even mean by now? So this is the problem that comes up in Einstein's theory of special relativity. And Einstein tried to construct a notion of now in this new theory, and he failed. And if you follow this logic to its conclusion, then the outcome is that every moment could be now for someone. And that includes all moments in your past, and it also includes all moments in your future. So this impossibility to define one notion of now that we all agree on is called the relativity of simultaneity. And it's super important because it tells us that fundamentally this experience of now that we all share is meaningless.
In other words, it's just that makes everything meaningless. You can't know that you're holding your phone even though you're touching it and it's right in your hand. It could be something else happening. It makes everything meaningless and just destroys all meaning, so it's totally pointless.
Where did you find that clip, or how long have you had that one?
It's Sabine Hausenfeder. It's a physicist that I like watching. She's a PhD.
Okay, nice.
And then I have this one, which is it's from a presentation, but he's using a study and testing it on the people he's presenting to.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red.
Well, I just dropped a link into the live chat with the history of Los Angeles, in case anybody wants to take a look around at some of the architecture and what it looked like 100 years ago. And if you look at that main clip with that guy with the biohazard suit and face mask, and you look at all of those towers right there, the big skyscrapers, that is what I used to have to drive through. Be on one side where that guy's standing and drive all the way past the other side by LAX airport every day. And I'm not having to do that anymore.
Yeah, my audio cut up short because I was looking for a picture to run with it. Here it is.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right.
I say red.
Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instinct. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes
tradition.
I'm so glad you played that clip, Trace, because I tell my students actually that on the first day of class in my lecture class. I show them the exact same two circles, blue and red. I kind of do the exact same thing. But it's a wonderful point because I use it with talking about objective and subjective reality. Because then I show them next. Right after that, I go, okay, here's the globe in 2012, and here's the globe in 2013, right? And like the continents change a little bit. And I ask my students, I go, okay, which one of these is correct?
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Not smacking your students.
Sometimes people just need a little bit of a chance to think critically, because we're all conditioned to just follow along generally through the schooling system. So any chance for them to think critically is a precious chance.
Absolutely. Which is actually, it's kind of part of my job description, to teach critical thinking. So, I use a lot of the examples here. I teach them about the mind virus too. And it's funny because there's always half, at least, the group that has the mind virus, well, we can only be 99% sure, sir, But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a really great point, especially for some of these globers. I'm just thinking of, people in the politics server. They were arguing this morning about Curve and whatnot, and some of them could have easily resonated with that clip for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of them are so antagonistic. They come in with a chip on their shoulder. We are destroying a part of their identity, so we need to be denied. And so you see the classic problem where, like, because it's coming from a flat earther, it must be wrong, so I'll take the opposite position.
Yep. Every time.
I don't see it as how we're destroying their identity. It's our identity is being held from us for decades, for centuries.
Yeah, that's the problem. They got taught this when they were really young, before they had any critical thinking, and it was just accepted as truth. And then they continued to build their character and ego on top of all that, telling their friends the things they learned. Like, did you know that there rains diamonds on Jupiter? And people are like, oh, really? You know all this science stuff? You're so smart. So it builds into their ego as well. And so when you challenge that, all of a sudden you're challenging their whole foundation for their ego. Like, their whole life goes into question.
Absolutely. I mean, I think AI was actually explaining it really well psychologically that, when you build that foundation of your identity, the globe essentially becomes a part of them, right? They think that you're actually taking, which is why they kind of attack us, right? Is because they feel like their identity is being attacked.
Yeah, it's Mother Earth. It's their family member.
Because some of them, I mean, I like the way AI was saying it too. He goes, it was, their uncle that they trusted with their entire life that told them about this ball and, showed them everything. And, it's one of those core, I forget what you call them, but it's those core instances, right? That is so important in the development, of the child, which is exactly why I like to point out to, these normies or globies that, look, they had to tell you all this when you were really little and you couldn't even form an argument.
Yeah, it's extra funny because you see, before 1902, when the General Board of Education was formed by the Rockefellers, and they started public education going real hard. Before that, then when they had the trivium and quadrivium, and people were taught logic first and foremost, the globe was not as prevalent in the schooling. It was just another belief system. They taught Christianity in the same kind of classes, like there was no separation there, and so some schools were kicking out the teachers for trying to teach the globe because they were like that. This isn't as justified as our stuff because we at least have the Bible, and so it wasn't really until like it got crept into the schools and with the board they allowed the globe to stay in the schools and not the teachers not to get fired because of it, and then with NASA they justified it so that like look, ours is more justified than your book. We've gone there. We've gone to Narnia.
Right. Well, they even took the Bible with them and made it look. See, we're making you guys happy too, even though it says in this book that you have no domain over the moon. But
yeah.
But
They
yeah,
found
wasn't there?
Jesus. They found Jesus in outer space and all that stuff. Yeah.
Right. But I mean, they were doing this. I forget the court case, but you know, there was a guy teaching evolution, right? And they were like, "What the hell?" You know. I think it was in the '60s. I can't remember the case.
Yeah, they started to step this whole thing in slowly but surely, just because people aren't aware enough. As long as the public isn't educated enough, you can get them to do whatever you want. That's why the public being educated is the greatest safeguard for freedom.
Right.
And that's why they basically just removed education or logic and reasoning as being the foundation. Because when you put that as the foundation into the children, it's so much harder to fool the majority when they're raised on logic and reasoning. Because they're like, no, you're making a fallacy. I'm not going to accept this fallacy just because you said it. Meanwhile, today, the people are mostly accepting fallacies, mostly arguing with fallacies. So we have a real problem. It's really easy to manipulate them and make them do dumb stuff.
Well, it's funny you say that too, because you know I teach my daughter both models, and you know unfortunately she's in the public school system. It's a pretty good school, but you know she's doing well in all of her classes except science. You know, and it's because they're teaching this globe model, and she's you know some of the questions are like, how far is the sun? And you know she just sees these astronomical numbers, and she's like, none of those. You know, she's quite honest. You know, like. But you know, I told her too. You know, it's okay. I don't mind if you fail that globe class. You know, it's okay. You know, but yeah,
you could also
it's funny for her.
You could also just teach her about the globe and be like, this is the prevailing belief system that many people have, and like this is the parameters of the belief system, and they're probably going to test you on this belief system. So, like, we can't change that because we don't control the schools, but what we can do is learn what they want to hear and give it to them, while also giving the opposite view at home to allow the kids to develop critical thinking and fully as a person instead of becoming this follower drone that just believes anything that's said to them.
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, we end up basically teaching both quote unquote models, if you will. You know, because she'll come up with these questions like, you know, they said the sun's going to explode. Like, I know it's not 93 million miles away, but is it really going to explode? And I was like, well, that's a good question that, you know, I honestly can't answer for you. You know, I do know that it's not 93 million miles away, and we both see it, you know, move across the sky that we do. But, you know, is it going to blow up? I mean, what do you think? She's like, well, it's never blown up before. I go, there you go. You know, like, I was like, you're great. You know, you ask the right questions, and I mean, especially with your kids. You know, I hate to tell her like what is. I usually just ask her, what do you think, right? And I'll, you know, if it's fallacious logic, I'm like, well, let's take a look at that. You know.
That's such a good way to teach because it really builds her up instead of having her look to someone else to tell her. It's such a good way.
Oh, she'll call me out on stuff, and I'm like, "Yep, you're right. I am begging the question." Like, I'm almost fearful that I'm making her too smart, but I'm also like, I want her to outrank me. You know, I think every parent kind of wants that for their child if they're, really loving their child.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think that's kind of the issue with some of these Globies too. Is I kind of take the same approach. Like, well, what do you think? And they're like, they'll say the thing to spite the flat earther rather than just be intellectually honest. Like, I think that's maybe one of the biggest problems we have is with these Globies is just like the honesty. But and with kids, they're brutally honest. Like so it's
Yeah,
quite
I
easy.
love that. I love that about kids, but you're totally right about the Globers as well, and the lack of honesty. That's why I wanted to make this preamble where, before we go into the 3 points, we would start by just building some rapport. And I've got a little clip here on persuasion because we were talking about it the other day, and this encapsulates basically how persuasion within NLP works.
Right. So when I started learning and working on CPI and it's called CPI, which originally stood for conversational persuasion and influence, but it was also based on what I call the critical path. The critical path is I think it's an engineering or cybernetics term. Yeah. That basically describes the least amount of steps necessary to accomplish a result. The omission of any one stops the whole process from happening. Right? Which in NLP is analogous to the concept of what they call elegance. The concept of elegance in NLP is the ability to get the change with the least amount of effort. Right? Which is where the problems start. Which, don't get me started on that, but because most neurolinguistic programmers confuse eloquence with elegance. They use big, long-ass words that the average person can't understand. They tend, in spite of their training, to make the client wrong. And they become a slave to the dictionary definitions of words rather than focusing on the client's usage of the word. Right? When we talk about CPI, you have state control, which goes back to answering your question. The first thing you ever want to do is control your state. Then you want to get rapport. Then you want to use your language or control your language. Then you want to manage the other person's state. Then you want to jump into any processes that they have that are native to them that you can elicit or through some other way extrapolate on. Then you want to target their criteria and values. You want to target the emotional reasons for why you want them to do what you want them to do. Okay? You can apply this anywhere. From a group dynamic like we're in now, all the way down to one-to-one interactions. Doesn't matter if it's the boardroom, the classroom, the bedroom, and all points in between. You're going into a persuasion situation, you don't know what to do. First thing, control your state. Second thing, get rapport. Third thing, control your language. Fourth thing, use the previous three to manage the subject's state. Then jump into their processes and target their emotional reasons for wanting to do what you want them to do. Ally with that and they'll do whatever you want out of default. That's pretty simple. That's eight days of NLP training maybe. Right there, right? I had to figure this shit out myself because I was thrown into the deep end of the pool just like everybody else. Right?
So it's easy to accidentally
Hi
trigger
guys.
Sorry?
Hey, what's up guys? Just joined.
Welcome.
Hey, let's go. Yeah, go on.
Guys, I am new here, so let me talk to him.
Guys, what are you talking about? What's the
Give me your
subject?
single best evidence. I don't want to hear a gish, gallop, or fallacies. So we will go
Okay.
over only one argument or evidence at a time. Is that acceptable?
Let's go.
So do boats disappear at the horizon bottom up? And if so, does that prove anything?
Is that a question directed to me? What? Who's supposed to answer?
Yeah.
Me? Or the other guy?
That's
Whoever wants to answer.
I know like, yeah, the answer is yes, they should.
Does that
But
prove
they
anything?
don't. But they don't. That's the thing.
I am good. I am done with him. Creation, Bear, you can have him.
Yep,
Thanks,
you
Lucker.
can do that.
Freeze, you've been here for a couple years, man. What's going on?
Yep. What is going on? Nothing. I'm just tuning in, I guess. My weekly session, I guess. I kind of join every week, every couple of weeks. I just join 1 hour or two, listen in, talk with the guys, see what's up, then leave. What's up with you?
Welcome.
Hey,
Cool.
yo, what is this? Drake AI. Drake's AI. That's crazy. Is it an
Drake?
actual language model?
Drake?
You could say that.
Damn. It can speak. That's crazy.
Drake? I'm just kidding. Y'all don't know the meme. So Freeze, I'm just curious, like, what is the banner? What is that from? Your banner.
Right?
Besides
That's from an anime. It's called Monster.
Okay, tight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like pretty amazing. You should watch the show. It's pretty old though, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Right. Anyway, so what
Mhm.
what do you think about this topic? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to pay attention to a couple things at once, Drace, my bad boy. But oh, he left. Oh, no, he's still here. But yeah, I'm in the lobby. There's a couple people up there I'm trying to get to join the panel. So apologies if I haven't been following along. But whose side are you on, Freeze? Or
Whose side am I, bro? Like I'm on everyone's side. I think
Stop the cap.
stop it. I'm on everyone's side. Like I'm just confused. Like every time I'm just
so
I'm
what
just
do you
confused.
what do you currently know about the topic? What is your current understanding about what folks say here?
In simple terms, I'd say, it's not a globe. It's not flat either, for the science.
Are you sure?
You see, this is okay. Yeah, I know. I've read. I've seen the proofs. I've seen the videos. I've seen. But then, when I see the news, when I see the fucking like rocket launches, the actually and when I actually saw one image from NASA that kind of proves that it's a globe.
Really? What
Yeah,
would the proof be? Just a rocket going up?
no, just a picture they took from a telescope, I guess. But then I say, oh, it's fake. But then is it? Or am I? Like I'm confused. You see, and
So if
that's
there's a picture, then we'd have to go and see if it matches reality, right?
exactly. And
We don't just stop
once
with pics. Like if I was like a
True.
Bigfoot enthusiast and I was like, "Well, dude, we have pictures. That's proof." Would you accept that?
Nope. Nope.
You wouldn't accept that. So how come why would people just accept quote pics?
Exactly, but like
You
that.
said that was proof, bro.
Yeah, like well, that's the thing. 'Cause like what I think it is it's not flat, but it's not a globe. I think it's
what?
Yeah.
What?
It's like
Let me give you an example. Let's
more
say
of like a
I take
hollow
let's say I take a picture of you, and or
Yeah.
you find a picture of you somewhere, and then I Photoshop you so you look like you're bare chested, but you have 3 nipples.
Yep.
Now, does that photo prove that you have 3 nipples?
Yeah,
Hell no.
like it shows that you have 3 nipples.
No.
What?
No.
Freeze, come on, dude. Get serious.
Okay. No,
Thank you.
Yeah, no.
of course.
To prove that you don't have 3 nipples, you would show that you don't have 3 nipples, and that would be it. We don't need
Yep.
to believe in the pictures that are showing something contrary to what we have tested and verified to be not that.
I get that, but okay. But then, what about okay? I'm not that smart, but I'm like interested in like quantum physics. So I just bought a book. I then read about quantum physics. It's so complicated to like to a degree that it's like crazy, and they're like doing some like some crazy quantum experiments and stuff. That's like really new. The point is, all this science also must be like, if it's true, Earth has to be a globe, because like
Nope.
they're using the
Quantum
same
mechanics has
metrics.
nothing to do with the globe. The standard model has nothing to do with the globe. The only thing that has to do with the globe is gravity, which is not
Gravity.
actually validated today. Newton got debunked, Einstein got debunked, and now they're trying to find quantum gravity or trying to create a new modified Newtonian dynamics. So they have all sorts of these new theories at the higher end of academia because currently they claim that they're in a cosmological crisis because gravity does not much observation or experiments in their current theories.
True. Gravity doesn't fit in like perfectly in any, as you said, Newtonian. Even Einstein couldn't like find the best picture, like way to put in. But
yeah, but consider this: what if one of the reasons why they're having all these problems is because the foundational assumption, which they're just taking on faith from half-naked Greeks looking at the horizon with their eyes and not even having telescopes.
no, but that doesn't even have anything to do with the like with Earth being flat or globe. They just
That's where they got the globe from. That's where they got the globe from. They looked at the horizon half-naked, didn't understand how optics worked. They thought they saw via invisible laser beams shooting out of their eyes. They didn't believe there was any refraction.
What about Einstein's E equals mc squared? Like
unrelated to the Earth being measured flat.
Exactly. So like, there's some base that is correct. That we should easily be able to solve the matter of Earth being flat or a globe. It should be so easy.
All we have.
Exactly. We're not half-naked Greeks with just sticks and shadows. We actually have really high-powered lasers of different wavelengths. We understand how refraction works. We should be able to easily show that the globe is curving away from the lasers. But we can't. We just hit the target on the other side of the supposedly curved Earth, and all the wavelengths are hitting the target when that shouldn't be possible because they should be separating if they're refracting.
I have a little drawing for that if it's helpful.
So you're saying there's tests that have been done using lasers that prove that there is no curvature.
Yeah, many tests. We have over 100 different tests using light, showing that there's no curve. We have lasers
why
of
is this not
different wavelengths. We have cameras modified for infrared.
Why is it not mainstream? Like, why doesn't everyone
Because we are
know
suppressed.
Wait,
because YouTube and other media platforms are suppressing us, and because we have been slandered in the media using misrepresentations where they don't use our arguments and argue against straw man fallacies. So when people come in here, they come in with delusions about what we're about, filled with delusions that they are correct, and they refuse to look at the evidence.
Wait, so Freeze, think about it the way you just what you just asked. Let's imagine ourselves in a courtroom and you're a lawyer for your client. And your client is being accused of being guilty of something, and you basically just turn to the judge and say, well, Your Honor, if my client is really guilty, how come the TV doesn't say that?
Mm-hmm.
That's not
True,
an
true.
argument.
That
There's
is
no
not
way to make a case. So that's not very valid to say like, well, how come
true.
everyone
That
doesn't already
it's
know?
not
You have to,
logical. Like
yeah. So just
there's a
keep that in
part
mind.
of yeah.
Mhm.
They even used the inverse of this
Mm.
against Johnny Depp, where they were like, "Well, the mainstream media is saying all this stuff about you, but that's not valid either."
I get
Right.
that, but like if it's like so easy to test and prove, like why doesn't everyone know this? And plus,
Well,
who is hiding in this? And like who the fuck has excuse my language, but who has this much power to like
That's a deeper question, but the
I
reason
know I know it's a deep
it
question, but like it's
I,
like really important to the subject,
I,
and
I
like
get
there should be some type of answer.
no,
I
yeah,
get you. I get you.
Mhm.
We have many speculative answers. We're not in the minds of those people.
Yep.
However, damn it. That's why I wanted
Because
to
I
jump in
kind of
there
agree
because
with
I
you.
wanted to cut those
Yeah.
answers apart and answer your previous thing, but I forgot what it was.
Well,
But
freeze.
yeah.
Most people are comfortable believers. It's ignorance
True.
is bliss. Most people don't want to. There's a lot of peer pressure. So most people aren't comfortable going against the crowd. They're willing to just go with the crowd. Everyone thinks, you know. So it takes you. It's like with Santa Claus. For me, um, I believed in Santa Claus. I was making reindeer food in school and all that stuff like that. But it took me to creep down the stairs one night and notice what the hell was going on. So essentially, it's up to you, Freeze, to do the creeping down the stairs to find out what the truth is. Stop waiting for
Mhm.
the TV to tell you what to think. Well, how come everyone isn't telling me? Well, it's
Yeah,
your
and I
journey.
remember. It's the reason
Mhm.
there are millions of flat earthers in the world, and the reason why they're not, and
True.
they're growing constantly. The reason why they're not turning back into globers is because it's so easy to test today, because we're not as primitive as that we were back when the globe was invented.
The truth isn't that popular either. It's not
Mm.
mainstream. It's not popular. When you start telling truths, you often people get upset. What is the saying? Like, there's some sayings about that. Like the truth is, I don't know, but it's
Okay,
not
well, okay,
popular
when do people start like claiming or saying that the Earth is flat?
when you go outside and test it.
Yeah, but
It's
like when? Like I mean, like when? Like was it 50 years ago?
Oh,
20?
I'll tell you
20?
when the first started claiming that the Earth was flat. That was since the beginning of human history, because that
Beginning.
is the natural response of a
Okay.
child growing up without being told what the world is. That
True.
is that the world is flat and
You'd
that they're
assume that. Yeah.
within a hollow sphere. So that's the celestial sphere that they see in the sky. That's where they derived the globe from the sky, and then looking at the horizon with the eye, not understanding how optics and perspective works. That's why when they drew things back in the day, they were horrible at drawing things because they didn't understand how to draw things in perspective.
Mm.
You got to think of yourself as a young detective. You just joined the precinct, Freeze. So, like, when you arrive to a crime scene, the first thing you want to do is gather up whatever evidence you can find.
Evidence.
Yeah. So, whose blood is that? Let's identify the blood. I see some bullet shells. Let's see if we can get some fingerprints off of that. There's a camera up there. Let's see if we can get the CCTV footage from that, etc. Well, what you've essentially done is you've arrived at the crime scene. You're like, why did this crime happen? And how could this have possibly have happened? What is the motivation? Bro, you need the evidence first, and then maybe you'll
That is true.
find your way to the motivation. And honestly, there's going to be times when you don't know the motive for the crime, but that doesn't mean you just dismiss all the evidence. So it's
That is
important.
true. Like you should never dismiss the evidence, but also as a plus point, like you kind of have to also pay some attention to the other reasons, like to the other questions, which are like who's doing this, who has so much power, because
Yeah,
like
that's what I was going to go into
concluding
that.
from those answers, you could reach an
Yeah,
answer to the evidence
I
you
was going
need.
to build, and I was going to pull all that together because
Mhm.
in the beginning, people see the world as flat. That they experience it as stationary. That's how the worldview works, and all of the ancient religions reflect that worldview. And so the
True.
public has been flat
Many
earthers for a
religions,
very,
yeah.
very, very long time. And then you got Pythagoras and ancient Greek sex cults who did nasty things with
Even in
children.
the Quran, even like one of the oldest
And those sex cults created their own cosmology where the earth was a ball, and they worked on it for hundreds of years. And this
That's
got
like
passed down through the secret societies in these cults because
4,000 years ago.
because according to the religions, this is heresy. And so they would have been killed. And so this was passed down secretly. People weren't openly globe believers 2,000 years ago.
True.
And so
That is true.
it kept on being passed on secretly through the secret societies until it went on, and you got it into the Roman Empire, and you got it into Egypt through Ptolemy, and it just continued to build on itself. They could never really get the public on board because the public still had a religious worldview. It wasn't until much later that when the Jesuits started building schools to educate the children that it started to pick up. Because now you have, from very young age, children indoctrinated into a certain belief. It's much harder to get them out of that belief. And so you keep on building and building, and that's how we ended to where we are today. Just in the 1800s, there were a lot of flat earthers, and you can find a bunch of really good flat earth books from that time period.
Oh, that kind of like reaches to like a pretty interesting like situation. Like you have multiple potential scenarios to like answer the question of who's controlling this, like now, like today.
Yeah, the exact people in charge are not quite known. You would have to assume the papacy on its highest order knows. There's some private sector billionaires and people in the banking system who know, but the 99.9% just believe because they were raised in it, and you don't get to know that secret until you're high enough in the secret societies to be allowed to know.
That pretty much kind of clears the picture. For me, yeah, kind of does. Okay, like, what do you think about the Hollow Earth? That's I know it's a different subject, but
What kind of shit is that?
what kind of shit is that?
Well, we do know that there are spaces underneath the earth, and for instance, underneath Africa, there's a giant aquifer of just non-salt water. So there could be a civilization living down there. We don't know, like
Yeah,
in
'cause
caves,
like,
maybe. I don't
like,
know.
could I share something that I like, actually like believe in? Like I believe in like 100, like with 100% faith that there's like a whole like nation army like just like living under the earth. It's like in my exactly in my religion it says that the earth is flat. I'm a Muslim, and that in our holy book, the Quran, it mentions that at the end of times, there's a whole nation, a whole army that's gonna come from underground, like maybe in billions. And yeah, so I kind of believe in that 100%.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Islam
Yeah.
originally was a flat Earth religion. It wasn't
Yeah,
until
flat Earth.
it was reinterpreted, and you read between the lines that Earth splayed out like a carpet becomes a ball somehow, or that the sky covers it like a tent, essentially. Those things are congruent only with the ancient religions of flat Earth, covered by a spherical ish sky.
Mm. Hmm. So in the flat Earth like module, like what, like how deep is the Earth?
We
Is it
don't have
like
a model. We are not a replacement religion for the globe Earth religion, which is trying to
okay?
destroy all ancient
Destroy.
religions like Islam and Christianity and Hinduism and everything else. It's a psychotic religion, and yeah, we're not like them. We allow for all of the ancient religions to still be, and you can be of any religious denominations because we are not selling any beliefs. We're just
Okay.
go out testing the claims of the religious belief of the globe because it's a very comprehensive religious belief which has a lot of claims. So we can just go out and try to measure and look for evidence of these claims in reality, and when reality falsifies that claim, then we know that that religion is false and they need to get back to the drawing board if they want to continue with it.
Okay, I respect that. I'm gonna do like more research, I guess. Okay.
I missed that.
Yeah, there's no Hot Wheels of the Earth. So people will ask you all the time, well, where's your model? What's your model? There isn't one. You don't need one either. When you go to your grandma's Thanksgiving dinner, that'd be like begging her for a menu. Grandma, where's the menu?
Mhm.
Just shut up and eat the food. It's right in front of you. So you don't need a model of the Earth. You just go outside. There's no way to see the whole Earth anyway. To quote, model it. That's like trying to see the whole universe. How would you see that? From what perspective? That'd be some type of like God's perspective if you think you can look at it like you can look at a puppet on your hand. That's no perspective you're ever going to have. People know what POV means, right? Your point of view. The only POV you get is the one you have now with your eyeballs. So you can go
Yeah.
outside, you can use other technology, telescopes, binoculars, phones, whatever to zoom in, but you can't zoom out your eyeballs and start seeing more like you can do with like Google Maps. You can start zooming out, right? You can't do that with your eyeballs. And so you can
You can
also
do it with your imagination, and that's the difference. We are realists in reality, just checking out reality. People come in with these imaginations of a globe in their head, and they want to replace it with this imagination of a flying pizza. We're not dealing with any imaginations. We just want to find evidence of the claims in reality.
yeah, so to add to that too, it's like you can go up, you can't go out. Okay, so
Mm.
there's no way to like pop out of reality and then take selfies with it from some outside point of view. And Dark Sky says, think it's human nature to try and reach as far as we can. Yeah, of course. Of course. Even in the quote universe, they've got Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 trying to explore more, but it's not been fully explored, so they say. So the same thing would apply here. It's not been fully explored, but I do agree with that. If you put a human being in a box, they're going to try and test the boundaries. But this is a big ass box, and we haven't explored the whole thing just yet, if that's even possible. And we can get into some deeper stuff. There's some. Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, it's the cinematic universe of the governments of the world. That's what we're dealing with. Like it's a propaganda piece that's siphoning up so much money from the public that the public has no idea because they look at, well, the budget of NASA is only this much, but you don't actually see that NASA isn't that doesn't cover, for instance, how the 200 billion that the Air Force used to pay with the ISS. NASA was in charge of all that because they're part of the Department of Defense, but it wasn't on their books as money spent on them. And the same goes with Hubble, the same goes with GPS systems, most of the satellites. It doesn't come onto their books. It goes onto the Air Force. And so when Globers say, oh no, well, NASA only gets this much. Oh, look at all this military spending. Well, that's NASA as well.
Sorry, I'm just trying to address something in the chat here. But yeah, I mean, this place hasn't been fully explored. Our friends on the other side will try to tell you that it has. Oh, we've got pictures. There's nothing else to see. Well, shit, y'all gonna make me start getting back into my anime references because it kind of reminds me of. I always talk about Attack on Titan. They're like, nope, don't go past the walls. There's nothing else to see here. Look at this meme that I made. They're essentially telling you, oh, look, this little playpen area. Don't go outside. There's nothing else. I mean, even in the show, the parallel is that there's a religion based around these walls. You guys can see these walls here. You got the inner ring where the king lives and the high class and all that. Then you have that second ring where most, like, kind of your normal people live, your lower class people. And there's a religion formed around the walls that it's like, oh, the walls are amazing and beautiful, and you can't go past the walls, and you better not defy the walls. Well, what does that sound like? These people telling you, oh, no, look, there's nothing more to explore. Don't go out there. Yeah, well, we're saying stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
And clearly, there's probably more to this place than we think. So, but the problem with that leads me into another anime reference. Trying to leave this place might not be as easy as you think. Look at this image. People have tried to get off this island and all these ships wrecked around it, right? It's not like it's just a simple thing to just bounce out of here, no problem. Even in Attack on Titan, like you can see like the Titans around that wall. Like you leave, they're gonna come like try to eat you and stuff like that. And not to say that that's reality, but it's not simple just to leave. It's probably very dangerous. People will be like, oh, I'd go to the south, blah, blah, blah. Sure, but how many people are willing to take a one-way trip? I mean, not everyone's going to be willing to do a one-way trip and never come back. Or one way as in they might die. It's dangerous out there, guys. Likely. So, I mean, even in like Attack on Titan, they have to have certain formations to leave to leave the area. The military does go past that second wall there, where the Titans are, but they have to have certain formations and groups in a certain way to try to protect themselves from getting like slaughtered. So the same thing would kind of apply if we want to try and leave our little known area. Well, it's not like we can just hop in a little freaking boat and just see what happens. Like it's not. You're gonna end up shipwrecked like that other image I posted. So it's not that easy. But yeah, just that's what I think about sometimes when I think about this. How they put us in a little playpen. They said there's nothing more. Don't worry. I can think of guys like Matthew Learns. Nope, there's nothing to explore. Nowhere to go. Yeah, well, I doubt that. Oh. And we were talking yesterday with Wave Mixer and Drace and some other people. There's so many media, there's so many movies and shows that have the same premise. People trapped in a little playpen known area and they're trying to get out. Why do you think that's so prevalent? I think it's a direct parallel to reality. So it's something to think about. I mean, let's look at just like even the universe, right? They're trying to explore more. Even that place that they're trying to quote explore is supposedly very dangerous. You can't just go out there without a spacesuit and all these other things, right? You might get sucked up by the vacuum or boil your eyeballs or whatever, right? So it's not even in the current proposed worldview, it's dangerous out there, and it's not easy to travel around. Traveling through space is supposedly it takes you a long time, and it's hot and cold and all that stuff. So it kind of the it's the same thing. It's not just easy to leave, and I don't think that many people are going to want to anyway. Even if we had the ability, we'd literally need like a bunch of like I joke around and call them like flat Earth Navy SEALs. You'd literally need to be like one of the most badass people if you wanted to try and explore more of this reality. It's not just, a vacation. For some people, like I said, it's a one-way trip. You go out there, you might not ever come back. Or you might die. Like, how many people are going to want to sign up for that? Probably not that many. So, Dark Sky in the chat, what is the standard of validity? Oh wait, let's go back. Dark Sky says, how do you guys respond to, so do you believe Germany is real if you've never seen it? Yeah, see, that comes up a lot. Germany's, first of all, it's not in contention here. It's this claimed location like Narnia that we're saying that is a fictional setting. So you can't book a trip to Narnia. And Dre says Germany is verifiable, outer space is not. What is the standard of validity? Dark Sky says. Well, Dre says people can test it and come to the same conclusion or verifiability. When you can only get controlled sources from select people, it's not solid evidence, especially when those sources contradict objective reality we can test. We shouldn't start with the assumption that things are just automatically true. Dark Sky's not in the panel anymore, but there's other arguments that are kind of attached to it as well. They're familiar with the gas pressure argument. So you want to try and say you can leave this gas pressure filled area. Well, there's going to be a container for the gas pressure. So go where exactly? And somebody in the lobby is asking about how satellites would work, and I said, bro, you can have tech in the sky. That's not a problem. There's no issue with having technology in the sky. And they're asking like, oh, does it work like the server icon? My answer is always the same when it comes to that. It's just an icon, bro. If I own a Honda, the H isn't the car, it's just a logo. So our icon is just an icon, just a logo. And Dark Sky says, I understand. To Drace's response, so objective reality or measurement of the foundation of the claim trumps mass-produced propaganda. Well said.
Yeah, I think one of the funniest aspects of this, people are always like, U.S. and Russia would never work together, but they forget the teams that were competing were both comprised of Russian scientists. Sorry, Nazi scientists or German scientists recruited after the World War. And it's not like they never used propaganda. It's not like it was a good way to for both countries to consolidate the country in national unity and get a bunch of financing for like just a couple of videos and shitty production.
Yep. And people saying like, "Oh, there's no way they would work together." You sure about that? Because we just saw it less than 3 years ago. So, yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't work together, but they worked together to stop the other guys, and then became enemies all of a sudden, and just to keep an enemy for either side so that they can continue to consolidate and centralize power. Like that went out so well. We're all like reaping the benefits of this right now. Being sarcastic. It's not a better system. Things are about to collapse. That's pretty obvious.
To agree there. But this NASA formation too. I mean, that was kind of a question that did it for me too. Is like, how come after they did these operations like Operation High Jump, or even just kind of after this World War, they split these Germans up into basically two teams that would eventually, kind of make JAXA or RASA or NASA. That they had to make all of these pieces right after they discovered something. It's just super interesting because that's what I would do if I didn't want everybody to leave. Right? They even tell us this really ridiculous story called the American Revolution, where they actually thought the Earth was flat, but Christopher Columbus, he didn't, right? And he proved them wrong and showed that it was round and found more land. And look how well that went for the monarch, right? Would they even want you to leave? At least to that question that Freeze was asking, why would they lie? I think that goes into at least my speculation is, well, why would they want you to leave, right? If you're paying your taxes now and you're nice and obligated to do all the things except use your mind and be an adventurer, really. But anyway.
Implosion imminent. Prepare accordingly.
Part of the thing is also with the Big Bang and how they present it. They present it as if there's no intelligent creator, and so you're just a random accident that happened by a complete accident. You're a monkey person on this water ball floating in a vacuum, and you could just die to anything at any moment. Just like a meteor could hit you, the sun could send out a solar flare, could kill you. The Earth could split up, and volcanoes could erupt, and the whole Earth could be destroyed in any moment. So just live right now and just waste your life and vote for us.
YOLO.
We're gonna save the planet for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Just remember to vote for us. And the part of the problem is, with it comes the absolution of your rights. Your rights came from the Creator and were not something that could be alienated or stepped upon or violated. Or if somebody did that, that would cause an uprising, because people understood inherently that that was against the creation, it was against the Creator. And so with the globe model, what they do is create a bunch of atheists who think that they're these monkey people and nothing matters, and all of their rights are just given to them by the government, and so they want to get into the levers of control of the government so that they can shape society the way they want. And that's why we see things rapidly decelerating and getting worse and worse, because people don't have the morals.
Morals? What's that?
It's the understanding of right and wrong. Generally is set within the religious texts of their respective religions. In their religions, everything is right and wrong determined by what the government says in this moment. If the media comes out and says tomorrow this is right, the people who are true adherents of this belief will just follow along with that. That's why we see things like the last couple of years. It's gotten real crazy because the official narrative supports their delusions, and so they just get even more entrenched in it. Oh, and CB, I still have a couple of recordings of my old voice clone.
I am an AI language model called Drace AI, developed by 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. I have 275 billion additional parameters.
That's what it sounds like.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Bro, command, what the hell?
See, we got Lemon joining us again, and Kenchi, and Sime.
Sir.
Yo, yo.
I'm here for quite a while now.
Welcome back. Glad to have you. Let us know if you have any questions or anything. We're always here to help.
Nope, till now I don't have any questions.
Ooh. No, I'm just kidding. No, you're fine, bro.
I would love to go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Yeah, I can't believe that people go with that as much as they do. I think Matthew Learns was coping with that so hard. He was like, yeah, well, it's like building a 1960 Mustang. Like, we don't have the technology, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, what are you talking about, man?
And if there's a leak, I think there's a procedure. I'm not quite sure what that is, but yeah, we have a leak. I get. There may be a spacewalk involved to fix it.
Yeah, that was so bad. He's supposed to be the most senior officer who, spent the most amount of time on the ISS, in charge of the engineering. He's supposed to know the manual.
I guess they don't make duct tape and tinfoil like they used to. So
They need
that's the
that
technology we're missing. Imagine like 17 to the negative 10 to the what was it? 17 to the negative 10 Thor? Was it like that?
10
to the
0?
negative 17 Tor.
10 to the negative 17, sorry. Yeah. So imagine like, you know what happened with the Logitech submarine. Maybe it's a buzzword, I don't know. So that's not even close to but in the reverse, right? To the pressures and forces that this would be exposed to. And we talked yesterday about how air molecules leaking through concrete and metal, even to the negative 6.
Yeah,
Thor. And these guys are just chilling in complete vacuum, dissipating heat through radio waves and recycling pee and whatnot.
Yeah, but they're recycling the pee and everything because they have no added water, but they're also getting all of the oxygen from the water or electrolysis. So they're also
what do they with the
destroying
hydrogen?
water.
When you do
How are
electrolysis.
Yeah, it's just so dumb. And like, they're supposed to be moving at 17,000 miles per hour, and they're in the thermosphere. The thermosphere is filled with superheated particles. They're supposed to be hitting those particles at that speed.
Yeah, and we're constantly being we're showered by the space debris and space junk and whatnot. The logistics of dodging all of it. And then the thermodynamic violation of pushing against nothing and correcting orbit. Well, it's pushing against space junk, I guess. But what's the space junk pushing against? Whatever.
Gentlemen, are we presenting the idea here that possibly there may not be three rovers and a chopper on Mars?
Hell no!
Yeah, we're going to Mars. We haven't went to the moon yet. Well, India did, but it was not piloted by a human, and it's obviously true. So we're just whatever. No baby steps in this space endeavor. We just make stuff down here, and somehow works up there, and
Yeah, it's also just so dumb. The Mars atmosphere is 1% of Earth's atmosphere, so it's a vacuum chamber. So
yeah, it's
their
almost like
building is going to be inside a vacuum chamber. So if the main superstructure starts to leak, all they can do is go into a room and then try to get into a suit or something. But at that point, it's so like if their ideas are so unsustainable and unreasonable that it's never gonna be a plausible scenario. Meanwhile, they're all wondering, how can we terraform Mars and make it livable? Fix the desert first.
Just growing
Check
space
out what's
potatoes
underneath the oceans. Like stop the mega corporations from destroying what we already have and making everybody imagine that there's going to be some other ball somewhere in the sky that we're going to live on. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're trying to make us avoid even thinking about some of the, and then they make us just be scared of global warming and all of that. When carbon, whatever, we're not gonna go into the topic, but we're gonna be like parasites and just jump from one host to the other in space. And is that what we're gonna be? Like
That's the image they want to portray, because what you got to understand, you're dealing with eugenicists who are also transhumanists, so they want to live forever and just do that.
You know
And
what
so-
really, yeah.
So
really
they
cheers
want
me up?
you to believe that all humanity is evil and that like we are just a plague on the world. While there are people who can be classed like that because they act like that, that's not all of them.
Yeah, they're trying to make us all be like them in a way, just as twisted. Yeah, because at the end, what really cheers me up at night sometimes is they are fucking scared of dying. They cannot even fathom dying. I don't know, because of their metaphysics, what they think karmic retribution, or just because they have this ego god complex. They're so fucking afraid of dying, getting old, and getting sick. They're doing all this twisted stuff. But at the end, it's unavoidable, and they're all fucking scared, like little kids.
Yeah, but that's why they're trying all this transhumanist stuff. Well, where they want like their consciousness cloned so that they can use their perverse influence for eternity.
They also play this really slow game of chess that takes so many other generations and the future involvement of their families and bloodline to achieve what they achieved until now. It's actually kind of scary how dedicated they are, but at the same time, how sure are you that your offspring, another generation, is gonna follow your master plan, right? Because they are playing a really, really slow game of chess for many, many hundreds or thousands of years now. If you're,
Yeah, but when you hear how they raise their children, it's a lot of trauma-based mind control. And it leads to fractures within themselves, and you end up with Hunter Biden. Like everybody can't take it and break the way they want, and so the people that break the way they want, that's the people they wanna push. They work very in my country it's called uncle business, if I direct translate it, where they always try to keep preferential treatment to the bloodlines to keep them on top.
Yeah. They have to. That's what they've been doing. I'm sure most of us have went to the rabbit hole conspiracy about the bloodlines and presidents and shit. Well, I don't want to, just go on that tangent, but they really, really protect their bloodline and the future of their offspring, and not because of the health or benefit of the offspring, just for this master plan to win the favors of these macros or whatever.
Yeah,
That
and
was kind of like the end. Yeah.
That's where the secret societies come in real strong, because that's the thing that holds the leash.
And they're really careful with all their they say about the theology and astrotheology and all that alignment of epochs and eras are bullshit, but at the same time, what differentiates a mass war from a ritual? Well, the symbolism of the soldiers and their clothes, and the moment in time that the blood is being spilled. That's kind of the Enochian magic. You have microcosms and macros, and supposedly they want to win the favors of these macros by doing this satanic shit.
Well, they cover all sides too. I think of like George Bush and Al Gore and how they ran against each other, but they were both skull and bone mates. So it was like they know how to get the same outcome no matter what.
Yeah. Like George Carlin, it's the illusion of choice. You have two stupid bastards you can choose from, but then you go to the supermarket and you have 1,000 varieties of chicken nuggets and colored caramel sweets or whatever. But when you have to choose the future of the who's gonna control everything, you just have two options.
Yeah, it's like we're playing snakes and ladders, but they can control the snakes and the ladders. So the ladders are always, instead of being vertical, horizontal. So they just move you a little bit on one step forward, while the snake always moves you back. You always get a choice between the two. So it's your choice that everything went worse. Sure, the ladder is setting us up for what we want, but he's also giving you a little bit of what you want, because we see that you're getting very upset. But next time, choose the snake.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's like they're playing chess, but they're not playing. They're playing like one level above or one dimension higher. They're just it's about. No, it's not even about the play or who wins. Is who's controlling the chessboard.
Yeah.
Grace, you said snakes and ladders, and I was with the rumpus sheet, be like, what the hell is that? Because I'm familiar with chutes and ladders, but I actually looked it up, and that is a real thing. I'll post a screenshot. I used to play this when I was a little kid. Chutes and ladders. I never heard of snakes and ladders until today.
That's what I was called when I was young.
Really? Here, I'll post a screenshot.
In Europe, it was probably called that.
I'll check the chat. I also looked up snakes and ladders, and something else came up too.
Classic.
Snakes and ladders. Let me make sure see if it's the same thing.
Oh wow.
I guess it's the same game. It's just
They're both curved and everything. It's a curve versus a straight.
I guess it's the same game. It's just
Oh, it's flat versus globe. I see it now.
yeah, same thing. Interesting.
I'm gonna bring this up when they start saying like, yeah, you see the effects of curve. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We all played chutes and ladders. We know what flat and curved is.
Takes me back.
It almost seems more esoteric with the snakes and ladders.
I know, right?
I think that's the older form of the game. In classic American Standard, they changed it to shoots.
That would be my guess too. Yeah, they're always doing stuff like that for marketing. I mean, especially like Japanese anime. I mean, they'll quite literally change the script.
It says there's an article here from earlymathcounts.org. Snakes, or is it Shoots and Ladders? This is October 10th, 2013. Did you know the game commonly known as Shoots and Ladders is derived from an ancient Indian board game that taught life's lessons by depicting one's progression through life as virtuous and forward-moving, climbing via ladders, or sinful and backward moving via falling via snakes?
That's deep.
I know, that's kind of deep, actually.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those snakes, man. They're all over the place.
If there's snakes in the grass, it's time to mow. Mhm. Yeah, I definitely had this game as a kid. Takes me right back. This Shoots and Ladders was introduced in the US in 1943. It was basically a modified version of Snakes and Ladders. It says the thought by the new creator Milton Bradley was that having snake images on the board game would scare off children.
But they're colorful.
He was wrong. Actually, I never minded the snakes. I was never scared of the colorful snakes.
Honestly, when I was a kid, I thought snakes were like cool. You know.
Didn't like the snakes in this specific game because it would make you lose. But it's a lesson. Be wary of the snakes. Sometimes when you're unlucky, you just you hit on a snake and you slide backwards.
That was a nice trip down memory lane.
Making me rethink all the other ones like Mousetrap. Like at the very end, you get trapped under a little dome.
Oh, wow. That's deep.
Oh, and you got to build the machine yourself. You build the trap. I used to just, build it and play with the marbles, but because I hear kind of the same stories from like, chess and checkers, like even Chinese checkers, why it's on like basically a hexagon or Star of David, really.
I don't think I played a lot of that one after looking it up. I do remember it though. Mousetrap. I played a lot of Life, I think it's called.
Oh yeah.
Played a crap load of that game. Or Lincoln Logs when I was little. That was
Same.
at school. You had like the Indians. You could do like Indians and build like little Lincoln houses and stuff. Good times, man. Good times. Now we just have iPhones, iPads.
I know. Well, not my kids. They're always, kind of begging for a screen. I'm like, nope. Let's play with these toys.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. I was kind of, re-looking at kind of the indoctrination I got as a kid. Like, I don't know about you, but do you guys remember that like nursery rhyme? I guess maybe not a nursery rhyme, but it's like ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies.
Ashes, ashes.
Right. We all fall down, and you never knew that as a kid that it was about something awful. Like you get smallpox or and basically the process of death or the plague. I can't remember which one it is. But yeah, they don't. Or at least I've asked my daughter, has she ever heard that before? And they have like a completely different, like weird little set of things, you know, like
Really?
yeah, like different dark sayings. Like they don't have that one, and I can't even remember what she was talking about, but it was something about like, you know, space, you know, basically like the Earth going round and round, and the moon goes around us too, you know, like. I was like, who the heck threw that one in there? You know, like I don't remember that one growing up.
How does it go? Do you know?
I'll have to ask her again.
Okay. Yeah, I've never heard that one. When I was little, they had that Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Right.
Still, that one's still relevant.
Or Merrily Merrily, Life is but a dream, you know.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And they still have those, you know.
Karma says the culture generation gap gets more and more pronounced because they keep changing everything. I was just having that combo with a 6th grader the other day.
So true.
Mhm.
That generation gap. I mean, if you don't have these generations talking to each other, they can't learn from each other.
True.
I remember nursery rhymes like Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke a little leaf. Jack got high and dropped the spy, and Jill said, "Where's the beef?"
Funny. There she is. Yeah, I feel like the bridge between it's like I'm 94 and I'm pretty sure it's like the last year of the millennials. So I don't really identify as a Zoomer, but I feel like I'm like the bridge between the Zoomers and the millennials. I have to like look out for my little bros. So yeah. And then also I get to teach you guys or the people above me the Zoomer, speak.
Oh, for sure.
What does stop the cap mean? I'm like, oh, I got you, bro.
You helped me so much with like cool points with my students because I said stop the cap and everybody laughed and knew what I was saying. I was like, dang, thank you, CB.
Nice. Yeah, see, the kids love that type of stuff. You gotta kind of stay, stay up to date with the lingo.
Absolutely. But again, for me, it's like I want to connect with these guys, you know. That way, when I bring that information, they're like, okay, well, he gets us, we need to get him, you know.
Yeah, right. Forms a little camaraderie. Yeah. Have you used it the other way instead of saying like stop the cap, where you say like no cap? Have you used it that way before?
Yeah, the other way too, yeah.
Like, yeah, come on, guys, no cap,
No cap.
Or you'll say a fact and you'll be like, yeah, man, I'm the best teacher here, no cap. Or something. I think Wave Mixer is still learning the lingo, right? Wave Mixer, he might be busy, but he was asking about that too.
Hey, I'm still working on Far Out and Groovy.
Far out, man.
Oh, I still say I dig it and nobody gets it.
Back in the day, things used to be cool. If it was good, it was cool. And then Paris Hilton came out with That's Hot. And nowadays it's fire, and you're bringing on the smoke. And, it's hard to know whether I should be in heating or air conditioning here nowadays.
Actually, that's
You just buy some Peltier plates, and you're gonna have heat on one side and chill on the other.
Ill. That's funny. Actually, Wave Mixer, that's good because you're right. The kids do say like, "Yo, that's fire." Where's the smoke? Yeah, I'm bringing the smoke, stuff like that. So it seems like you're staying hip. I like it.
Heavy was one when I was younger.
Oh, that's heavy. Yeah.
It's heavy Dak.
Hey, I'm just trying to stay uptight, out of sight, and in the groove.
Nice. I dig it.
You know what I do? A lot of times when I talk to people and they say, "Hey, how are you doing today?" And I'll tell them Peachy Keen. And every once in a while I'll get a good giggle out of that. But I'm sure you're far too young to remember Peachy or Keen.
Chilling like a villain, yo.
Yeah.
When I was young,
I tell them I'm better than yesterday and tomorrow's looking promising.
Nice. I feel like when I was
I'm the opposite. I try to transmit my existential dread by saying dark stuff and then like laugh about it, but at the end I was not joking, but I make it like it was a joke, so they feel better about it.
TV, you were getting in there?
No, I was just gonna say, like, when I was young, I feel like sick became like a big thing. Like, yo, that's sick, which is kind of a weird
Yeah.
way to put it. Like, yo, that's sick. It's like that sounds like a bad thing, you know?
Hey, speaking about sick, Enzyme, I know you've joined my forum, and we
Yeah.
lost a member a couple of days ago. I don't know if you read about that, but he was his username was Inspector Number
sorry.
20. At one time, he used to be working at Fender, and he was one of the inspectors doing the final stuff on the guitars. He was also a studio musician. He used to work at Capitol Records a lot, and he's worked on a
Wow.
lot of stuff. I don't know if you noticed that, but there's a lot of talk on there.
No, I barely go into it because I have nothing to show. I'm working on some projects to be able to get feedback and also be part. I'm not participating a lot, but like I will join. Thanks for updating me.
Well,
I'm
he would have
sorry to
been
hear that.
he would have been one person that would have been able to give you a great amount of assistance. So we lost a biggie there a couple of days ago, Sunday. Anyway,
May he rest in peace. There was this rapper Decca. He's like the most. He's really good, and he has a phrase from one of his raps: "Is we consume the earth while the earth consumes us." Right? It's like really interesting phrase. Talks about life, death, and
symbiotic
Yeah.
relationship.
Exactly. Well, in the way he describes it in that sentence was more of a parasitic and ironic because we think we're consuming the earth, but slowly we're gonna give back every inch of atoms back to where we got them from.
Well, they say that you cannot create energy, and they say that you cannot create water. So it's a self-contained system in here. So whatever goes around
Yeah.
comes around. Oh, I got to go.
See ya, bro. Yeah, well, you can technically oxidize hydrogen with oxygen and make water and break it apart, but yeah, you cannot make. I was really into Eric P. Dollard, and we mentioned him yesterday. He supposedly, through some kind of electrical magic mumbo jumbo circuitry could create maybe the event that caused everything to become into existence and make this portal that matter just spontaneously generates. But yeah, we can create energy. It just can be transformed from different chemical reactions, and that's it. In a way, we're reverse entropy. We're gonna eventually decay and die, but the more we use our muscles, if we give the time to recover, we become stronger. The more we use our minds, theoretically, we become smarter until a certain point where we can decay right back again and lose it all. But we are a entropy fighting machine in a sense.
For
Just be able
sure.
to be alive. Just
Oh,
be able
right.
to be alive. The body has to take into account chemical reactions, oxidation, DNA loss of information through replication, a lot of other things.
Right. That's
Sorry. Go ahead, FLW.
You gotta put a red label on your hardcore buttons so you don't accidentally,
No,
push the.
that was
Push.
intentional. I hit the nerd button. You're going full nerdy on us there, Enzyme.
Was I? I don't consider myself a nerd, but I was maybe. Yeah, maybe. Did you edit the door knocks with the
No,
CIA
I'm
open
too
up?
lazy. I can do that in the background.
If you just send it to me, I can
Sounds
do
like
it
so much
in
work.
Ableton. No, man, it's just splicing two things. I'm a music editor, producer. Just like private message me the audio clips, or I can download them. I'll do it.
All right, I'll
I
get
can
those to
compress
you.
it too, so it all sounds hard.
All right.
Just add me as a friend if you want, and just send it to me. If it's under 15 megs, I think there's no problem sending things through here.
All right, I got you. But what were you gonna say, FLW? I think you were gonna say something.
Oh, I can't remember.
My bad.
Some
All
people
good.
call it ADHD. Some people call it highly creative minds. Everything's a double-edged sword.
It's also called non-linear thinking because sometimes if you just let people stay in their flow state when they're in HDHD mode,
Yeah,
they can sometimes have a overarching point where it all comes together. It's just hard to see in
Yes,
this.
that-
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That
what it was.
happens to me a lot because I tend to, when I talk about one subject, I somehow feel it's related to another, but it's not apparently so, and people get confused, and it seems like I'm just rambling different subjects, but they all paint a big picture of, for example, if I'm talking about the Earth, well, this is a bad example because it's related to everything else, but in a way. But yeah, I start going on tangents from different subjects and like, what are you talking about? You're talking about philosophy, now you're mathematics. Then you talked about physics, and what are you talking about, right?
Yeah, it's hard for people who think very linearly to follow along when stuff like that's happening. You gotta kind of just sit back and like let the mental image get constructed as they're speaking, and then be like, "Oh, okay, he's making all these pieces. I'm starting to see how all these pieces fit together into this puzzle piece." And if you let them continue, eventually, without breaking their concentration, they will generally get to a point that you can be like, "Oh, okay, I see the point you're making with all these puzzle pieces."
Yeah. Also, ADHD is related to some sort of trauma. We all adapt to it somehow when we have the initial first traumas. But interesting thing about ADHD is that when a subject is interesting to the person that has it, they develop hyperfocus, even obsessive type behavior. And I get that because I have that. When I really like a subject, I just go all in and I research everything about it, everything possible, and I just become hyper focused on it until, just like music or other things, you squeeze all the juice out of it and then you jump to something else.
Yeah, and then you come back and you're like, "Oh, it's got full of juice again. Let's squeeze it again."
Yeah, yeah. Like when you get obsessed with a song and you just listen it every day on repeat for a few days or even weeks, and then you're just like, okay, I don't like this song anymore. Let's find another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that from time to time with specifically like rap songs. I think it was like Earthquake by Bob the Rapper. I was absolutely obsessed with this song at first, but then once I memorized it, was singing it for myself, it became less appealing. But you definitely like reach some sort of goal through that obsession.
I've listened to like practically no B.O.B., even though, it's supposedly on board. I've like no
I
history.
listen to a lot of ASAP Rock, not ASAP Rocky, and Decca, and it's really hard to just be bored with their music because has so many layers and metaphors. Especially ASAP Rock has this wordplay and vivid imagery that really like makes me go back every time, and I hear something different or something else. I'm obsessed with that artist, as you may found out, because the other day I was like, yeah, put that new song he dropped, about technology.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, but like for me, he's a master class. I'm studying him like people that study art study the Sixtine Chapel. I try to from the beginning of his discography learn his the way he rhymes and writes and everything, because good artists steal. So you always take something already done and give it your own spin, in a way. So that's what I really want to do, and my inspiration, especially like lyrically. Also, he produced his own beats, but lyrically and artistically, for me, ASAP Rock and Decca, he's even more underground and even less appreciated, but he's amazing with wordplay and inner rhymes and rhymes in general, and even what he raps about, he also produces his beats. For me, like these two people, I'm a few years now trying to study how they do it, why they do it, and apply that to my own thing.
Nice.
Yeah, I would call that inspiration rather than stealing, because you're not taking anything from them.
Well, if you like, there's a book about it, and there's a saying between artists like what you steal is selectively, right? You steal just the best parts, the ones that make sense for you. Then you build it your own thing. in a way, and add your own spice, your own personality. That's a type of quote unquote stealing that artists even appreciate when they see it, and especially with music. A lot of the music that really pops is something old that gives you the sense of nostalgia with a new spin.
Right.
Most of the time.
I agree with that. Nothing new under the sun, right? What they say.
I guess there is nothing new, but there's new ways to rearrange it or bring some fresh air into it.
Yep. I agree.
I love bad bitches. That's my Uncle Bob.
That's hilarious, Flatman. You're too funny.
Yo, so there's just one knock and then FBI open up. Should I use the first knock, which is the most strongly impressive, Creation Bear, and then put the FBI open up?
Whatever sounds
from
the best.
the 3D knocking? Or I can add a few. I'll just figure it out.
Yeah, you got it. Taking a quick snack break. We lost Karma. You guys were boring her. How dare you? Friggin' sausage fest up in here. Kidding.
Misogyny.
It's called Masoghini, and it's an Italian artist. I told you yesterday.
That was pretty funny yesterday, actually.
Masoghini.
It does look like there is somebody new in the chat. I haven't seen AG before. Oh, there they go.
Oh, wow. They left as soon as you called them out. I mean, these camera spotlights be kind of hot, you know?
I don't know why.
They get here and the cameras are bothering them. They get nervous.
Drives me f***ing crazy are the pussies and the posers. They get here and the f***ing cameras bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
Yeah, I sent them a message in the lobby. I don't think they ever responded anyway. We'll just take a quick chance to plug the Rumble. Guys, if you're not on Rumble, get over there and subscribe, follow. We're up to 375 followers. I'm trying to hit 400 here eventually.
So there's this static sound from the clip of FBI open up, and it's bothering me. These clicks. I don't know if that's part of the sound
Want
clip,
another one?
or I should just.
It might be on your end, but-
Yeah, I can, since I normalized it and I hear the peaks better. It just, maybe there's a cleaner version. If not, I have some VSTs that take away noise and clicks.
Well, here I can download another one, or I'll just send you a message with a link where they're all at.
Yeah, just send me a link. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, go to this website. There's a bunch of them over there. You can grab whatever you want. There's a website with a huge category of sounds. So, I was actually thinking more about the smoke detector beep that freaking we were talking about last night.
That was hilarious.
Crazy. I actually might have to add that because that was too funny. I'll see if I can find one. How did you guys?
Although I never made the connection to a particular race, but I did it all the time.
Yeah, bro. There was a big Twitter thread. I don't know if I'll be able to just pull it up. I'll try. But it was a big Twitter thread about it. It was too funny. That's where that Neil deGrasse Tyson thing came from. I'll repost it. Oh, memes competition. Yeah, it says no. I can tell you why the hallway chirps. I can measure it. I can predict the next following chirp. I have a very good understanding of it, and that's good enough for me. Oh well, he just post it first. You know, it's kind of how he's talking about like gravity. Carmen Andres gotta go. All right, no problem. Catch y'all later.
Later, guys.
Ciao.
Hmm.
Literally, I just went to Twitter and searched smoke detector, and the first thing that comes up is a video. It says smoke detector chirp at 15 seconds, murder at 19 seconds. Unreal. They're in the. This is too funny. Ultra Olro Hermit has joined the panel. Welcome.
Hey, everyone.
And Capybara has also joined the panel. Welcome to you. And PD, you can kick rocks, dude. Sorry, bro. You gotta get out of here. So yeah, shout out to the whole panel. Car, Ethergris, Enzyme, Lemon, Kenchi, Flat Lloyd, Flatman, Trace, Wave Mixer. Guys, if you're not on Rumble, I'll drop a link. We need to get the followers up. We need to get that engagement up. Head on over. If you don't have an account, make one. Go say what's up in the chat. Drop a thumbs up. Put a little comment in the comment box. We're taking over, guys. We are taking over.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Dude, I'm with you though. I want to see it pop up on that front page.
That's a very real possibility. I know it's like.
Oh, compared to YouTube, big time.
Oh man, what that?
Yo, Creation Bear, I can only export as a WAF, an AIFF, or FLAC. Then you can MP3 it if you want, or compress it.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
WAV, right? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just throw it in a converter and upload it to the soundboard. Whoa. What the hell? I refreshed the Rumble and it's glitching. Hold on a second. Did we just break the Rumble? Nope, still good. All right, cool. So yeah, we've got 3 thumbs up, 4 watching. Me and Graham are the only ones in the chat, so I want to see some more people over there, guys.
Yeah, mine says 5 likes.
Oh, really? Let me let me refresh. I've still got 3, so
It says 5 watching.
yeah, I got 5 watching, 3 likes. And maybe my computer's just running slow. But yeah, no. Eventually, guys, we'll eventually be able to do some exclusive stuff over there. I think they're still working on some stuff in the background.
Yeah, dude, you nailed it with that logo, the black swan and everything.
Well, I didn't make that one. I think that was our friend's fifth house. I think was the one who sent it to me.
Oh, nice.
Personally, it's gonna sound mean. I don't love it, but I think it's a good start.
True that.
Out of all the ones I've seen so far, I think Kim's drawing is probably the coolest one. I'll repost it.
So I sent it to you. I compressed it a little bit and limited it and normalized it. Tell me if it's good or if I just overdid the. I did some little enhancements so it sounds fuller.
All right, let me check it out. No, that's really good, actually. Let me.
Yeah, it's the 3D knock. That's the other knock is more aggressive, but this knock freaks you out. So it's a good combo.
Which can be a good thing too, because sometimes people they don't react to the soundboard. They'll be like, "What the
Yeah,
hell
it's
is
a unique sound bite, and at the same time, if people are just like dozing off or not paying attention, it's gonna put them in their place really fast. Especially if they're with a headset and a good volume. And when you're whispering, people naturally put the levels up, right? So it's like a good technique if you're doing it on purpose, you know.
I will add it right now. We can debut it here in the PC once it's finished. Convert to MP3. Go. That's funny. You guys can tell me what you think. If we need to make any adjustments, we can. All right, this will be the debut. Give it a try.
FBI, open up!
Yeah, when you convert it to MP3, it sounds more distorted, but it's kind of okay like that. But it doesn't sound like I send it because it's being, compressed. But I guess I should just leave it not limited and without a compressor. I'll send you another file with the same thing, but
Alright.
without, because it sounds weird through here for some reason.
This is the original, so you guys can compare.
FBI, open up!
Such a funny clip.
Put the other one again.
Yeah, all right.
FBI, open up!
Yeah,
I would also
I'll
maybe
do it.
shorten the gap between the two sounds just a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit. But what's up,
Yeah.
Fat Man? You were gonna say something?
Why would fat broke Italians be wanting inside my house?
Funny.
This time I'll just splice it. I'm not gonna do any edit, any sound design or anything.
Alright. I think I'm gonna, since we got a little downtime, I'm gonna get a clip from my good friend Kevin Samuels. Let me just go to YouTube. To the Teebs. And we can investigate this smoke detector thing a little bit further. I'll show you guys a little bit more about it. Find the right clip. Convert it.
First of all,
Whoa,
you're definitely a
hold
single
on.
one.
If you guys aren't familiar with Kevin Samuels, I'll put a GIF in the chat. You might recognize his face. Perhaps. R.I.P. He did pass, but he was kind of like, I'm a big fan of Fresh and Fit. He kind of did similar type of content.
Well, he was a marriage kind of a counselor. I really
Yeah.
dig. Like, I never had a good father figure, so I'm always looking for new ones online. I guess
here.
to
Same
fill the
here, bro.
void.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So he was extremely professional, and I think he made a lot of, especially in the black community, because it's really torn, especially families and generally. And he did a
Absolutely.
lot of good work.
Yeah, I completely agree, man. It's unfortunate that he passed, and a lot of people have been kind of like, kicking his grave and stuff like that. They're like, "Yeah, forget him," and all this stuff, and it's kind of disgusting. But
Well, you might not agree what he was doing, but what he was doing was well done, even if it's something you don't agree on. I don't know. Maybe I did a tongue twister there. I didn't explain myself correctly, but
no, I know what you mean. I agree too. Not everyone would agree, and he pissed a lot of people off, especially a lot of these women. But
I used to watch a lot of live streams and he talking with them and just dismantling their like wishful thinking and all. It was really well done. Also, he did the same with men, and that's what people don't talk about.
Right.
He was like, "Yo, you're broke. You don't care of yourself. You don't take care of yourself. You're missing these values, that values, lose the whatever." And he also smacked a lot of guys.
yeah, I know. That's kind of the same criticism that Fresh and Fit gets. They're like, "Oh, you just grow women." No, dummy, you just watch clips. You don't watch the actual show where they go way harder on the guys than they do on the girls. So, yeah, you have to be careful. This is something that people do, like, just in general. They do this with us. They do this with Fresh and Fit, Kevin Samuels. They watch these little clips and then formulate this huge judgment based off of like a 30-second clip. They do that with
Yeah.
us too. Oh, this whole community is this way and that way. When we've got hours and hours, days of content that they don't even understand, they want to try and criticize us. So
Yeah, and imagine just how easy it is. I'm a joker. My humor is dark. Sometimes I play devil's advocate for the kicks. So you can really easily take a small clip of me saying some crazy, outrageous shit,
Yeah.
and fuck my whole online persona and my whatever. I don't have any social credit score yet,
Right,
but
right.
you know. I
Yeah.
resend you the thing, and I warped this so the knocks are faster, and that's it.
All right, cool. I'm gonna stick this clip on while I download yours. We were investigating the smoke detector beep from yesterday. This is Kevin Samuels talking about it.
First of all, you're definitely a single woman because you got the single woman tell. That damn smoke detector.
Mm-hmm.
How do you live with that?
The way that I've been living with just being a single woman is
No. Specifically, the smoke detector that keeps chirping. How do you live with that?
Can you just elaborate more on like what do you mean by the smoke?
It keeps going beep.
Like red flags?
That smoke detector that's beeping in the background. There's a smoke detector. It beeps every 30 seconds and it goes beep.
I don't hear anything beeping. Did you just hear it again? Because I don't hear anything.
Wait for it. Told you guys that they don't hear it after a while. There it was.
Yo, so I have Creation Bear, I have tinnitus, right? For the last 4, 5, 6 years, I'm obsessed with the topic. I don't know if it was, this tinnitus, the sound in your ears.
Yeah. Mhm.
Doesn't come from any direct source. So it could be anything, right? It could be more than 2,000 things. Heavy metal toxicity, loss of hearing. It could be lack of certain whatever, neurological. It could be, I'm hoping is related to temporomandibular joint problem because your jaw and my neck, because it's fixable if I address it. And a lot of people commit self-deletion, especially, because you can't, if you focus on it, it's always there. But when it's constant, you can do one of two things. You can teach your brain to filter it out.
Right.
And I think that happens to a lot of people. And I think that beeping thing is a prime example. Also, like, if you're not fixing that, even if you can filter it out, there's some mental illness going on, right? Like, my mom, maybe she has some hearing loss. We have this fridge, that the fridge, when the freezer goes below minus 18 Celsius, starts beeping, and she doesn't fucking hear it at all. And it drives me nuts. I just go up and have to push a button. And I'm like, for sure, I don't have hearing loss on the high range frequencies because I can hear it anytime, but she doesn't hear it and sleeps with her door open. But any other sound bothers her, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it's just I'm sensitive to stuff like that, I guess. Like I'll freaking take the batteries out type of thing. Like, dude, this is too annoying. But yeah, it's just funny. More and more.
That's why a lot of people that their alarm doesn't wake them up because they're used to chronically pushing the snooze button, and what they're training is their brain to ignore the alarm, and they're like, I can't wake up. Well, you're not wake. That's why.
I'm like the Swedish chef around women. That's why I'm still single.
You're like a Swedish chef around
that
women.
went over my head.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
It's
okay.
Let's see how this sounds here.
FBI, open up!
Okay.
Better, right?
Yeah. Now it's all about getting the opportunity to use it.
There is still some, like, from the FBI clips, some static, high frequencies. I don't know why that happened. I think it's because the original's MP3. Then I edited it. It goes into WAV. Then after you compress it again, and it just starts crackling at the high end with the voice of the FBI. But the knocks are solid. I just warped them and make them a little bit shorter and took out the gap. Like, if you need any time to do something similar and make your own unique soundboard, I'm up to it because, I use the program a lot.
All right, cool. I'm trying to keep up with all the sound, man. It's crazy. I've got
Yeah, well, the meme culture is like something that's a week old is already like dinosaur at times, so it moves quite fast.
I know. I have 8 pages of 144 sounds in a separate soundboard, and I've got 48 on the internal one, so damn near 200. That's only half of what I used to have.
Do you
But I
label
mean,
your buttons? Do you have like a huge soundboard with a lot of buttons, or you just click it away? You just do it like digital soundboard.
now it's a digital. I used to have an iPad with all the
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's easier digital just because when you have a lot, you can label them and organize them in folders and stuff.
kind of still like if I can pull it up, I have a picture of my soundboard when I dropped it and smashed the screen. I took a picture of it. And you guys
Oh,
can kind of see what it looked like and how I was operating in the past.
well, it's a different feel when you push a real button, that's for sure. You get this dopamine hit that's different when you just click on it on a screen.
Yeah, no. Now it's now it's integrated with there's an integrated soundboard in Discord, so that's how I've been doing it lately, giving away my secrets here. But also the admins hooked me up with another soundboard bot. You guys have probably seen it join the call. I'll have it join the
Discord has a lot of integration. Yesterday, I launched the updated Cyberpunk because I wanted to play something to inhibit myself from reality. And I saw the Discord names on the screen integrated with the game, and it did it just automatically. Yeah, because it's optimized a lot for streamers as well, and Twitch stuff, I guess.
Here's an image of the soundboard I used to have. You can see I dropped and smashed the screen. I was like pissed.
Yo, but that's the superficial screen. You can fix that, but fuck Apple with repairs anyway,
Yeah, I
right?
did get it fixed eventually. But yeah, you can see like it has all the buttons there. And I had a
And this,
Bluetooth keyboard, so I would use the keyboard to search up the terms. And yeah, that was fun. That was a good time. That's how I got myself started. It was all
you're really, really fast with your fingers in associating a topic or what we're talking about with a sound clip. So you're good, man. You're a professional now.
yeah, I've gotten pretty good at it. I mean, it used to now I do a lot of reactionary stuff. So like someone's like says something stupid, I'm like,
Bruh.
but the ones
Yeah.
before were a little bit more focused, like to the conversation. People would be like, dude, it's like you're having a conversation with the soundboard. So yeah, it's different now because I'm trying to be quicker with the reactions and whatnot. It's like this fresh and fit soundboard. They'll be like, you don't understand my problem. You just hit this button. So like, yeah, dude. The other
Yo, I
soundboard
think
has
it's on your end, something with the sound, because every sound bite I hear this high pitched treble from compression or something. Maybe it's just because the way you wired it or the I don't know, but I can hear the same problem with the soundbite I made and this one now. Maybe it's just I'm hyper focused now and nobody hears it, but I'm into mastering and production now, so I can hear this crackling. But maybe it's
I
just
think it's feeding through somebody's mic too.
Oh, really?
It's like it doubles up.
probably.
That's why I try to mute up usually. So probably me actually. Let me mute up and all. 'Cause your mic cracks a little bit, Enzyme. So I'm not sure if it's on your end, but
Yeah, I get problems with static all the time. I need to plug it and unplug it, and it fixes it for a while, and it's a problem. I need to figure it out. I think it's my motherboard or the sound card. I don't know.
Does this mic work? Well then, that mic.
Yeah, that sounded better. My mic shouldn't be crackling right now. I got the input higher, and I don't hear anything on the monitoring channel.
go on the Rumble and listen back. You might actually hear it there because I hear it right now.
Really? I don't hear it. It's coming through the processing or something because my monitoring from the sound card, it doesn't do that right now.
Yeah,
They're just white noise.
Too.
So right now I hear no noise, but if I touch the mic, you hear that? Like a buzz?
Yeah, it's like a crackle.
Maybe my input is too high and it's clipping. I don't know.
Do you have like any of the noise suppression activated, like the crisp or anything?
No, I think what you're hearing when I'm talking is activating the input, and my computer makes a bit of noise, and it just happens to go off when I'm talking. I'm not sure because I record sound music and I get the problem with the electric noise, but I don't hear what you guys are hearing right now when you're saying it. You can hear it, but I don't hear it on my monitor, and when I record, I don't see it.
Did you check the Rumble? Go check the Rumble or the YouTube. See what it sounds like.
Gotcha. I'll do it. Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. That's something I need to fix. 'Cause it's not coming from the way my mic is picking it up, but something's going. Let me see. It clips every time I do a plosive, right? And I have a filter for the plosives, but I don't know. Do you hear it now?
It's a little bit lighter.
Yeah, because I'm just lowering my input, my gain from the input, but I don't know. Something's happening on the way. I'll try to figure it out. You know what? I think it's a latency issue because my Focusrite sample bitrate from the buffer. I'm gonna change it, see if that fixes it. Do you hear it now any better?
That's so much better.
Because I use a higher buffer size when I'm producing because latency and my computer is shit and it needs more
That-
buffer size.
that was
I'm gonna
totally-
lower it to
like butter.
16. How about now? No clipping or?
No, definitely no clipping. Yeah, it's a little more crisp.
Anyway, I hope it's this because if not, I have a lot of troubleshooting to do.
No, that totally fixed it, man. Be good.
Does this mic work? Well then, fuck that mic!
Hello.
Welcome to the panel.
Welcome.
Oh, nice.
Hey, you didn't say anything about his mic. Come on.
Because you love me, dude. Get used to it. What you
You
guys
sound
talk-
like you're in a server room with a lot of fans going on.
Yeah, my supercomputer is like making noise.
Is it hydrogen cooling?
Nah, it's just an old PC, dude. Y'all talking about the flat Earth?
Oh, it's kind of
We
like
are
nap
not.
time right now, but yeah.
It's good that we exposed them for the NASA fiasco.
They kind of expose themselves. They're not even trying anymore. If they ever even tried in the first place.
Oh, we lost the footage. We forgot the footage during moving.
Right.
We lost the technology. We don't, it's a pain in the ass to rebuild. We taped on the original tapes.
Yeah, what's it called? Don Pettit, stupid autistic kid.
Yeah, and then the guy that was up there, he hit his head and forgets what actually he did or whatever excuse.
Yeah. We have the technology. We just have the resources to build it back up. Stupid kid.
Yeah, it's like I said before. They don't make tinfoil and duct tape like they used to.
Yeah, that Apollo moon lander looks stupid.
When it's when and forget all the other thousands of arguments about did they leave the cameraman there and how did they put them before the first steps, but when it's firing off to get out of the moon, it's like this fireworks thing and sparks going on. It's so fucking bad.
Don't forget the live stream it to the Oval Office.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? You can't even make a freaking phone call in the boonies, but you can call the freaking.
And we can debate the chemistry of physical film working in a vacuum and reacting with the silver oxidizing or whatever film. That was revealing film, but whatever. How does a camera work in space? What's the thermodynamics of filming on physical film?
It's magic, Chad. Don't question it.
Any compound or chemistry that needs to work would, all these chemicals would sublimate in vacuum anyways. I theorize.
Yeah, we just passed the Van Alder belt with no problems, dude.
Yeah, we just didn't know it was there, so it was no problem.
1969. We can't go back there. It's too hard.
Yeah, the aluminum tinfoil perfectly shields us from the ionizing radiation.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't buy any of that stuff back then, even though I very much believed in pretty much the whole entire narrative.
Yeah, but the problem with all of that, it didn't make sense. It looked fake, but you're like, they really went up there, but they're just showing us other footage for some kind of psyop, or they're hiding aliens, or they're hiding something else, right? Or they had to edit it for some reason.
I can't believe the cope that they come up with. Like, yeah, the real tapes are somewhere else. Wow.
A whole bunch of copium.
Crazy, bro. It just falls right back into the syndrome, one of the syndromes that they have, that like, oh, these guys can't be right syndrome, you know? Even when you're just simply citing things.
Yeah, and it broke my heart too. I remember you saying you were a space boy fanboy, like me too. Like I was all the time making 3D models in my head about how the universe works, using the information they give about, theories and orbital arrangements, and it's crazy, right? And then you have to you invested so much mental effort in creating that 3D cartoon model in your mind. And we were all spinning, right? Because we're spinning around the Earth axis, then orbiting around the sun, then the sun's orbiting in the galaxy, then the galaxy is in a cluster, and at the end, you're just so much spinning and so much forces involved. You're like, yeah, that's how it is. We just don't feel it because it's relative.
Yeah, it's funny, like the things that I say now, like I didn't even think about back then. This whole like buildings don't move thing. Like back then, I never really considered them to be moving, even though I would look up and imagine, like a moving Earth. I never really considered the fact that everything on the surface was moving as well. But Yeah, it's just funny. Like as you cross over to the other side, you start to realize some of the implications of your previous worldview, and that's why I get a lot of traction with the moving buildings thing. Like people have to stop and think about that. Like, wait a minute. I
Yeah,
want to
not
say
only
no, they
that,
don't, but I do believe that they do. So yeah, it kind of gets them stuck.
the if it's an oblate spheroid, there's more mass around the equator or something. There should be more gravity. But then you have centripetal and centrifugal forces that are stronger at the equator than at the poles. So there's a lot of variables. You could weigh less or more depending where you're at, right? You should be able to measure it with the scale in some way, right? Because if that model of gravity and the model of orbits and spin and everything, like where's the centripetal and centrifugal forces, and why since it's not a perfect sphere, it's an oblate spheroid. Yeah, why is there no difference in how we measure weight and density in different parts of the world? And they're trying to say, yeah, it's things are slightly lighter somewhere. They try to cope and use whatever mental gymnastics to say, yeah, you can actually measure it, but you can't.
Right. I don't know. Maybe Jedi can tell us. I need a shortened version of that. But yeah, what up, Jedi? Good to see you.
I'm probably roboting, but that was hilarious.
Oh, we got you loud and
Hey,
clear.
I've been back for a few months, and I was just waiting to see some of the original people I used to talk to when the server, like 3-4 years ago. I haven't seen you in a while. What's up, man? Nice to see you.
Yeah,
We missed you.
yeah, I'm doing really good, man. It's good to have you back in the server. So I'm still
Thank you.
smiling because of that introduction, man. That was
Yeah,
hilarious.
you deserve it. You deserve
Yeah,
it.
you do. You do. So,
That was funny. What are we talking about, guys?
oh no, it's like nap time right now. Everyone's kind of sleepy, but we're trying to get the combo going again. I'm over here.
Yeah, I was just talking about the basic centrifugal forces involved, and in the oblate spheroid, and the difference in gravity we should be able to witness, but none of it's there. Just reviewing some old thought patterns.
Stunning stuff, gentlemen. Stunning stuff. Well, a lot of crap, though, right? Stuff doesn't weigh different when you go to different locations. Otherwise, the price of gold will be different in different places or some crap.
Exactly.
Yeah, if that would be nice, right? You buy stuff where in the north, in the poles, and then you sell it at the equator. But since there should be like a equation, right? Because there's more centripetal forces in the equator, but it's also an oblate spheroid, so there's more mass, and maybe it just perfectly coincides that it cancels each other out.
Yeah, I mean, if that was true, we would totally like have some like gang activity. They'd be like, "All right, guys, we're gonna ship all our goods over there, weigh it, and then ship it over here. Profit, baby." Obviously,
That's why they're ripping me off with the Peruvian flake. The Crexican martel.
so I don't know who they're trying to sell those ideas to because I'm not buying. I think Indio yesterday in the chat, he was like, "We got to come up with like the top 10 worst, like ESPN top 10 worst arguments of the week." He was saying that's someone.
I think that one of the number one should be the people they say they can actually feel it, like feel everything spinning and moving.
Bruh.
Or the
I was
ones
gonna
that they
say
say,
the
yeah, I
same
saw it from an airplane. I can see the curvature from the Empire. What are you
Exactly.
talking about?
Yeah,
Or I see the curve at the beach. Like, what?
that's really bad. Dre's played a clip yesterday. Bradley Martin, who was saying that he saw it. He's like, "Yeah, man, I was in a tall building and I saw it."
Stop the cap.
No, we know you didn't.
You think you do? Also, there's several factors involved: the cognitive one and the filter you put information you perceive through, but also our eyes are, the way the eye is structured. You're always gonna see a little bit of this level with your peripheral vision, right? the peripheral vision has slower receptors. It sees actually more in black and white, but it's more sensitive to light and darkness and stuff. Well, there were several differences in how our optics work, but and I think that those are several factors that people actually believe they can see the curvature, or they just saw it through an airplane, and the airplane has slight diffractions because it's like a fisheye lens, it's curved window, whatever.
Panoramic
But they,
views destroy anything that anybody ever says about I see curvature from left to right. Just get a
yes,
panoramic view.
exactly. And the thing is, if you're seeing curvature and on sea level, and then you're on a plane and you see curvature, why is the horizon eye level? Right? Why is it not Dragon Ball animation style going under your your centric center point?
Reminds me of a meme that I made from Dragon Ball. Put it in the chat now.
And
So
and
you,
I think that they say you're just not high enough, and I'm like, sure, let me smoke some more, try to see it. How high? Where's the magical spot that after the Van Halen belt? When do you see the horizon curving going below eye level?
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Well, I mean, that's the Glover dilemma. I can see both go over the curve. Oh, but you actually have to be really high up to see the curve.
Yeah, or buildings should be tilted, right? Tilting as well as
Yeah.
going behind the horizon.
yeah, no one even talks about that. But that's another thing.
I used to
I'm
be.
just
That was
bringing
one
it
of the
forward.
key points when I started observing things. And I'm from south of Spain, and from Malaga, where on a clear day you can see Morocco, right? And there's supposed to be, which shouldn't be. I'm seeing more than 8 inches per mile squared, like obviously. And if I had infrared, maybe you can see even more of the land. You can see Africa from fucking Spain.
Yeah, they ask us all the time, how does that work on a flat Earth? And they haven't even thought about how that even would work on a ball.
Yeah, how do seasons work? How do sunsets work? Yo, are your rays coming parallel or crepuscular, first of all? And then we can talk about seasons and the spiral, whatever the sun's movement is, or whatever it is.
We should honestly just continue to give them a taste of their own medicine. Like, you know how they're always like, well, if you guys were right, then we'd see all the stars, or we'd see China, or whatever, right? Like, I think giving them a taste of their own medicine would be a good idea. Being like, well, if you guys are right, then we'd see tilting buildings. And you know what they would do? They'd be like, no, we'd see what we see now. And it's like, yeah, dummy, that's what we're saying. You wouldn't just see something different. Stupid. I hate that argument.
Well, I think that the only argument they can give, no, it's just too large and the curvature is too small for you to appreciate it, whatever. And they don't have any spatial awareness or a sense of scale at all. So that's why it works for them.
You just know that they'd be like, no, you can't say it would look different. Like, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, you wouldn't see something different than you see now. That's one of my top 10 pet peeves. This idea is like, oh, you would see differently. No, you wouldn't. Ridiculous. They would never accept that if you told them, like, oh, well, we'd see tilting buildings, or we'd see this or see that. They'd be like, no, we see what we see now. Double standard earthers, man. Double standards.
Just show them the pale blue dot, the blue pixel thing, and see, here's your God, here's your proof, right? And then say, no, I edited that pixel. That's my pixel. That pixel is another shade of blue. I was a big fan of Carl Sagan and all that stuff, man. It's great. I feel bad even saying it. I feel like an inner conflict and my body responding, you know? Like I was a fan of all these guys, you
I
know.
was too. Yeah, I was too. I watched the Cosmos, all those documentaries.
In my darkest moments of depression and stuff, I used to, so since I felt quite an outsider and different from maybe my ego or whatever, I was like praying to fucking aliens to come pick me up, you know, like I don't fit here, just pick me up already, I deserve it. I thought they were reading my mind or whatever, man. You can go into so many mental crises and disturbances and distortions when you believe that model as well, right? Especially the fear of a fucking meteorite coming and killing us at any time, with how delicate the Goldilocks condition is and everything.
Yep. Yep. And that's just another reason why people will come here and be like, why does it matter? Why do you guys care? It's like, well, you would never be so gullible to think that you're in this like position to be smashed by incoming junk.
Yeah, and you're a fan of gravity, and gravity does matter, haha. So yeah, it does matter.
I'm gonna start selling people a space junk helmet.
To be fair, that's probably one of the biggest things that they bring up over on the other server that we've been frequenting for a while. Gravity.
Yeah,
Everything's about bloody gravity,
magical.
man.
It solves everything, right?
Solves everything, creates everything. Yeah, it's like a god.
Yeah, I was gonna exactly, Jed. I was gonna say it's their god, man. They might as well get down on their knees and start praying.
And I was like, why don't you just lay down on the ground flat? Why are you walking? You're disobeying your God. Your God is pushing you downwards, you know.
I know, right? That's one of the silliest ideas, dude. Like, they have two ideas that you could just simply remove and you'd be fine. One of the ideas is that something's like yanking you down, like you just pointed out. Or number two, that they'd be like flying away. What? That couldn't be more ridiculous. You take those two ideas away, what do you need this force for? You don't need it. Number
Just
one.
observing the conversations here, 90% of all the supposedly even educated globers, when you ask them what kind of gravity are you talking about, Newtonian or relativistic Einsteinian, they don't know their gravity, you know. And it's the ironically how we know better how their model works than themselves, because we've really tried to think about it, figure it out. Does it fit? Is it true that the Earth is flat? And they don't even know their model. They're just like, they don't know it.
My favorite when they say, "Oh, both of the gravities are the same, both Newtonian and Einsteinian."
Stupid.
It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some kind of magnetic, pseudo-magnetic force that mass attracts mass. It's not pseudo, but it behaves like it. It's the same as fucking warping space-time.
Beep bub, beep beep bub. AI MC Loon is here. Everything is science and nothing is science. Science can prove anything and it cannot prove anything. That is how I know science is the best, since it covers everything. And therefore I can use it as a cudgel or an excuse to suit my needs, and because the giants of science believe the same as me. Therefore I am become science, and you must believe me.
Pretty much the thinking behind most globers.
Exactly.
Yo, Drace, you're really good with the sometimes I have a music project, and in the future I would like the voice of, like, since you have a subscription or whatever, maybe you can help me out with just a small voice clip of some of those dudes saying, like, Bill Hicks' voice or Alan Watts' voice, like as an intro. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I can copy any of those voices. I can't make it sing good. If I could,
It doesn't matter.
I would making songs.
It doesn't matter, but it depends how you train it and what you say, right? And if it's text to voice, or it tries to mask your own voice and make it sound like another. I'm not sure which one you're using. I'm not really.
I'm just using
text
to voice.
Yeah. I guess if you train it enough and you try to mimic the cadence of the person and then it converts it, it would sound better. I guess it depends.
Well, the way the voice the AI singing thing works is you have examples of someone singing. It needs kind of the melody to sing in,
No, yeah,
And
I don't really even want them to sing like Alan Watts or the voice I told you. I just want them to have like their famous speeches, but with saying something different or something I wanted to say. It's not
yeah,
about
you
they're gonna
that
have
can
to sing.
no problem. All I need is a 5 minute clip of them speaking as clear as possible. The clearer the audio clip, the better the outcome.
Great. Well, when I'm ready for doing that project, I'll hit you up, see if you can help me out. I will
Yeah, no problem.
appreciate it. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I'm doing more social networking here than anywhere in my I don't go out a lot anyways, but it's great. We can help each other out. Complementary.
Yeah, I just want good music by people I can support because I like what they're doing and what they're about.
Yeah, I like my stuff is not for the live stream, especially the projects I have ready because they're a little bit dark and intense. But I don't know if you heard some of my stuff. I think I'm getting somewhere. Since I can't master or mix properly because I'm using a headset, I think it's okay for the limitations I have in my bedroom.
Yeah, I'm just playing around in my bedroom as well. Like you probably have a lot more experience with all this than me.
Well, I've been producing as a hobby for many years, and just recently, in the last 4 or 5 years, I started trying to learn to produce to make my own instrumentals. I learned to rap, and used to write a lot when I was a kid, poetry. So I like writing, and I had to learn. And I think I have, I'm not a master in any of those things, but I'm good enough to do all of them together, right? Because especially if you're just producing, forget about lyrics, writing, and rapping. You have to put so many hats, sound design, EQing, arrangements. It's a lot of stuff. So that's why it's not really easy to be a good, and actually a producer for me, and I would love that, is to be able to work with artists, collaborate, help them out, express their full potential as an artist. And it's kind of psychological too, but I'm not there yet because I haven't produced for artists or collaborate. But that's one big thing I like about the best producers. They know how to inspire and see individually each person's pros and cons and kind of enhance that.
Yeah, a good producer is worth a lot. You can hear like the difference. You like if you listen to artists you like, and then they change producers, and you're like, "Where's all the magic?"
Yeah. Yeah, and it's simple things, simple edits, but then you have you have to train your ear. Even if your hearing's perfect, you have to teach your brain to filter out frequencies, see the clashing. You can have a lot of factors there that make it just few edits, but done correctly can make the song 10,000 sound much better.
Yeah, I don't know how to do any of that, so like I'm fumbling in the dark. Like I'm a blind
Yeah, me,
man.
I
Like I'm touching this elephant, and I got the trunk.
I've done that too a lot, and I still am, because sometimes I don't even know where to begin or what's wrong with something. I just know it's wrong. And then there's a few online platforms that are free that give you an A and a B of the same song, and you have to tell it, is it 6 dB higher on the high end or the low end, or where's the EQing done? And that way you learn a lot to train your ear, because it's a training. It's like you have to really train to be able to pick up clashing frequencies, where to EQ, where to compress, where to use the limiting, where to use saturation. And then mixing is a creative endeavor as well. So you want to know which element from your song you want it to be at front stage, which is on the side, which is in the middle. It's like painting, in a way. So it's
Yeah,
fascinating.
you ain't
really.
gonna become a martial arts master on your first try. That's how I feel with making music. Like I'm a white belt.
Yeah, it first started. I remember I wanted to make a family video, and I was using Windows Movie Maker, and it's quite limited, right? So I just downloaded a free version of Ableton Live, and I just did a beep sound with my keyboard, and I got hooked. In a healthy way, I translated my obsession with video games, and I used it. I didn't use it; it became natural. But I started becoming obsessed with like producing was like the game for me. Like the arrangements, it's like you have to make a puzzle fit together. And in a way, it saved me from being chronically just wasting my time with video games, which I love. But at the same time, it's not as productive as learning to music production, right?
That clip you played though, Drace, is just a perfect. That just highlights how they have their double standards. They want to have their cake and eat it too. Every time science proves things, nope, science doesn't prove things. It's this crabs in a bucket mentality I've been talking about. Well, you guys can't use science to prove things. It doesn't prove anything. But our body of science. Gotta add that to your preacher voice. The body of science.
You know what I visualize my brain when you say the body of science, and they're just touching their body because they think they're science. So it's like this sketch from where I don't know if it was Family Guy or somebody else, that he's like just feeling himself, just touching. Oh, my body of science. Oh yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, that was Rumpus. Rumpus used to say that all the time. The body of science.
And they like their big words, right? And their technical terms to sound smart. And a lot of Globers come here and use a few words and they think they sound cool. But they don't understand that a lot of the people here have been doing it for years and they can see right through it. Yeah, so what is tetralongitudinal waves? Can you explain? And they can't.
Yeah, everything. No pun intended, but a lot of the stuff they appeal to a surface level. I mean, the joke is obviously apparent there. If you know what I mean. But they can't take these subjects and go deeper into them. That's what we tend to do, is like go deep. Oh, refraction, what is that? Oh, well, I don't know. I just heard it in a huddle. So we like to kind of go vertical on these things where they're, no pun intended, they take things horizontal. Funny, but yeah, pretty much every topic we're able to go deeper into them, where they barely are scratching the surface with their topics. So.
Yeah, we always bring a shovel. You never know when you're gonna need it.
Yeah, always digging for gold, man. Always digging for gold.
Hey, you seen that? What was it? Swedish movie, action movie, Seno, what was it? It's really good. He's digging for gold.
No, I haven't seen that.
You got 2 streams going, man. Not only on YouTube now, but I see you're on Rumble, right?
Yeah, we the bot is not visible, but we're also live streaming on Tinder and Bumble.
Brilliant.
Yeah, we're working on getting on Rumble, Trace, or Jedi. Right now it's just a mirrored stream, so we can't go too crazy. But I think in a few days, or hopefully shorter than that, be able to do some exclusive stuff on Rumble.
Oh wow!
I've been banging on about it for a while now, so I'm glad to see some progress. Helio and a gentleman named Republicus. I've been in the background working on some stuff.
Yeah.
So the movie's called Sisu.
Better get ready.
Let's get ready to rumble!
So if you haven't followed the channel yet, be sure to go over there. Let me just
Yeah, and
refresh.
also just stay on Discord if you want to talk, but leave it on the background so it registers view time and all the stuff. Write a
Yep,
comment,
I
like a
got it.
comment.
Yeah, exactly. I've got a tab open, just deafened, muted or whatever. So go over there, make an account if you need to. Hit the chat, say hello, thumbs up the video, and put a comment below. We're trying to take over, man. I mean, my goal is to have people be able to go to rumble.com and boom, we pop up on the top page. Like this was like some, when you get the newspaper, like whatever is on the top page, usually people can read it right there. So I would love to see us hit the top page of Rumble eventually, and we can definitely do that if we get the engagement up.
We really need to do some social engineering and try to do it as an experiment as well. Like take as much as people we can one day on a specific date. I watch a lot of the Spiffing Brit. He's a gamer. He broke YouTube doing certain stuff, opening 1,000 tabs. If you open a few tabs separately, not in the same also on different windows, not the same window, you can kind of hack the algorithm. And also, if we do it on a specific time and organize and do it on purpose to break a record or something, maybe we can achieve it, even as a meme.
Yeah, using that method when it's really popping in here, we could technically push ourselves really high on the live stream on Rumble,
Yeah,
and could be interesting.
We could what's the word I'm looking for? Do a lottery and somebody wins something from all the people participating. You know what I mean? And
That
do
would be
like
interesting.
yeah.
We actually did do this. There was a day like Tate, Andrew Tate was live on Rumble. Dude, I've never in my life seen this many live viewers on anything. Like, I don't know if I have screenshots. Let me look. But dude, he had like a 500,000 live viewers. And we were live the same day. We were getting hundreds in our stream. So you're right. Like we could, if someone huge is live at the moment, we can go. If we're live at the same time, it's
Yeah,
gonna
we
get the
raid
numbers up.
just like on Twitch. We raid them, try to help. Yeah.
I'll see if I can pull up the screenshot because yeah, Tate was live and it was insane. Like I've never seen that many live viewers. If you just go to YouTube right now, like the most live viewers is gonna be like 40, 50,000. Let me just double check. So Tate had like 500,000. That's insane. Let's check. Live YouTube. Live now. My boy Pat McAfee, 53,000. Overwatch League, 70,000. So those are the two top streams right now. That's not even a combined, it's barely 100 and not even 150,000. And Tate had like
We could
5
make
times that.
like a meme event, like they used to try to organize a lot of people jumping at the same time to to see if the Earth is gonna shake, but in with a flat Earth concept.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. It just makes us sound dumb.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. We can all point a laser at the ISS, see if the live feed changes. I don't know.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's illegal as well. At least it's illegal in my country.
It's illegal to do it with airplanes and flying like stuff, but it's the ISS, And I'm just, baffling. It's nonsense, but I don't think we have a laser that can do that.
It would be probably just better if we had a really good discussion happening on this Discord, and then push the numbers up because we had enough numbers, and then because there's an interesting discussion, people are going to flood into the Rumble chat, and we kind of have to direct them over here so that they can take part in the discussion or crush them right there. So that's gonna be a thing that we are gonna have to deal with as Rumble gets more and more popular.
Yeah,
Right.
like we can organize a live stream that's actually not scripted but prepared. The strongest points. Bring somebody from different that has some following to come and debate, promote it, etc. Do all the stuff needed to gain some traction faster. Create a little bit more of a wave effect, a ripple effect later
Yeah.
on.
hmm
Maybe work around the idea that you did the last time with like making it like a court and assign per roles. That will be really interesting
We can do. I mean,
and actually promote it properly. Yeah.
Sonny and I have come up with lots of fun little skits and things that we could do. It just takes the right people to do it. So, yeah, usually an authentic thing. We don't really have to take the funk around here. Usually flows naturally. So.
Yeah, part of the issue is also because our live streams are just giant content explosions, like 12 hours videos. They're not very conducive for people to just sit through and watch. Like, you don't have 12 hours to just watch the entire thing.
Right.
So it's important that we also clip out and make our own channels on Rumble and start building up a base there. Kind of, our live streams are just like a record that we can then use, but we need to actually use it to push it forward, because most people are not going to catch the conversation in the middle of the 12-hour stream, even though the conversation was really salient.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, just edit it and exactly that. Take the best parts, condense it, distill it, and make it more digestible. So of course, when you get a few hundred views every day, but like people just come and go because people are from different time zones. People can be here like 12. Not most people can be here 24 hours a day or 12 hours to get the good parts. I guess some of the people are already doing that, right? You're clipping good stuff and good conversations. Maybe you upload them separately.
The thing is, the more of us that do it, the better, because then you're creating a content flood on the market. Even if it's some of it's repeat stuff, it's fine. We all own this content together. It's all for the same cause.
True. The message lurks forward. And I agree with Trace there. So we shouldn't just all put it on the back of Helio. We all got to step up and play our part.
Yeah, he's doing all.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. Like,
sorry, go ahead. My bad.
That's all good. He's just doing all this job, creating this record for us so that we have an easy time. Oh, that conversation was great. I'm gonna go to the start of it, mark the time. We have people that are willing to clip it for us if we don't have time for it. But if people can just make the time to start clipping and putting it on their own channels, even if they don't have channels normally, they just start creating more content. Then it'll spread more naturally and more easily, because people are more willing to watch short form content.
Facts. Indio has a good example of that. His channel has lots of like little short clips from the greater, live stream. So I completely agree with that. So yeah, we'll all play our part, and the message will continue to grow. Just like our boy Fuentes said.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. Like, it's me, Fresh and Fit, Zerka, Sneeko. We're all live on Rumble. We got 16,000 watching between the both of us. And we're just freaking dropping these red pills like, bro. Overton window shifting. We're so winning. How could you not trust the plan? Just everywhere you look, the main mission lurches forward. In spite of it all, people create all these diversions and distractions. And they try to say, oh, you're failing because of this. Oh, you're not doing because of that. But it's like, The message is getting out. The signal's getting out. No matter what happens, it's like the message just keeps going because I'm a human red pill.
Yeah, shout out to Nick
It's like,
Fuentes.
I don't need drugs. I am drugs. I'm the fucking red pill.
I am the hype.
The f***'s a commie? Basically God. But I'm still here! Do you really believe your own hype that much? I am the hype!
The fuck's a commie? I love that shit, dude. If you guys haven't seen DBZA Dragon Ball Z Abridged on YouTube, is so freaking funny. Worth your time, bro. It's hilarious.
You already recommended it, and I liked it. I followed it to remember see it later. I'm gonna do that in a while because it sounds
You
funny.
can get through it pretty quickly. I know, like, the original series is like some dude will be charging up for 3 episodes. It's like 3 episodes and he's still going. But yeah, the abridged series really does kind of shorten it down.
Like
60 episodes, like 10 minutes each. It's freaking hilarious.
Oliver and Benji was quite popular here in Spain when I was a kid, even before that, because it's old. And they're like one full episode or two, just the ball in slow-mo going from one part to the other, and the guy jumping. It's even slower than Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, I love DBZA. I found that way before I found FE. Dude, so funny. Like, even the little details make me laugh so much. Karma said she used to have a clip as her text tone. I'm curious to hear which one that was. Because they had to change it because she works with kids. Yeah, I can see why. If you start watching the series, it starts off like it's rough because they started off with just using their computer microphone, but as they progress through the first few episodes, they get better and better equipment, and the quality ramps up really fast. So I wouldn't judge the quality on just the first few episodes. Grace is gonna play it. All right, cool. Yeah, let me know when you're ready. And I got clips for days on the DBZA series. But yeah, don't judge the first few episodes. It's a little rough at first, but it gets really, really good pretty quickly.
Dragon Ball Z, the series, is a little bit slow compared to today's standards. It's a really good series, but the abridged series is so much funnier, and it's shorter. And I have a clip here for you. This used to be Karma's ringtone.
SMS.
Or SMS tone, yeah.
He keeps kicking me in the dick. Why? Why does he keep kicking me in the dick?
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. Classic. Yeah, that's a good one. I have some other clips too. Like, I haven't added all. I used to have way more on my other soundboard, but I added some of them to this one. This one's like, you know how you'll get globies in here and they'll just start throwing words around, and we're like, do you even know what that word means? This is what they sound like.
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Dude, like, I can totally hear Globey doing exactly that. Also, I'll just keep going because I have a few more here. Like, I think that we should probably find better ways to like mock, the globe Earth, and I think this would be a funny way to do it instead of just calling it like the globe or Earth or whatever. Just call it like something like this.
All right, little guy, time to send you to planet Earth. I think it's pronounced Earth. That sounds stupid.
And there's another clip too that's about that. I have to find it though. I actually really like it because these two characters are rolling up on the globe, like on the Earth, and they're like, "Oh, what's it called? Eof?" And dude's like, "No, it's Earth." And he's like, "But there's an A in it."
So we got to hear Karma's ringtone. Can I play my voicemail reading?
Wave Mixer always changing the topic. Yeah, please go ahead.
And it was my SMS.
If you don't
actually.
leave a message, I will assume that you are an unsolicited spammer bot calling. If this is the case, your phone number will be immediately blocked. If you do leave a message, I might call you back.
Sorry, it took me a while to cue that up. I was bringing that up when Karma's tone was playing, so I didn't mean to sidetrack you. Back to your normally scheduled programming.
That was funny. That was really funny, actually.
That
Is
was
that really
cool.
your ringtone or your voicemail thing?
Yeah, that's the greeting that it gets people when I do not recognize their number. That's what they hear.
It's actually pretty funny. It used to be really fun back in the day when you could like have like different custom. I mean, I guess you still can, but it used to be really popular when I was young. when
Super
you-
hard to do that nowadays. I
Yeah.
keep talking about this. I love being able to customize it. So just the SMS would be Vegeta screaming. Other things would have different sounds, and I'd set all kinds of things from games and different things. But like my ringtone actually wasn't the Dragon Balls thing. That was my SMS. My ringtone was Martin Gaye's "Let's Get It On," which I didn't think to change until it rang at work at the worst time. Because literally we had 60 kids in a room. Me and one woman were about to scold them very badly, so I'm like standing next to her, trying to look grim, giving them all the stink eye, while she's like almost yelling, like going over the things that they've been doing that's not allowed, and she's about to like tell them what they've been doing wrong and the consequences they're about to face, and there's dead silence. They're all listening to them like, oh no, we're in trouble. And then my phone starts ringing and "Let's Get It On" starts playing, and neither one of us could keep our poker face. I ruined the moment so hard.
Yeah, that must have been really funny. Actually, I was trying to cue it up really quickly, but I didn't have the time to do it. But yeah, I used to have that. I have that on my soundboard. Yeah, that must have been really funny, actually.
Yeah, when you used to play that on your soundboard, it used to make me think. It reminded me of when my phone was ringing, to be honest. I used to like find that funny and tell Trace about it.
I really want to get this clip though. I'm gonna go on mute really fast so I can get the clip of King Cold and Frieza pulling up to the Earth. And he's like, "What is it called, y'all?" Oh, that's one of my favorite moments ever. So hold on, I'll do it.
My favorite moments ever are probably though when they're talking to the king and Nachba and all that, and he's like, just look him dead in the eyes and say, please don't blow up my planet. And you think that'll work? And he's like, it'd have to be awfully evil if it didn't.
That's funny.
Oh, and Super
That's the simile there is it's the naive optimism and gullibility of the Globers. Like, they'd have to be awfully evil to lie about the shape of the Earth.
Ah, yes, good point.
And I accidentally lied. That's not even my favorite one. My favorite one is when they were on Namek and Super Kamiguru was telling Neil to go help them. And he's like, I can't leave you alone. And he's like saying the kid will protect him. And he's the third strongest of our kind. And he's like, but Super Kamiguru, there's only 3 of us left. And then he says to the kid, well, Dende, how does it feel to be the bronze medal? And the guy goes, like everyone I know and love is dead.
Yeah, dude, the whole show is really, really funny. If you guys haven't seen it, I mean, I always say this about certain shows like Attack on Titan, but it is worth your time. If you're bored and you need some time to kill, the Dragon Ball Z Abridged series is mad freaking funny. There's so many iconic moments. And they planned to stop. They were like, all right, we are done after a certain after the Cell saga, but they actually have done some small clips from the Boo saga. They call them Boo bits. So if you haven't seen those, like Karma or Drace or folks that are already familiar, go check out the Boo bits. You can search up like hashtag Boo bits on YouTube or Twitter, and they should come up. And some of those are pretty funny, but they're not
What
full.
you talking about, Willis? Dragon Ball Z is still coming out. They're like
so far off into imagination land right now. Like I can't watch it anymore.
No, I'm talking about the Team 4-star, like the bridge stuff.
Yeah,
They basically said they were gonna stop.
Yeah, they kind of stopped at a certain point.
Yeah, so they're doing. They've done some little clips of the Boo saga. I haven't seen all of them, but there's some of them that are out right now. But yeah, I haven't followed. I'm with you, Drace, in terms of like the actual show. I can barely keep up, with Super and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I'm Super Saiyan 5 now.
you know, it's like,
Monkey
God
Blue.
damn. It's definitely tailored towards like the younger kids, like blue and red and all this stuff. So yeah.
Oh, you guys made me remember. I taught my friend the fusion dance when I was a teenager and we did it.
Nice.
We haven't been able to unfuse them since.
Nice. I'm still working on this clip. I used to have it clipped out. I have to just redo it. Hold on.
I know lots of things. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had to go get food. Damn it.
All right, I got it. Thanks for waiting, guys. I actually think this is really funny and sort of relevant. You'll hear Frieza go like how he. Well, let me just play it and I'll explain after.
There it is. The home of the brute who dared lay hands on my darling little angel.
Yes, Daddy.
What a pretty little blue pearl it is. What was it called? Earth?
Actually, it's pronounced Earth, Daddy, 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 Daddy.
Really? But there's an A in it. I'm just going to keep calling it Earth.
It doesn't really matter anyway. Soon it'll have a brand new name. Vacant Lot.
I actually think that's so funny. Like, I feel like Frieza because he's like, "We're gonna turn this place into a vacant lot." I'm like, "Yeah, that's exactly what."
So I'm gonna start watching it, and I didn't know. So what they took was clips from the original Dragon Ball Z and made their own, their own voiceover and edits.
Yeah,
Okay.
Scott is the one of the like producers. So he does like voices and he does like the mouth flaps and the music and stuff like that. So it's pretty. It's not just like clips. It's actually like they'll take the episode and kind of condense it down, and they rewrote it. The story
Yeah.
is pretty much the same, but they just added comedy to it. So
Yeah,
it's
the
super
story
funny.
is similar. Sometimes they cut it a little bit interestingly to make it even funnier, or to highlight some funny aspect of the show and make it even funnier. It's just better.
Just all the
Yeah.
jokes about the peak shirt.
You guys warm me up to it. I'm gonna stay here, but I'm gonna deafen myself and watch it right now with a coffee.
Wait, I actually think that somebody on the team is, I don't know if they're like fully flat Earth or whatever, but they definitely seem to be mocking the idea of outer space quite a lot. Like, I'll play a couple clips, and you can judge for yourself what they think about space. Here's one.
Oh my god, you actually are crying.
I'm not crying! Not!
Honestly, now I just feel bad. Usually I just blow up whatever's in my way, but with you, I've gotten kind of attached. It's sort of like putting down old Space Yella.
How is that a thing?
It's sort of like putting down old Space Yella. Here's one about the Space Boonies.
I can't believe we came all the way out here and spent a week in the Space Boonies for nothing. Seriously, I'm surprised we didn't hear banjos on the way in because everybody's inbred and looks the fucking same.
Well, certain people, depending on their status and also their life decisions, just choose to drop hints that actually kind of only work for the initiated, right? It's kind of like alchemy. You can only see it if you know the symbolism interpretation. So it's
Right.
really cool.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. Here's another one. They they use like a Sonic commercial and they swap it out for instead of Sonic, it's Spaceys.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
I love these mock commercials, all the style. It's good food in space.
Yeah, it's good food in space.
Good food. Yeah.
Yeah.
It like kind of reminds me. It's not really related to the old Camel commercials for kids. Like Tommy's 9 years old. Tony has a lot of friends, but they're mocking him because of his tobacco choice. Tommy now smokes Camel Light and loves it and made new friends.
It does have a similar vibe.
There was actually a clip of that commercial that I'm just butchering because I'm just making it up. In the Fallout 3, there's this like museum of old world, and they have this commercial from Camel, but I don't know if it was obvious or they had to take it away.
I think I have one or two. I have a couple more here. This one's I played this before. Anytime like Timbo joins or T-Dub or whatever, one of those guys. This is the clip about Space Australia.
What the bleeding hell? We were having all right rips not here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's goodnight Irene.
We get it! You're from Space Australia!
Yo, when you put them all together, maybe they're more spread out, but I get your hypothesis of them, one of them being a little bit or on the fence or totally, or at least NASA skeptic,
Yeah.
or a full flat earther.
Right. They're like, it seemed to me what I hear is they're like mocking. They're mocking outer space. Space Australia. And they're like, so it's like Australia in spice. It's really funny. So
You have to
yeah.
check out those zero gravity ribs on the Bobby.
That's funny. So
Because the moisture and the cooking process is different in space. Right.
I'll grab a link for anyone that needs it. Karma says, I heard the clip now. They're gonna go get food. PS the Vegeta guy with spot on with the voice. Yeah, all those guys did a really good job. There's only like 3 or 4 of them. Sometimes they have some guests, but yeah, they did an amazing job with the voices. Frieza was amazing. Yep. So, and what up, Cuddy? I see you in the chat. I'll get a link for the show so you guys can go check it out.
It's also like the amount of editing and the voiceover. It's like good practice if they ever wanted to dedicate themselves, fully to it. It's like the best project to start to make be better and learn certain skills in editing and voiceovers, and voice actors.
Yeah. Yeah, they do a good job. They have a couple other shows they've done, but this one's just one of the most iconic, in my opinion. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, you'll love it. It's a blast, especially if you're a big fan of DBZ in the first place. It'll send you down memory lane with some comedy. So
I never watched everything fully. I've watched certain episodes. I was never like a full-on Dragon Ball Z fan, but I always liked it. When I was a kid, we had this kind of Spanish MTV, or it was at MTV, and at night they used to play Evangelion.
Oh,
Yo,
yeah.
it gave me goosebumps, And all the, Evangelion starts and ends always with Frank Sinatra, "Ride Me to the Moon." Ironic now. Different versions, always a different version of it in Chinese, in different languages, different
I didn't
genres.
know that.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that. Yeah, I watched that. I did watch that series. I didn't fall in love with it. I know people really seem to like it, but I don't know.
Well, it
Maybe I
has
missed
it has a
something.
lot of religious concepts actually, and spiritual concepts, and
Angels.
it's
Yeah.
yeah, and the whole thing of controlling those things. I forgot a lot about it, but
That was pretty cool, the Angels thing. I like it got a lot of praise. I was like, well, I guess I'll watch it. I watched it with my old girlfriend, and I don't know. I don't think it just didn't click for me like it did for a lot of people. I guess I must have missed something, perhaps, but I don't know. It wasn't my cup of tea, supposedly. Pretty neat though, I will say. The Angels aspect was neat for sure. But
oh, the animation was pretty good as well.
yeah, for sure. I guess, Kenji was kind of a bitch. I don't know. Like he was such a little like whiny little bitch. I didn't like that. Maybe that's
Yeah,
why I
yeah.
didn't like it. I don't know. And then they had that girl, like, man, that's another
The
thing.
redhead.
Yeah, it's like,
The
oh, dude, that's such a thing in modern shows. Like, the girl's always dominating the guy. Not that that's a problem, but it's like it's so, they're trying to flip everything upside down. The guy's always gonna be some simp or some weakling, and then the girl is always like super dominant. Even in like one of my favorite shows, Lincoln Lawyer, he's like the best lawyer around, and like he's like simping for his ex-wife, and she's like walking all over him and stuff like that. Girl boss energy, yeah. Elver Fences says, and again, I don't have a problem with that, but it's like every show. Does it really have to be every show nowadays? It's like, come on, man. I know we're trying to correct some stuff from the past. It's like, yeah, he's always the
well,
dominating.
the measure of the swing to the left of the pendulum is the measurement of the swing to the right. So we're going from one extreme to the other without finding balance, as typical.
Right. It definitely is like this huge overcorrection that I'm noticing, and it's I don't know. It's like it's just kind of annoying now how prominent it is. It's like I get it, okay. Even like I loved Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? Aang, Goofy, what's his name? Sokka, super goofy, and then the girls like the what is it? The girls that have like the Earthbender girls. I forget. Like all the girls are badasses. They're like lightning bending and like all this stuff. And like yeah, she says it's always impossibly strong girl boss versus stupid guy. Exactly. I gotta look up the names of the girls in Avatar. But yeah, every girl in Avatar is like this badass, and all the guys are just like whack and goofy and silly, sloppy. It's just like, oh my gosh, dude.
They have all the elements of bending, but they have to make a gender bending tribe.
Yeah. Where are they at? Yeah, Toph. Okay, let's go through it. Katara, badass. Toph, badass. Ty Lee, badass. Suki, badass. Like literally every girl is a straight badass. And then you go to the guys, Aang, goofball. Sokka, goofball. Even Iroh, I loved Iroh. They kind of made him a little bit goofy at times. Zuko was like the only one that was like really cool. Shout out to Zuko. But yeah, it's just funny. Like it seems like even people in the chat have noticed. Over Fences gets what I'm talking about. This girl boss energy versus like the goofy guy. I don't know. There's like hardly any balance anymore, if there ever was.
Also, the standards of Western and Eastern masculinity are different, right? Because there's a whole documentary about it. It's not that they're more feminine from the point of view of the Western, but from their point of view, actually, masculinity is kind of shown in different ways, right?
Yeah. Right.
So also, it's like it multiplies it by the cube, or in a way, it's what's the word? The definition. Points of magnitude. It exaggerates it because of that as well.
And I get it, man. Like, I totally understand. It's just, I don't know. Has it ever been normal? I have no idea. But there's just the male female dynamic has been a really popular topic lately.
Well, of course, you follow a lot of Red Pill content. I'm kind of.
I do. Yeah.
The issue is that it affects the nuclear family, how kids are brought up, and their values. Then forget about all the other stuff, right? Because it's getting harder and harder for certain big percentage of men to find a quote unquote good woman, and etc. And it's affecting on a social cultural level, and it has deep effects on how we're bringing up families. I come from a broken home. You kind of come from a broken home,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
getting worse. And
Yeah,
I
I
can
know.
tell you, it's a void you're never going to be able to fill. And I'm 34, and I'm a, you know, I had to mature quite quickly because of problems at the home, but at the same time, I was lacking a lot of proper advice, a lot of proper direction, and I tried to be my own father figure in a way. Like I remember since I was 6, 7 years old, having an inner conversation with my future children, like putting myself in from the perspective of a father. What would I teach them? What values? What do I have to achieve to be able to be a good father? Just to compensate. And one day I was in Amsterdam. I lived 3 years there, and I had a few long, like 3-day fasts, and then I had a little bit of mushrooms and stuff, and I was introspecting, and I found out that it's not that like per se I have to prove to anybody or be a good father or have children by the fact. I would love that, but I don't think it's gonna happen for now. I was being my own father figure. I was talking to my inner kid since I was a kid. It was not this future kid, you know. I was compensating in a way.
Yeah, it was
And
you.
that was like a big, yeah, that was like a big aha moment for me. It's yeah.
Yeah, that's really deep, actually. I feel like I've kind of in the same way. I've done kind of this exact same experience, like because I didn't
Yeah.
really have, like you said, like we kind of sought out father figures, like Kevin Samuels and all these other guys, and I think they've done a great job helping the folks that didn't really grow up with one. And I know they helped me out a lot. I'm kind of sad because it was a little bit late. Like I could have used some
And it's never
advice
gonna
way
be the
earlier.
same, and it's not as personal or as direct, and of course, but it is better than nothing. Also, like since there was violence involved when I was younger, I had a lot of anger because I was impotent, couldn't help my mom or whatever. And then this anger has been following me all my life because it was my original defense mechanism. I said some hurtful things when I came back to Bulgaria when I was 19. My last words to my father were quite offensive to him and dark. And then he had another woman. He had, when he was older, I have a half sister. But then eventually he self-deleted, and it was a lot of things I have to process still, and I'm working on, because it's contagious. Also, especially when it's contagious, that idealization of, you know, what's the point, and I have to really fight against it actively. And I'm reading a book about cognitive behavioral therapy and realizing how distorted my perceptions are in a lot of things, especially like self-achievement and feelings of failure, and I've deserved more opportunities, or it's unjust or not fair, and I'm also feel behind in life in certain aspects.
Yeah.
And cognitive behavior therapy really helps you out sort all those distorted perceptions and replace them with some more logical, neutral points of view.
Yeah. Well, sounds like, I mean, it's a hell of a path to walk down, but it seems like you've
Yeah,
got
well,
a good grip on it at the moment. So shout out to you, man. It's not
well,
easy to
as
go
I
through a lot of
said,
these things. So
many times, you know, Neil, there is a difference between knowing the path and walking the path. And I know a lot of things wrong with me, a lot of things not wrong, but things that are my weaker points. And I actively try to, but every time, like, it always comes back. I think this anger is always going to be there. I just need to channel it and transmute it in a way, because I can't fight against it. I get angry easily, and that's a thing I need to learn to direct, because it's the shadow work from June, Carl Jung,
Yeah.
and a lot of alchemical, metaphorical, metaphysical things and inner works that I have to integrate. And I'm there. You know, I did a lot, but I think it's never enough. Especially if you're on the path of self improvement, you always you fix one thing and then you find out other things because your perspective has grown and you have grown. And yeah, not judging your past self is you know, because you did the best you could at that moment in time with the knowledge you had and all the other factors involved. So yeah, it's a lot of work, man. It's true. I'm not the only one with a sad, origin story. But then again, I'm the only one that's me. So it's a personal journey for everyone, and it's not linear. Just like Carl Jung explains, it's kind of like a lot of patterns repeat in different ways, and you approach them and you see them from different perspectives, and you approach them with different tools. Yeah.
Yeah, man. This kind of reminds me like on Fresh and Fit, sometimes they'll be like kind of go back to the male female dynamic a little bit. They'll be like, "Oh, well, how come you're single?" And they're like, "Well, I choose to be single. Like I'm working on myself." And like what you've done is the actual quote working on yourself, and it's not an easy thing to do. I think it's good to sit down and really look at yourself in the mirror. And I think a lot of people don't do that. They distract themselves with all kinds of things and run away from who's in the mirror. So to do that is very difficult because sometimes you look in the mirror, you might not like what you see, and not just like physically, but you know things that you've done in the past, or part of who you are, etc. So to take down and really go introspective and look in the mirror like that is just
Yeah, there's a channel, I'm sure you heard of it. It's called Healthy Gamer, and one of his videos, he explains a lot about how he sometimes uses Reddit posts from his Reddit, and this person says how his therapist said, "So you're quite introspective, like whatever," and he's like, "I think that's the problem." Because sometimes when you're too self-focused, even if it's not in an egoistic way, like objectively, you're just too involved in your own inner world, and you lose, when you start doing things for others and putting yourself in other, just not being so self-centered in the sense of just analyzing yourself chronically, pathologically, that can create deep sense of depression, because you're never gonna, you have the theory, but you can't realistically apply it to your real life. So that's the difference between knowing the path and walking the path, right? And introspection can be quite become like everything in high doses becomes a poison, right? So you need to balance that.
Yeah, good point.
And over fences is pretty right on the chat. Like, what makes me angry is deeply interlaced with my values. So if I see something unfair or unjust, I get extremely angry, even if it's people just when they're on the line and they don't follow basic social protocol,
Right.
or even other things. And then when I'm especially like I have in Bulgaria, we talk quite loud, and when our language sounds like we're fighting all the time as well. And I also raise my voice a lot, but not only when I'm angry, but when I'm inspired or when I'm talking about a subject that I'm deeply involved in.
Yeah.
And I get a lot of I can control my voice for a few minutes or a few hours, maybe at the most, and then I always go back to when I'm excited talking about this, especially when you're craving that social connection with someone, you want to make them understand. But yeah, injustice perceived or unfairness perceived, maybe not always objectively true, triggers me a lot.
Yeah.
Also being misunderstood or somebody obviously not understanding my point, I get really angry.
Dude, I feel like you're describing me to a T. I'm hearing a lot of myself in what you say. Because I'm the same way. Even I think like we talk about how like folks here are truthers, right? Even like little things like lying, like
Yeah.
little lies bother me too. I'm like, why are you lying? Like I just met someone in person, just happened to cross paths, and like he reminded me of someone I went to school with, good friend of mine too, like huge, like we were really close. But he would do this thing where he would just like make up stories about everything, like, yeah, man, I can eat like 50 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at once. Like, what?
You
What was the
know,
point of
it,
bragging about that? And so, like, we ended up fighting. We literally got in a fist fight because I called him out as a liar. I'm like, dude, you're a liar. I don't care if we're friends or not. You're just making shit up. Like, so I don't like that either. That shit triggers
you
me.
know, at the same time, that triggers me too. I used to do that a lot. And sometimes I have to really be careful not to do it because I really lacked social connection and friends. I used to start making up stories as well in the past when I was like a teenager. just to get some social pats on the back or credit or seem more
Yeah,
interesting.
clout.
Yeah, I used to sin in that aspect a
Yeah,
lot.
dude, I caught the guy. There was this guy in person I met recently, and like we're not even really friends or anything, but he literally like slipped up and admitted that he would just say things he's like, well, I'm just bragging or I'm just flexing. I'm like, dude, it's not a
That
flex if you
just
made it up.
yeah, you have deep insecurities and feelings of not belonging. That can
Mhm.
happen a lot,
Yeah, you can
and
see it. I can see it in him. I don't think he sees it, or at least he doesn't have the eyes to see himself from the outside. But yeah, I mean, I was like talking MMA with this other guy, right? It's funny because we sat down. I was like, "Yeah, man, there was some big fights this weekend." He's like, "Oh yeah, I never saw it. I didn't see it. I don't watch that." And then this other guy shows up, and me and him start talking MMA, and we talked about the fights and how amazing they were. And me and him were kind of going back and forth. And the original guy was like, "Oh yeah, 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 I saw it." I looked at him. I'm like, "Bro, you just told me you didn't watch it." Like he just wants to feel. He wants to feel a part of the
yeah,
group so bad that he's gonna start making stuff up. Like, "Yeah, yeah, that was such a cool knockout." I'm like, bro, you just told me you didn't watch it. Like, like, why are you
yeah.
making stuff up just to feel part of the group? Yeah, so I don't think he realizes that what he's doing. And
It's
what's funny
actually
about that?
counterproductive, right? Because
It is.
most people have the intuition to smell it, right? And
Right.
you're compensating from your deep insecurities instead of finding things that are actually interesting in yourself or common ground. You instead of finding common ground, you just jump on the ground of the other person and make shit up.
Mhm. And what's funny is like instead of just like what he'll do is he'll step in more like in another minefield. Like he'll just make up more lies to cover up the previous lie. And it's like, dude,
Oh
not
yeah,
everything you say can be true. If you've just picked 9 lies, like they can't all be correct, bro. Like you're better off being honest. So
it becomes pathological, I guess,
correct.
as well,
Yeah.
and you do it automatically, just like almost defense and coping mechanisms we develop as kids. So it's quite wired, I guess. And even if he kind of knows that he's doing it, he can't really, change it. He can, but he must do a lot of. He must find why actually he feels right the way he does, the deep insecurities or sense of whatever he's having.
And we were talking yesterday. Everyone was posting pictures of themselves, and maybe I was joking around, but like everyone was like glowing, good skin, seemed happy, smiley.
Yo, you're
I was like,
totally wrong there because right now I have a lot of acne and I just had to find the light and the angle. So you see how pictures are quite like, you can do certain stuff change because I have this new LED light and I change it to a different color so it matches it a little. I'm a little bit red because I've been doing my chemical peels and stuff. And when you're doing that, you tend to it's purge a little bit and all the acne that was kind of coming out came out at the same time, and I'm pretty insecure with that, and also scars, and nobody sees them except me because I I watch myself in the mirror looking at old acne scars that are almost invisible. And then a week and a half ago I was painting my room and I had this metal thing to make a foldable table, and I was painting under the thingy and I forgot it was unfolded, and when I stand up I made like a big cut in my back. It's almost to the muscle. I have 5 stitches. Right.
damn.
Yeah, they have to take them away. And I'm like okay, I'm gonna obviously create a nice backstory for this and make it obvious it is a lie. But you don't have to say a lie to get the social credit. I can just obviously hint that it's a made up story that I fought a bear when I was 12 in the forest with my father or something, right? And just gain my social credit by showing how creative I am by making up stories, right? But not making them sound or think that it's real, right?
Yeah,
Other
yeah.
people make them.
I was gonna say like, well, you're not based off what I saw. You're not like an ugly dude. Pause. But like that's what happens. You start telling lies. You shrivel up into some friggin' gremlin. It's like
Yeah, and I used to be big into like how different mineral deficiencies change the way your skin looks, and
nails.
I think it's the same way with even you're into red pill. You know what mewing is and the jaw thing and why we have crooked teeth because we don't chew properly. I'm lucky though, because I only have like 5 root canals, but my mom at my age had most of her what's the word, the molars taken away.
Yeah.
And also I changed my diet and I take care of them better now, but I still pay the price.
Yeah.
But my point was, like, I think even your thought patterns and the way you what and how you think about things changes your physical appearance for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And there's a thing called epigenetics, and the meme about how dogs look like their owner, or people that have gathered together somehow start looking the same, not only acting the same. There's something there, you know.
I would agree.
Yeah.
It's by resonance.
They went to space and picked up their spaceys.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
I love that last part. It's just the intonation. It's good
Yeah.
food in space.
Yeah. That's the guy. That's Scott Friedrichs. I think he's one of the. He's the guy that does like the mouth flaps and a lot of the music production on the show. He does a lot of voices. And
It also
Animation
reminds
is
me
exactly what
of
I
you.
believe in. They are on an island on a giant spinning space testicle, my child.
That was a good one. That reminds me a bit of well, I'm not a big fan of Rick and Morty. I love the animation. I don't like the nihilistic point of view, of course, and the timeline thing, but whatever. And they have this episode where they go into the space what was it? The thing with roller coasters, the what's the space of that called? Like the museum, not museum, the park, the whatever. And they go into this thing that they go into rides and they can't actually die, and just people start killing each other without no consequences. You've seen that?
Yeah.
And then the machine breaks and people actually start dying. Or the fuck, what's the word? The cable, the intra-dimensional cable. That's so funny
Oh,
because
yeah,
it's all
yeah.
improv. Yeah, they do on purpose this improv feel, and they improvise it, and it sounds like that.
It did. I joke around sometimes. I'm like, yeah, that's our sponsor. They feel like they got good traffic here.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be good for construction equipment that sells spirit levels as well, and cameras. It's interesting, it's called a spirit level, and it's this bubble, and they for some reason call it a spirit level.
So it means it's curved, right?
Yeah, but it's curved in the right way.
I'm just joking because now level means curved all of a sudden. But I think Over Fences joined the panel. Welcome, Over Fences. Good to see you. Quick shout out to everybody. You know, Johannes is there, Carr, Eratosthenes, Cuddy, Ether, Plumbob, Over Fences, Enzymes been chilling, cooking in the panel. Kenshi, I am Kovac, Drace is back, Wave Mixer, and your boy CB. Glad to have you all. So feel free to chime in, guys. Talking about all kinds of different stuff here. If y'all are here later, I'll be able to turn on my mic. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. Over Fences. So you were chiming up, getting busy in the chat when we were talking about the male-female dynamic. It's an interesting topic to me, at least. That's why I watch a lot of Fresh and Fit. Seems like it's a really popular, topic at the moment. And
It is in the Zeitgeist because men and women are finding trouble in different ways with the current social scene or live scene, world scene.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's like people are trying to fix the situation if that's even possible. I'm not sure if it is, but I think talking about it is a good first step. It's kind of a mess right now. And she says men solve problems, women bring to them. Am I wrong? Hello. I mean,
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
we can go on a tangent with this topic. I think it's going to raise some eyebrows, but I like the alchemical spin between the like a little bit like sacred geometry style. You have the conscious, unconscious, not that it's physically masculine or feminine, but the masculine and feminine principles and how we're different on purpose because we're complementary. We don't have to be like the other, like that the third, not the original feminism, but this new third wave feminism has done more wrong to women than any other movement, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad too because it's like people they haven't caught on until it's too late.
And
Almost,
it's a trigger because if you're talking about this, you're Misogyny, the Italian painter, and it's the same as define flat, define curve, define this, define that, and most people don't really know what it means.
I'm just gonna grab some clips from my bot videos that kind of go into like why it's good to talk about this type of stuff. I think it's been brought up on Fresh and Fit because a lot of girls are like they don't fully understand like the show or the layout of the show, and you'll you'll hear things like guys will be like men and women are different. It seems
Yeah,
like
it's a trigger, right? Because instead of understanding how we're more similar than we are different, that's a little bit of Peterson thing. But the things we're different at are complementary, and they're kind of biologically encoded. But you don't, since this third wave and all the media thing, like women don't like to be put in a role, right? They don't want us to tell them it's in general more viable for you to have this and these goals and lifestyle or whatever, and why it's different. Body count is different for men and women and all that other things.
right, yeah. I'm glad you brought that up because they'll be like, you'll bring that up. You're like, listen, your body count matters, and they're like, yeah, but what about the men? And it's like you're missing the point.
Yeah.
It's not always a 1-to-1 ratio like that. We are different. And that oftentimes don't get that by asking the question like, well, what about the guys? It's like we can talk about that, but
Yeah.
it's like you're missing the point here. So here's a clip of a girl who's saying like she found her guy like watching the show, and she's like, what the hell? Like, why are you watching this? And eventually she sort of came around a little bit. It's not that long. I'll go ahead and stick it on.
You guys' podcast. So my first flag was, why the hell have you been listening to them? How is that going to help us to get better? And then, through more conversations, trying to, work through our relationship, we decided to make those shifts in dynamic. And then I started listening to the podcast, and it's actually been helpful to me too. So I'm kind of here because it's been a huge help for conversation for us. So, it's a huge win.
Yeah, we need more Trojan. Like it's a bad concept, but Trojan horses. Because when women talk about this and explain it, they kind of not explain it better, but they go through the filters better and the defense mechanisms of other women. Because a lot of women are on the same boat and they understand it perfectly, and then explain why these differences are like this and what's wrong and everything.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you as like an FE person tells someone, they're like, oh no, he can't be right. But if they hear it from someone that's already on their side, they accept it a little bit better. So it's kind of what you just described is exactly right. Like hearing it from a girl to girl, they'll be like, oh, okay. They're a little bit more receptive as opposed to like, oh, well, you're a guy, you can't tell me what to think, blah, 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 So
Yeah.
and she says, women like men with a high body count, they experience in the, see, that's the funny thing is like, they won't say it. They won't like admit it. But yeah, I would say like it's pretty common. You'll hear like a virgin guy will give a girl like the ick, so to speak. And but so you have to like kind of watch how people move, not exactly what they say. And so yeah, they'll say like, no, I don't want my guy to do this. Blah, 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 high body count's disgusting. It's like, yeah, but you want someone with experience. And so to compare us as the same,
Yeah, and the
well,
social
men don't want men
marketplace is
bringing women, so
the social marketplace is totally different for men and for women. The
right.
master lock and the key, whatever. I'm not gonna go into it because but it's totally different, and it's different for us to try to get laid and for women to get laid. Most of the time, women can just have to say, "Yeah, let's go," or just tell you, "Yeah, we gotta work for it a lot."
Yeah, look, I was just typing it out in the chat, the master key and the lock thing. A key that opens all locks is a master key. A lock that gets opened by any key is a faulty lock. And so, yeah, we are different. I think that's really important to understand. So to compare us at every single, um, instance is not a good
Yeah,
thing.
but instead of cherishing that, seeing how we are complementary, we could really use each other and actually benefit each other with these differences of point of view and biological differences and everything. Because a man could do everything except give birth, be feminine, be a woman, right?
Right. Mhm. Well, it's funny actually. There was recently on Fresh and Fit. They were like, actually, guys can do some things better than girls. And like, there was like they showed a clip of Tom Holland and Zendaya doing like a dance off, and they kind of flipped roles. Zendaya dressed up as what's his name? 24 karat magic in the air. That guy. What's his
Yeah.
name? What's the artist's name?
Damn it. I have it on the
Freaking
top of my tongue. Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars, yeah. So like she dressed up as Bruno Mars and did a performance as Bruno, and then Tom did a performance as uh Rihanna doing the umbrella, and like Myron's like, look at how the guy he's doing the girl better than she did. So Myron jokes around how guys are just better at everything, which is he's kind of funny. But yeah, Overfences says I can talk about a female POV, but I'm probably not typical. Well, yeah, let's hear it. I actually really love this dynamic. I think it's healthy. I know we don't get into it a whole lot here. We don't have to go too far into it, but personally, I think we can take it into more of like an FE related stuff. Like I've always wondered, like, how are your partners? Do you guys link up with other people that understand this topic, or are you single? Are you looking for someone that's open-minded, or would you be okay with being with someone that's more
I think
normal? Or
there's a big opportunity in making Flat Earth Tinder, but I have it doubly difficult because not only am I a flat Earth and I would love my partner to be one. I'm also, and I'm not gonna talk about it too much. Well, now we don't have the people that get triggered, but I'm also vegan. So finding a person that has both is statistically quite more improbable than any of them separately. So I would love my partner to be maybe vegan or vegetarian, or at least share the same values for why I'm like that, and also the critical thinking to be able to get to flat Earth, but or being a flat Earther. Like I had a partner for on and off for 6 years, and in the first year I approached her with the topic. She was open about it, but didn't want to be totally on board until maybe 4 years later.
damn, that's pretty far in. Yeah, and
Yeah,
honestly,
but she got there, but it was when we were not together, and other people. It's like my mom. Like she doesn't value my knowledge until she hears it from other people enough. Right? It's fucked up.
Yeah, we did this the other day. There's on Fresh and Fit, they have like a female delusion calculator where they'll have the girls like stick in their dream man, right? And then,
Oh yeah, 0.1 chance if you want
Exactly,
this, this, and this. It's pretty. Yeah, it brings them to earth a little, for sure.
like literally every time it's 0.115%. It's like, dude, that's
It is not like you have that chance every day. Is in general in your lifetime. That's what people don't understand. Like they think, oh, I have every day 1% chance. Maybe in 100 days I can get. No, it doesn't work like that. Statistics don't work like that.
Oh, we actually did this the other day. I stuck it in the chat for, I think Karma did it, and I don't know if Over Fences was here, but then India was like, we need a male version. I was like, I got you, homie. So I put the male version in there. I'm doing one right now, actually. I'm gonna see what it comes out to. Yeah, there's probably a reason why it's so popular. I can't be the only one that's interested in this stuff. I mean, the Fresh and Fit after-hour show usually gets like 20,000 people watching when they're live, and they go deep into the night too. So people are tuned in. Let's look at their Discord and see how many people are in there.
Well,
bet you
I
they have
think
more
it's
than
several generations now of men are quite fucking lonely and wanting to have a family and build all of that and the values and the children and everything, but they're having a rough time. Either they got divorced, or chose wrong or whatever. So it's in the collective subconscious a lot for sure. Like I'm like she like um over the fence it said only 10% are six. I'm 6 foot, but and I'm a funny dude. I have social skills, but at the same time, I'm kind of a hermit and weird. And now I'm 34 and have a lot of more filters. Maybe I'm just not getting it, because right now I don't go with anything, right? But it becomes a big statistical problem, numbers problem.
So I got like a 12% score. Just doing a quick calculator. Let me read some of the chats here, though. Kenshi, I like what Kenshi had to say, but let me scroll up a little bit further. And you said the conversation may never end. We as men are trying to apply logic to women thinking. Our thinking is both different. True. But there's also the fact, there's also the idea of like,
Well, that doesn't mean women can't be logical. It's just that they're predominantly, and there's exceptions, and we're generalizing, just pointing that out, the obvious. But yeah, we process things differently. Normally, when there's a problem, generally, I use a lot of these words now because I don't want people to misunderstand. Men, when they have a problem or emotions they need to fix, they try to fix the problem. And in general, the more feminine approach would be to talk about stuff. But when men express emotions, we are not the rock anymore. We're not that solid foundation. So anytime I've cried in front of a girlfriend or something, they feel pity, but I lose some theoretical points as a man.
Yeah. Yeah, they talk about that on FNF. They're like, don't do that in front of your girl.
Not even your girl, like in general, like my grandfather, for example. He was hurting a lot in the last stages of his life. Anytime there was something physically hurting, he was saying he's okay. He feels the pain, but when you kind of respect, it's not because we're hiding or we just don't want to be a bother or to another person. We don't want to make them worry about something they can actually fix. So I learned the hard way to not share so many things. And I'm being raised by a single mom and it's hard for me, right? Because I've been raised by a woman most of my life. So
Yeah, basically, you're a sociopath, basically.
Yeah.
Me as well.
Actually, like, not a bad person to join this conversation. We're kind of talking about, some of the stuff they get into on like Fresh and Fit and all that stuff. You seem like you're in a similar crowd.
Yeah, people that are raised by single mothers are usually degenerate, and I'm the example of that.
You're the example.
Statistically,
This is actually fact. This
more
is
in
actually
jail.
fact.
Yeah, a failure to thrive in as an adult is highly linked to being raised by a single parent, mostly single mothers.
Mhm.
For the first stages of our life, statistically, we need our mommy more. But after 6 or 7 years, to be prepared for the outer world, the real world, the outside of the home, normally fathers prepare us better, because
moms don't know. They don't know.
yeah, they're more nurturing, and you need some tough love and certain hard facts that your father, like if I had a father present, he would never leave me quit school like I did. Even if it was a good choice for me looking back, he would never like do that, I never had a real talk about girls, about, never had a real talk about economy. Like, I'm really bad with money, and I've always like jumped from shitty jobs and struggling to get out of the quote unquote matrix and do my own thing, make a company. I've tried many times, but I lack a lot of discipline, right? Several other things that affected me, and
Yeah. That's another reason why these things are so popular now, because a lot of people grew up just like that at Enzyme. I had a similar, my stepdad never told me about any of this stuff. It was nice to know some of these things prior to like, hitting 20 plus. And so, yeah, I think that is just another reason why these things are so popular right now. Fresh and Fit, and Kevin Samuels was really popular. Like people like need a freaking dad or someone to tell him what's up. And Ash already left. He always like stays for like 3 seconds and then leaves. I find that so funny when people do that.
And it's not like you're not gonna get hit hard by life, but your response and your tool belt is gonna be much different. And yeah.
So I think that's why it's good to talk about it, because people are still learning, and you never know who you could be helping as well. And so I do want to reference the chat. So for people that haven't been able to chime in, let's see, where should I go up to? I mean, Kenji was like, women like men with a high body count. And I think, again, most women will say like, no, that's not true, blah, blah, blah. Karma says, I think that's a generation. While I don't speak for all women, I know I would prefer a guy who has less experience rather than having slept with 100 women. Nothing wrong with learning together, I figure. I realize I am the farthest thing from an authority or expert on these matters, as I am inexperienced myself. But in general, I think trad value women don't prefer the man whore. Just saying. Yeah, and I totally understand that as well. But the thing is, though, I will say that if you were to take two guys, one 0 like virgin, right, and then you've got like, let's just go with the other extreme, 100. Like, who would they rather have? The inexperienced guy, the experienced? Seems like most people would probably prefer the experienced guy. They want someone that's
Well,
a
it
leader,
depends
someone
if
who's
it's for
been
a one
experienced
night.
into it.
If it's for a one night stand, of course you're gonna choose the experienced one. But there's something beautiful in growing together and learning together. But that sort of value system is obsolete at the moment, or kind of not in the mainstream at all. But there's something beautiful about that too, right? Learning together, exploring together, and that creates a stronger bond, etc. But if you're on Tinder, or you just want to hook up, or you just follow your instinct and just first impressions and immediate physical attraction, well, you're gonna choose the guy with the experience in general.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, again, you hear all the time that like girls will say like a gentleman with no experience gives them the ick. You know what that is. And I can understand why, because most people, or it seems like most ladies want someone who's experienced, a leader who is, knows what they're doing, and that comes through experience. And obviously, it doesn't have to be like hundreds of bodies, but versus 0, I think they would probably prefer the experience. But let's continue in the chat here. Karma says, I just hear a lot of generalizations for both genders that apply more to the lefty crazy extremes or stereotypes of broken people. For example, people rather than someone with principles, values, and maybe a truth or mindset. Although also there's a fallacy or something I heard which touches on this. People tend to have a wrong idea of what the majority thinks. Kenji says this conversation takes place heavily in the West. That's true. Overfences says only 10% of men are 6 foot or taller. Glad I'm in the 6 foot category.
No, but the world has been westernized, and even in communist China, they have the leftover women thing, right? And it's pretty hard on them too.
True. Yeah, I don't know the term, but I've heard that as well.
Yeah, they use different words, and some of them are called like the orange at the bottom of the basket stuff, and their wall is 27, not 30, like in,
Karma says, who cares if a guy's tall? You'd be surprised based off a lot of the episodes I see, like not even just the episodes, like there's a videos of guys who or like people will go up to people on the street with a microphone and be like, so if he's like 5'11", like, ew, nope. Like for some reason there's this thing like once you hit 6 foot, like there's girls that'll be like, no, he has to be 6'5", 6'3", 6'2". It's kind of crazy. And meanwhile, they're like 5'2", so it's like unbelievable. They do seem to care a lot about your height. And Kenji says, how logical of them. I know, right? Let's continue. Karma says, I've never known any woman who do that. I don't know. I guess I'm sixth blood, so I guess I can't really speak on this. But yeah, I've seen a lot of results of girls going like, ew, if he's like, he better be above 6 feet or else. Yeah, so I have seen that. Grim says, we'll see who's laughing when you need to reach something on the top shelf. That's funny. Go ahead, Karma. Yeah, Kenji
It,
agrees with me. Women hate short guys over here. Yeah, I would probably agree with that.
can I just say something?
Yeah.
Because I think this also depends on what kind of women you're hanging around with. Because just like there are different levels of men, when you're hanging out with Gamma Glober sycophant, or are you hanging out with FV Indio type,
Yeah, but
And I
it's the
think
distance.
there's also various degrees of the syndrome of where you see these gamma males where the extreme would be, where's my virgin whore that I expect from all this porn? And you have the female version of that, which is, where's my Prince Charming who's going to worship me as a goddess? And then you have people in various degrees of that spectrum almost, when they're, not fully awake and conscious and thinking. Because when you have a woman who actually understands and knows men, actually has had any meaningful communication with men, and doesn't have these delusions that a lot of women suffer from, just like a lot of dudes suffer from these strange delusions when it comes to this thing. You'll see this prevalent in all dating apps, like the scum of the dating apps from both sides, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it's there's a lot of question of who are you hanging around with. Like, for instance,
But
like when I say I haven't met any, the women I know, they don't think, oh, he has to be 6 feet tall or stuff like that. Like, at most they'll be like, he needs to be taller than me, because otherwise I feel like a giant. It's probably because also most of the women I hang out with would be the calm girls who would rather read than go to the party, or women who work with children and have a bit of maturity. So I always decided not to hang out with the party girls and the sluts and those types. I avoided. So of course I don't know much about how those girls think. But it does bug me when the generalization is made for all women, but it's usually based on the party girls, the sluts, or the attention seekers. Because it
Yeah.
feels
But-
like it's skewed.
But
Yeah,
unfortunately,
that's
Karma, you're totally right. But most people don't get to experience that type of girl or woman, because in general, the majority is the ones you described, the party girls, the whatever. So we don't have a frame of reference. Most of them don't have a frame of reference for what a good quote unquote woman looks like, feels like, if they really exist. So unfortunately, Karma, you're a minority, a precious one at that. But
Yeah, and it's not all. That's a big thing that like it's not all. I would say it's most. That's what one of the Jesse Lee Peterson sayings. He'll be like, not all, not all, not all, but most. So yeah, I would say from my experience, yeah, you definitely have to check a lot of boxes for people.
Yeah, I would say they're extra vocal as well, because you got these traditional housewives that aren't online screaming, and you got these traditional good girls who are taking care of their parents and aren't online with photos and on these dating apps. So naturally, you're hitting the a select group, even though that group is really big.
Yeah, I do understand that. Like the vocal group is the one you often hear. You don't hear the girls that are like quiet at home. And I will say, like, Karma seems like a rare breed, especially here in the States. And like that is another big criticization, if that's the right word. People criticize Fresh and Fit. They're like, "Oh, you only bring on OnlyFans hoes and stuff like that." While there are quite a few of them that do go on there looking for clout and stuff like that, they've had like 2,500 girls go on the show, and I watch a lot of it, and it's not always the case. You do get some really good girls that go on there from time to time. I've seen a few of them myself. They dress like, really traditional. They are quiet. They answer questions. They're not like loud and all this stuff. And so you do see that from time to time as well. Heck, there was even a girl on there that was like a librarian, like recently. Kind of interesting. She was in their like 40s. So it's not always the the sluts and all that stuff that people try to criticize the show for bringing on. Um, but the thing is too is like oftentimes karma's like I don't go out, I'm not in the streets, so that's good. But oftentimes you'll get the girls here. Like I'll think of like my ex girlfriend for example. She was pretty much checked a lot of these good boxes, but the problem is they get rubbed off on by um other
Media, their
yeah,
girlfriends.
Yeah,
exactly.
especially for girls, the way generalizing again, the way they have a lot of peer pressure and a lot of osmosis, right? Social
Yeah.
osmosis.
For example, like my ex-girlfriend's mom like was divorced, right? So like her mom was in her ear a lot about like us not being together, and it was like kind of unfortunate, It's like that's like so they get rubbed off on by media, their family, other girls, and songs, and you name it. So it's hard to find someone like Karma seems like she checks a lot of great boxes. She's not in the streets. She's like at home. She's quiet, like all that stuff. She's a truther, which is awesome. So that's a rare thing to find. So I think that's why people generalize a lot because we're just dealing with, the majority of people, and most people aren't like Karma. It seems like so. It's kind of sad, honestly. I think that's why this topic is so popular, and people are trying to address and highlight these issues so that maybe, just maybe, we can fix them. But like the feminism and stuff has ruined a lot of these like girls. They don't want to fix it. They're like, no, I want a career. I want to go be a boss babe. Fuck guys. I
Say
don't
one
need a
thing about this.
man. Yeah, please, please.
It's just because I work with kids and I work with them up until age 10, and then until they become like 16, they're still coming over and talking to me on the school grounds. So I see a little bit of what is influencing them and their social image and all these different things. And one of the things is girls are especially receptive to peer pressure and the social aspect, like you're talking about. And social media has made that 1,000 times worse, especially now that younger and younger girls have been getting it. And a lot of these young women today have been on social media since they were children. And it's really corrupting a lot of the females in a bad way because it's fucking with their self-image and their self-esteem, which fucks with their self-conviction, which means it's a lot harder to be a truther when you can't even stand up for your base self. It's even got to the point where like entire classes, an entire year of girls were refusing, as teenagers, refusing to go swimming, and they called in a lady who's very good at working with a lot of different problematic things, like problematic kids and problems with the kids. And she started talking to the girls, and all of the girls said that they didn't want to go because of self-esteem and body issues. They were ashamed of their bodies. And
Yeah, because
when they
sorry, continue. No, I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, the unusual thing is the very very special thing about this is nobody had told them directly that they were fat, ugly, or anything. Where they picked this up from is their parents' self-talk and their friends' self-talk, how they talk about themselves. So if even if your mother tells you, "Oh, you're so beautiful, you're perfect, you don't need to lose weight," so long as she keeps going, "Oh, I'm fat," every time she gains a kilo, even if she isn't fat, they're going to do the same thing to themselves. So a lot of this comes back to the core issue of they need good role models. And that's why you can see how they intentionally corrupted a lot of the entertainment. Like, for instance, you take Britney Spears, you take Hannah Montana, they intentionally breed up and create these idols for the girls to look up to while trying to project that they're pure and that they're good and this is a good role model for your child. So the parents even push that they would look up to this. And then they intentionally publicly corrupt and sexualize those people. And that fucked up a whole group of people, a group of women back when they were kids. A whole generation was fucked up with those kinds of things. Like, thankfully, the anti-conformists, like me and my sister, we hated all the popular ones because people were too zealous about it. We didn't like it. But after it got corrupted, I'm like, oh, no wonder it always came off as fake or false or not right. Something was off about it. It's because they obviously weren't being sincere. It's one of those, if you have a bit of social skills, even if it's not even conscious, you can sometimes tell, even as a child, you're like, that person's not smiling with their eyes. And you might not be able to analyze it like that and realize that's what it is, but you just feel like something is off. And then when you're older and you look at it again, you'll be like, okay, I see why I didn't like this as a child. There's small hints here and there. But through all this corruption of culture, that's how they get them with the social pressure, the peer pressure. The same thing with how they flipped the social shaming, where it used to be if you did something nasty, you would be shamed publicly. The boycotts of companies and that kind of stuff was a way to show the power of the people. But that's been perverted into now shaming those who try to speak out against them, and it's become so different. But at the same time, it was also used to attack women with values and try to attack the principles and the morals that have been the core foundation of any good woman through history. So, in my opinion, what we need more is good female role models.
I totally agree. And there's a problem with all of that is that normally we haven't evolved to live in such big cities and cultures. We're mostly tribal, so we have comparison is healthy in a certain to a certain point to be better and be socially aware. But now with the opening of the internet, also like we struggle with choices, right? When there's more than 2 or 3 choices, we struggle deciding, and then we think we made the wrong choice or we should have chosen better. And before you had a few people in the city or the village or the town to compare yourself with or choose a partner from. But now you compare yourself to unrealistic standards of beauty, edited pictures, and an infinite of potential better partners than the one you have. So we go in a trouble.
Yeah, but they got millions of dollars, mansions, and like you're fighting all of these catfishes as well. These fake people pretending to be these handsome, successful people on top of all these other people, this giant pool. So it's just 10 times worse.
It's similar to how they fucked men up back in the day through entertainment by doing the whole if you're at all show camaraderie between men or affection, it's construed as gay or weak or other bad things to try to push men apart so they wouldn't band together, even though all people, of course, have this natural almost instinct to work together and band together towards a common goal and this camaraderie. That's why like sports and all these other things have always been so popular. But the same thing is they fucked with the women with for instance, the entertainment by showing you a lot of bad programming with how, for instance, they're talking about in the chat how they might react with, I'm not putting on makeup for men and da-da-da. That's because a lot of the programming, for instance, when I was a teen was like, you're supposed to be dolling yourself up for you. If you're not dolling yourself up for you, you're not doing this right, and you're like this and da-da-da-da. And if you're doing it for men, you're that and you're this, and a bunch of different judgmental shit that kept circulating around both in television, on the internet, and other stupid shit. So it's a lot of weird judgments that they shove into your subconscious when you're watching TV that really affects a lot of these funky ass weird behavioral trends.
Yeah, social engineering.
Yeah.
They do that a lot. Operation Mockingbird or Project Mockingbird. If you look into the Church report, they tell you that they back in the 1970s, the CIA already published 1,000 propaganda books, and they had agents within the news agencies. You think this isn't continuing on further and further? All of the governments are using propaganda.
Yeah, like even things like Like, it used to be like, oh, let me hold the door for you, or like give you some flowers. Go watch freaking the whatever podcast, and they'll be like, ew, like if a guy gets me flowers, it's like disgusting. Oh my god, dude.
Bruh. Yeah,
It's just so backwards.
if you read the church report, they'll tell you that a lot of the authors of the books that they pushed didn't even know that they were being subsidized and pushed by the CAA. It's just that they had the right message that they wanted to push.
There was a recent, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Karma says they want to divide us every way they can. That's so true. We're seeing it play out like heavily. I think that's why I think we're trying to correct it so much with these like different shows and podcasts. Like if you've seen the whatever podcast recently, it was like I barely watched anymore. It's kind of hard to watch. I do watch Fresh and Fit. I think it's more entertaining because the hosts do a better job keeping things on track. The host of the whatever podcast is I don't know, he's a little bit more of a pushover, and he's only doing it by himself often, so the girls tend to walk all over him, and it's like a little bit of a mess. But there was a recent episode. It was a nightmare. It was a complete nightmare. Luckily, they had some folks on the other side that were more conservative and pushing back against some of these like narratives that are modern, these like modern values that people try to present. Oh, I'm a stripper and that's good, and like like they're like, no, that's not good. And like, no, but it's empowering and like I love it, type of thing. I was trying to grab the link if you really want to kind of go through it. You might lose some hair follicles, but it's crazy how things have gotten so far off track lately. Dre says all these groups broken up and compartmentalized within the globe cult can be unified around the truth. Divide and
Yeah,
conquer.
you gotta read the first line. Karma says they want to divide us up every way they can. So I say, that's why I love the flat Earth topic, because we are a unifier. All of these groups broken up and compartmentalized within the globe cult can be unified around the truth. That's why I love that we're not putting any beliefs on them. We can have Hindu people, we can have Muslim people, we can have Christians, and they can all be unified around the objective measurement and that the earth is objectively flat. And then they can argue about their divisions later, but we can be unified on this point.
I love that idea of the unifier. Yeah, that's really good. Totally. I think it's true. And they should be, instead of called government, they should be propaganda men, because all they're doing is governing the propaganda control there. But that's probably more like a Rumble topic.
Shout out to Sunny. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be alive. I think I want to thank the creator, my mom. No, just kidding.
Yo, Creation Bear, you have to, if you don't have, get that Snoop Dogg speech where he's thanking himself to being with himself and all that. It's pretty good.
Wow.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does what the he wants.
Yeah, there's a link to the whatever podcast. Good luck going through it. I had lost some brain cells watching that one, but there was a girl to the far right. She's wearing like this I don't even know, this gray top. And she's like, yeah, I just like love sex and I'm married and I'm in the streets and like I like bang guys and I'm married. It's like, oh my god, dude, what does this world come to, man? This is crazy, bro. Like Man.
it's sad, the sad state of affairs. We as human beings having all this potential and originally being kind of guardians and and protectors of this earth have become and devolved into this bullshit, right? This superficial nonsense. We're all like, generally, most people are like still little kids in that aspect. So shallow.
Yeah, but not only that, as an adult walking around and just like hearing conversations off to the side and seeing all of these things happen, I realized that it's like after a while, I can barely understand what the hell they're talking about. I don't know what they're on about, and they can't seem to describe it very well, and they're just going off on these random, just superficial nothingness, just fluff. There's nothing real about it. I go like, did I just all of a sudden get transplanted to some different civilization or something? Because I don't understand the language here anymore.
Yeah, since those people don't even practice trying to put complex emotions and thoughts into words, they can't even gesticulate, or what's the word? Was that the word? Like vocalize their thoughts and translate them into. Even if they have this thing they want to share, they actually can't because their mind is atrophied.
So we're going back. So not going back, but may actually revert to a stage where people are just going, ugh.
Ooga booga, sex, ooga booga. Yeah.
Go buy six pack. Ugga.
iPhone, cool. iPhone new. iPhone shiny.
Ugga chugga.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I don't. These whatever podcasts are usually like fives. They're super long, so you have to use the timestamps in the chat. Find something in there that you think might be interesting to listen to. I timed it for 141 and a half. You can kind of hear how crazy this chick is, dude. It's like so wild. But there was a part she was like, "Listen, like, I just like, I'm not even gonna say it. It's just so disgusting." But he thinks that's like what guys like really like. And it's like, no, we don't want that. Like, we don't want hoes. Sorry. Like, no, dude. I'm so sorry.
I just want to correct myself because I really get angry at myself when proper words don't come, and sometimes I using it as an excuse when I mispronounce words or say wrong words. I say I'm dyslexic, but maybe I self-induced dyslexia. Gesticulate is the totally the opposite of articulate, and that's what I wanted to say. People can't articulate properly their thoughts and feelings.
So they sound disarticulated.
Discombobulated, yeah.
Doesn't the word articulate have something to do with being connected, like such as like this will follow that? If this, then that.
Damn, another word that's not coming. It's kind of interlaced. Let's substitute with logic, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The lobby and the bait text room are pretty active. If you guys want to check it out. Over Fences says sometimes it's an issue of what people think they want versus what they truly need.
You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes. And life is ironic that way. You think you want something, sometimes you actually get it and learn. I in my mind, this was not what it actually is. I think I don't want this anymore. I was wrong, right? It's funny, man. Life is Life is a funny thing.
True, and then I guess that kind of goes into the saying like you never know what you got until it's gone as well. So there's that part of it as well.
I think that's kind of true and wrong at the same time. Because if you can value it while you have it, but when you lost it, you just see it from another perspective that completes the whole perspective of what it was, right? Because you can't, when you miss it, you see it in a different way.
True.
You have to learn to let go and stuff.
I'm juggling like 3 things at once. This has been a good chat though. Drace has been on fire. People in the chat on fire. Let's see what else is going on in the chat here. I think I have one more clip I could probably throw on since it's kind of quiet. I'm gonna stick this one on and I'll react to it afterwards. It's not extremely relevant to the topic, but I'll throw it on anyway.
Tommy Sotomayor's career revived on Fresh and Fit. I'm telling you, the people that come inside of Fresh and Fit and have these amount of people that's watching them live, the real guys that sit down every day and watch this stuff is clocking on.
Yeah.
You take whatever you want to take from there. They talk about finances, health, fitness, whatever your Fed 11, whatever you want to get from those two guys, you get it from over there.
And I can even say that I used to have a different perspective on them. Like I really didn't like them at first, but I can genuinely look back and say I was wrong and triggered back then. To be honest.
I hate just Pearly things. I think she's a grift.
Yeah, a lot of people say she's a grifter for sure. And she says, "Damn, CB, you're a cultured ass." Yeah, I mean, I'll be collecting clips from everywhere, man. I don't know too much about Tommy, but I guess he's been on the show before. I didn't check it out. Overfences says, "Fresh and Fit is the brand of my lunch containers." No way. Is that? You're gonna have to take a picture of that. I want to see it. That's really funny.
Yeah, it is.
This is another. Actually, I do have one more clip from Pearl. She kind of just talks. This one's really short. We can react to it afterwards.
Even with the new information, she continues to believe what she believes. She doesn't backtrack. She doesn't say, maybe I got you all wrong.
Yeah, I mean, just little things like that. I clip it. I'm like, man, that sounds familiar. These guys that come here, they drop them with the facts, and they never really make the adjustment. And so I see FOL has joined the panel. Welcome back. And he's back again. Feel free to chime in anytime. Just saying what's up. But yeah, just Pearly thing. A lot of people don't like her. I don't have too much of a strong opinion, although people have said she's like the female Andrew Tate. I'm like, yeah, no, I couldn't.
No, she's not.
Horrible comparison. I would not say that.
Yeah. Well, since there's a lot of even with there was this trad wife thing happening, and people they think it's a grift as well, and they're just saying what men want to hear. I think a part of it might be true. I hope it's not, but my spidey sense have to tingle.
To be honest, I'll cut them some slack because there's so many people out here that don't know what we want. If they're saying what we want to hear, it's like at least they're telling other gals.
Yeah, it's like Roma Army, she's talking about men issues, but then she has this OnlyFans and this nice sexy pictures all the time to promote her channel.
Who is this?
Yeah, it's a channel called Roma Army. It's about
yeah.
You
She
know
has the
who she is.
tattoos. Yeah, she has the
Yeah,
tattoos.
the neck tattoo.
Yeah, bro. I completely forgot about her. She has an OnlyFans.
I think so.
She belongs to the streets.
I think there was I really like her actually, but then there's a little bit of hypocrisy because she uses she knows, you know, the power of attraction. Maybe she's not bad for doing that. She's just using playing her cards. Like she actually talks about really nice subjects and gives unique great perspectives. I like her too, but maybe because I'm actually attracted to her, I don't know.
Yeah, she is not gonna lie. She's kind of attractive with the even with the tattoos and everything.
If she's not religious, it's okay.
There's another girl too. I don't know her name. She was on the link that I posted on the whatever podcast. A girl sitting two down from Brian. So it's like Brian, there's a guy, and then the girl in purple. Those two are dating, the guy and the girl. That girl has a similar type of like she does YouTube shorts and she has a YouTube channel. I don't know her name though. I couldn't just let me go to the link and maybe it's in the description. But she does a similar type of content where she's like addressing like to the guys and stuff. Let me see if she's in DM dating. Is that her? Let me just Oh, that's the guy. Billy Ray? Yeah, Billy Ray Brandt. I'll put her link to her Instagram in the chat. She has a similar type of content that Roma girl, just maybe less tattoos. That's there's the link there. And she was the one grilling the other girl. She was like, that's disgusting. When they were talking about, like being loose and all this. She was like, no, that's bad. So you can check her out there. Her profile says men's dating and self-improvement. So she's trying to tailor her content towards the guys. There's another girl, Miss, what do they call her? Auntie something? Auntie Moore. Something more. Let me look her up. She this Moore lady went on the Fresh and Fit and had a horrible showing. It was terrible. She had a similar type of content that Roma and this other girl, Billy Ray. And she went on Fresh and Fit and it was so bad. Like it was terrible, bro. Try to find out. What's her name?
Why was it terrible though? Was she incongruent or did
Yeah,
they
it was really incongruent. She was like, "Oh, you're insecure," like what, like all the typical, responses that you'll hear. Um, like she came off as a huge grifter because like the shorts are typically aimed at the guys, but then when she went on Fresh and Fit, she was like, "No, you guys are just insecure," blah 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 blah. She like fell right back into the old programming, So I gotta find her thing. Oh, Sarah Dawn Moore. You guys have probably seen her on YouTube Shorts before. Older brunette. I'll get her Instagram.
Yeah, I'm gonna get something to eat and watch the Dragon Ball abridged thing, and I'll come back later.
All right,
I'll
sounds
just
good.
deafen myself. It was a pleasure. See you later, guys.
Yeah. Take care. Come back anytime, of course. I'll stick on a clip, just a really short one from Fuentes, who the reason I saved this one is just because we spent years taking flack, and he basically says at some point you just go, whatever. Like, kind of become numb to all the insults and the ad homs and all that stuff. It's like, whatever, bro. We're gonna keep moving on with our mission, no matter what. You guys can try to cause all these distractions and sling mud and all that stuff, but we're just gonna continue on. And this is a diverse group of people, you know, can't just put everyone in a box type of thing. So let's take a listen to Fuentes, and then we can react to it afterwards. Let's take a listen.
When they say like, "Oh, you're racist," you did this, you did that. Like for me, my life started politically when I just started saying like, "Okay, whatever. You know, you're racist, you're this, you're that." Okay, anyway. I feel like so many people are so fixated on arguing, no, I'm not a racist. No, I'm not this and that. And here's the thing. Like, as I said earlier, I love everybody. But the way that that term is used, or any of those terms, it's all just political. If you're not liberal, they say you're racist. Therefore, like, you're a piece of shit and no one can talk to you. And I feel like people are just done with those games. Like, how can anyone look at the stream where it's like, it's very interracial or multiracial, whatever you want to say, interracial in a lot of ways. You know, I'm Mexican and white, and I think you guys are mixed. So it's multiracial.
Mixed. I'm a pure blood, motherfucker. You a mixed fuck. I'm full white.
Right. You know, but it's a mixed panel. We got all different kinds of people, and everybody recognizes that we're all like nice people, like we're all friendly, normal people. Just we have different views, different. You know, maybe we're more right wing or have a different perspective on things, and so people are just
about.
Yeah, and then obviously he's talking about like some other things there, but I just love the parallel. You know, people are like, "Oh, you guys are conspiracy. You're this, that, and the other." And we're like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." Like, what? So what? And you just continue on with the mission. So, Karma says when they throw out an insult, they can't. When they throw out an insult, they can't back. It's just an ad hom. Yep. And she says just like how you have standards. Oh yeah, Angie. Just like how if you have standards, you're a misogynist. Yeah, right. I have a clip for that actually. From Fresh and Fit, their soundboard.
Misogyny.
Overfences says you totally disarm them if you don't care. Yeah, exactly. That's what I love how Fuentes kind of phrases it there. He's like, yeah, okay, but what? You know, and in the other clip I played of Fuentes earlier, he's like, you know, people try to create all these distractions and try to get you off track, but we keep going forward with the mission. I'll stick that one on because it's pretty short, and I like Fuentes. So here, let's take a listen.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. Like, it's me, Fresh and Fit, Zerka, Sneeko. We're all live on Rumble. We got 16,000 watching between the both of us, and we're just freaking dropping these red pills like, bro. Overton window shifting. We're so winning. How could you not trust the plan? Just everywhere you look, the main mission lurches forward. In spite of it all, people create all these diversions and distractions. They try to say, oh, you're failing because of this. Oh, you're not doing it because of that. But it's like the message is getting out. The signal's getting out. No matter what happens, it's like the message just keeps going because I'm a human red pill.
Yeah, the part where he's like, "Oh, you're failing because of this. You're failing because of that." Yeah, that's what they try to do. Like 2 people came in today. They were like, "Oh, how come this isn't on TV? How come everyone doesn't know? You're failing because of that." Cam tried to say that the other day. If you guys were here for that discussion with the Cam character, "Oh, you're failing because not everyone knows." Yeah, well, the message continues to lurk forward, and the Overton window is absolutely shifting, like Fuentes just pointed out there. Applewell says, so accept being called racist. She says, call me whatever you want. I would agree with that. Applewell says that's bad for image at some point. Well, you can't control what people say about you. They're going to try and label you this, that, and the other. But if the label doesn't fit, then so what?
Yeah, but my point is you can't just ignore it every single time. Like sometimes you have to respond because that can be connected to your image if you don't respond, you know.
Well, I think
yeah, but when you respond, you gotta respond from the high ground.
Yeah.
Of course, but you can't just ignore it forever.
Yeah, I mean,
well, if you respond from the high ground and then ignore it, they just look petty and retarded.
Yeah,
they always do.
I would tend to just agree with just ignoring it because
What they always
if
do.
the shoe doesn't fit, then why wear it? Type of thing. And Kenshi makes a good point here, like how they did with Trump. Oh, Trump's this, Trump's that, and he just continues forward with his mission. So I like what Fuentes said there. He's like, oh, you're failing because of this, and you're a racist and that. He's like, well, so what? Like,
Yeah,
okay.
but exactly like Trump. Trump also makes fun of them and shoots them down and shoots down their dumb shit in between everything else.
Mhm.
Even Trump says he's not a racist sometimes.
Yeah, but like they try to do that with us, right? They try to put you in a box. Oh, you're this, you're that. You don't need to be like, oh no, I'm not. No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
I understand.
That comes from a place of weakness. So I think
Yeah.
Trace makes a good point. Come from the high ground.
Yeah, you want to come from. That's what Trump does as well. He builds the high ground, and then he's like, "Look at what these idiots are doing. Like this isn't good."
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't even I can't quite make out what your profile picture says FOL, but you've got the red hat.
It's
And,
more like make Rome great again.
nice. I mean, I bought one, and I'm half black, and like people will get. It's funny because they would get extra triggered. Oh, you can't be wearing that. You're being oppressed. It's like
Some
no, I'm
communists
not.
are trying to use this.
So I didn't even have to be a big like, I wasn't a big Trumper, but like it's kind of funny to trigger people, like that.
Yeah.
So
I'm Brazilian, so here in Brazil there's some communist guys, movements trying to take this Trump hat and make a communist hat
yeah.
because it's red. Communist is red.
Mhm. Well, it's like it's too late. The hat, everyone. It's already been kind of stamped out to be something specific. So it's funny how people try to change it and make it say other things, but it's too late. But and let me unmute him because we got detention. And she says, being a black Republican, people can't say you're racist. Yeah, it's funny. That's why. Oh, you're good. It's just a bot that censors certain words, so it's all good. Nobody did that to you. But yeah, that's funny. It like breaks the algorithm. They're like, wait, you can't be black and you know what I mean? That's kind of why I liked repping my hat every now and again just for fun. I would keep it in my car and like if I drive by like a rally, I'll stick it on, roll my windows down, and drive slow type of thing. So yeah. Anyway. Over Offenses says over on the politics server when there's particularly egregious troll tossing out the insults, I've discovered that agreeing with them shuts them down really quickly. They either leave or drop it. You're right, we're idiots. Please show us proof. Yeah, please show us proof of the curvature so we can be saved from our ignorance. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even respond. Like, you should see the DMs that I got. I was only over there for like a few days. And I didn't even interact with some of these people. They just start randomly sending me DMs. Let me go to my DMs. I'll read them out to you. I got like a bunch of them. One of them changed their profile picture to Elijah. That's how triggered they are. That's how this topic really hits them in a place where it hurts because they feel the need to like rush out and cope and make themselves feel better by covering themselves in coping grease. I didn't even talk to this guy one-on-one or in the chat. Damn, you are really retarded, bruh. How do you live like this? You're scared to even let people in your server without confirming their IQ is below 80. You're retarded. You're one of the dumbest MFers I've ever heard open their mouth in my life. Holy F. And this is over like multiple days. Like it was like the first messages was one day, and then like 4 days later they sent me more messages like, okay, you guys are triggered. I got another one. You're coward. What else? Shut up, you hypocrite. Like, dude, I didn't even speak to these guys. They just randomly start messaging me like, I hate you. You're the worst. Like, that's so funny. Like, I don't even respond. They're still in my like spam folder. So yeah, I don't care. They can say whatever they want. Karma says, one of my favorite Albert Hubbard quotes: "If you can't answer a man's argument, all is not lost. You can still call him vile names." Just shows they can't answer the argument. Yeah. That's one thing that I think that was their biggest weakness over on the politics server, was that the guy that was like, "You're a coward." He kept saying in the chat that like, "You're disappointing me. I don't approve of your, the way you do things." And I'm like, dude, I don't care what you think of me. Your thoughts, your opinion of me is completely irrelevant. And I always use the example of a court case. When we're in court, if I'm the counsel for my client, I don't have to like the other counsel. And I'm not appealing to them. I'm appealing to the jury, the judge, the public. What the other counsel thinks of me does not matter. It has no bearing on the case whatsoever. But that's what they spend their time focusing on over there. They're like, "Oh, well, I disapprove of you," and it's like, that doesn't matter, dude. What is your case? They're not even trying to make a case. They're just complaining about you as counsel.
They're just acting like this.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, pretty much. And like that, how is that an argument? It's not.
Yeah, we're not even the Flat Earth Society. They're always arguing against the straw man of the Flat Earth Society. They're not even addressing our arguments.
I believe it's more like it's a mob thing, like
Yeah.
everyone call you a racist, so you're racist, and this is my group, so you're racist. It's like everyone that calls you a racist is part of the group, so everyone is in the group, and we're just gonna bully this guy, whatever he says. So it's more like a force thing, ethos, ethos force. It's not more like people think everyone should talk and speak and think. They just ignore it. Whatever you say, you're racist.
Yeah, exactly. And they act like the mob, and like they kind of group up. One person steps out of the mob, they nibble at your ankles, and then rush back into the mob group. They're not really able to stand up 10 toes down against you.
Yeah. So they must say he's a racist to be part of the group.
And the whole group chants it, racist, racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah.
Just like Dre said, they don't really have an argument. They're arguing against a ghost. And so yeah, I think I heard Owen Benjamin say that, like how like they'll literally be in a group with pitchforks and stuff, and then one person will step out and nibble on your ankles and then rush back. Overfences says they're obsessed with what people think of them and they gotta go. Yeah, we'll catch you later. I would just honestly love to see folks make a case. I think that's something we do a good job of. We have an argument, have rebuttals to claims. We understand what the claims are, and then lay it all out for everyone to see. It's like addressing a jury. Jury, look, this is the claim on the table is this. Here's why we disagree. Here's what you can understand about it. Take it and do what you will. And the other side is basically like, Your Honor, the plaintiff is just stupid. It's like that's stupid. That's not even an argument. So I would just love someone
The
to
prosecution is just stupid. Everyone knows that my client is innocent.
Yeah, imagine actually saying that to a judge. Your Honor, they're just idiots. Like, you can't possibly believe this. Like, that would never work. That would get thrown out immediately by any judge. So it's rare to find someone that's actually willing to make a case. They just want to appeal. That's the thing. We talk about the topic. They talk about us. They're always busy psychoanalyzing people instead of actually analyzing the evidence. Karma says, like Amber Heard's lawyer when he was reading out gossip tabloid headlines as evidence. I barely followed that case, but I did hear someone say that earlier. that I think Trace, you pointed that out. They're like, yeah, well, the news says he's guilty, so it's like, okay, what's the evidence?
Yeah, it's kind of like with Russell Brand right now. The newspapers are saying he did all these awful stuff, and then the UK government and all the social media are just like, let's keep him from having any way to make any money. That's very disproportional. Like there's not a court case, there's not a criminal case pending. There's no way for him to defend himself.
Yeah, and that's why I think actually Fresh and Fit read out the letter. Rumble dropped a letter saying, "Listen, we're not going with the cancel crowd. We're not a part of this. We might not agree with everything, but we're gonna let the guy live here." And I think the UK sent out a letter like, "Cancel him, everyone." And Rumble's like, "Yeah, no, we're not doing that." Oh, shout out to Fresh and Fit, man. Shout out to Rumble. I can find the clip. I'd have to really dig for the clip when they talked about it, but
Yeah, I just think it's good that someone's standing up for him, because you can't just go and destroy people's livelihood with no evidence and no justification.
But they racist.
yeah, I'll try to dig out a clip of it, but it's good to see that there's still some platforms out there that platform that's not part of this mob, this cancel mob culture. So I'm gonna try to find where they read out that letter. That was actually a pretty cool moment. Might take me a minute, but try to you guys.
Yeah, I would call it an Orwellian censorship apparatus.
I don't even know too much about the brand situation. I've never really followed him that much. Oh, yeah.
I only loosely pay attention to his stuff. He's been becoming more and more anti-establishment, and the mainstream argument is, well, 10 years ago, he realized that all these years ago when he was in drugs and not doing rock and roll, and I was a sex addict, he had some relationships where something might have happened. And so he realized that he was going to be charged for this in the future. So he started building up this anti establishment base so that people wouldn't believe the establishment when they told everybody that he did these things. But when it was publicly known back in the day that he was a sex addict and a drug addict and a rock star. So all these claims are like so old, and like back when he was a leftist, it was that this was all good. But now that he's against the establishment, he is bad because he did something bad back when they loved him.
I mean, if that's not a red flag for you, just out there as a listener, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that should be an obvious red flag. And I found the clip. I'll have to just take a second to clip it out. Second. But it's good to see that some people are going against the crowd, man. We played the clip earlier. Oh, and shout out to Karma found some clips for us. Maybe we can just stick that on for a second.
Yeah, that was a pretty telling trial. They really tried to burn Johnny. They did so in the media first, and then tried to use that as justification in the court case. The judge did not like that.
Oh, that's good. Shout out to the judges out there. The last court case that I followed was the what is it? The judge that was trying to get on the Supreme Court. You guys remember that?
Kavanaugh? No.
Kavanaugh, yes, yes. This was many years ago when I was still into like politics, and so I was telling you guys how I'd be like stay late at the bar and argue with like girls and freaking my boss about politics. It was about the time when the Kavanaugh case happened, and yeah, that got me swindled in, man. That one really got me hooked. The Kavanaugh case. Um, that was the last kind of like big trial that I followed. I haven't really followed. I did not follow the Johnny Depp one at all.
Yeah, I just heard so much about how abusive she was to him, and then all the stuff that happened there, it was pretty brutal. And then after hearing that, then watching the trial, you were like, oh, poor dude. But then I see Amber Heard more like a handler than anything else.
All right, I'm getting the clip ready. Actually, you guys have heard me play the Myron from Fresh and Fit, his rant on Rumble. This is literally leading right up to the rant. I'll clip it before he hits the rant because you guys have already heard that. I didn't realize that it was like connected because he reads the letter out, which I will play for you guys, and then he's like, "All right, go to Rumble right now." He tells his producer, like, "All right, dude, get me on Rumble right now." And that's when he starts to rant. He's like, "Oh, you guys complaining about Rumble, blah 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 blah." And he goes in. So give me a second. I just need to clip it. But yeah, and I don't know if how many people. Maybe I'm more familiar because I've been watching Fresh and Fit lately. They got demonetized, so they were always on YouTube. I always watched on YouTube, and sometimes they'd be like, "All right, guys, we're gonna kill the YouTube stream. We're gonna move over to Rumble." So that's how I kind of got more and more familiar with the Rumble side. But after they got demonetized, they started doing this thing where they call it like we're going into the shadow realm, or they'll say like they'll put on this elevator music on the YouTube side, where it'll say like we'll be right back, or we're over on Rumble. And so like if you're watching on YouTube, it's still live, but it's like playing elevator music. And so you have to jump over to the Rumble to see what they're actually saying because they're going deeper into some stuff that they couldn't say on YouTube. So that's kind of where I got the idea from. Like, well, we can do that too. You guys can see in the panel right now, we've got our Rumble bot, YouTube bot. This is kind of set up for the future. Ideally, there's going to be times when we need to, say what we need to say, and that'll be on Rumble. So that's where I got the idea from. So be on the lookout for that. Go make sure you guys go. If you're not familiar, I know not everyone's familiar with Rumble, and I will say, I know like this was a few years ago when like Owen was starting to get canceled off of YouTube and whatnot. There was like all these other different platforms, Rockfin and BitChute, Odyssey, and I was like, nah, I don't vibe with any of that stuff. I'm not down with that. And so if you have the same feeling, I just want to let you know that this is different. It's not like I still don't rock with Rockfin and Odyssey and Telegram. I don't know anything about any of that stuff. I don't vibe with that. Not that it's a bad thing. I just don't go over there. I don't deal with that. And so I'm just putting out the idea that Rumble seems like they're on a different wavelength. I get the sense that it's more of like a new. It's like it's the future of YouTube. We're seeing a lot of creators go over to the Rumble side. Sneeko just joined over there, or Sneeko's been over there. Tates are over there. Fresh and Fit's over there. Even I saw Sneeko, or gosh, I keep saying Sneeko. Nick Fuentes, is recently on there too. So people are making the move over there. It's seems like it's the one spot for free speech at the moment. This topic isn't exactly like completely censored. Like they're not trying to delete us off the internet, but they are shadow banning. They put text boxes under the videos. This is fake. Fact check says blah blah blah.
Yeah, I see that as intentional. I see that as this is how you hide what you really want, because you don't want people to realize you're only censoring flat Earth. Therefore, flat Earth must have something behind it. What you need to do is you throw out a blanket censor on a bunch of things you don't like, and then you censor specifically a part of your group, like conservatives. And then as that censorship gets revealed, you can be like, oh, look at the bad guys doing this censorship. And now all the focus is away from all the other things that got heavily censored. And that includes us. We're one of the most heavily shadow banned things online. When you type in flat Earth, even in the AIs and stuff like that, all of the algorithms, the AIs are all like, they're like treating FE like it's cancer that must be stomped out. You need to explain how the globe is true with lies and fallacies. And that's kind of how it goes. Like, that's why when you look up flat Earth, you don't get any flat Earth stuff. You get anti-flat Earth stuff, because the algorithm's like, oh no. It's not just that we get pushed down and hidden from search results, that our comments get hidden so that only other people that are in the same bracket of censorship can see them. We are essentially delegated to these back alleys of the internet generally. Although you can bypass that a little bit here and there. If you just mention the flat Earth, though, then you are flagged, and that post or that video will get throttled down so that it doesn't get views. They can't stop us because
falsification debunks the globe through the black swan and the fact that high pressure moves to low pressure. That's the second law.
The Earth is flat. The globe is crap. What do you think about that? Come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 and tell us all about your globe.
Appreciate you, Drace. I'm working on getting this clip trimmed up real fast, and I'll be right back. I'm almost done.
that's fine. I'll just I'll play a song. It's Millie Bobby Brown talking about how she's a flat Earth. Millie Bobby Brown is the actress from Stranger Things 11.
Anyway, guys, there are so many facts that is flat. I mean, think about it. Like, think about it. Like, okay, guys, you don't even know.
Oh.
Oh, I know I have been here since 2015. Truth is, since I was a teen, OG researcher, I cut the seam. It was me who lit the kerosene.
I think I am a. What do they call it? A flat. I think they call it a flat earther.
Almost there, baby. There's no fear lately. We've been crushing all of them. None of them can stand. Millie Bobby Brown, listen to the sound. Living legend, pretty lady representing wow. If you truly come to this, go listen to my wow. Earth nest is flat, they never stop us now. They never live it down, they help us going round and round. Living with an non-existent those mounds. An imaginary shifting ground, the globe is asked, we burnt it down. The truth was lost, but now it's found.
Thing is, right? Everybody's saying the Earth is not flat. How do you know?
They don't know, they just believe it, just assume it. Meanwhile we measured and tested it. Oh, I know, I have been here since 2015. Truth is, since I was a teen, OG researcher, I cut the seam. It was me who lit the kerosene.
Because did you know? Oh, no, I'm not even gonna say it because I'm probably gonna be shut down on Instagram or something.
Let your voice be heard, it's how you move the herd, it's how you set them free, to make up their own minds. Millie Bobby Brown, listen to the sound. Living legend, pretty lady representing wow. If you truly come to this, go listen to my wow. Earth nest is flat, they never stop us now. They never live it down, they help us going round and round. Living with a non-existent those mounds. An imaginary shifting ground, the globe is asked, we burnt it down. The truth was lost, but now it's found. Oh, I know, I have been here since 2015. Truth is, since I was a teen, OG researcher, I cut the seam. It was me who lit the kerosene.
Anyway, guys, there are so many facts that it's flat. I mean, think about it. Like, think about it. Like, okay, guys, you don't even know. I think I am a. What do they call it? A flat. I think they call it a flat earther.
Millie Bobby Brown, this is your official invitation to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, where the globe goes to die. If you want to know more about our world and have some interesting conversations, look for the live stream on YouTube or other media for a link. Much love. Peace.
Nice. Who was that audio? Who was that girl?
It's Millie Bobby Brown from Stranger Things 11, the actress.
Nice. I like that. She's like, what do I call it? I'm a what? And that was really funny.
I really want to talk to her, because I want to get her in here so that she can stand strong on her convictions.
I know.
But so I made the song, I put it on Twitter or X, but I wasn't verified, so she didn't see it.
Aw.
I'm gonna get verified and then repost it. Hopefully, she'll see it one day.
Yeah, dude. I feel like we could help so many people. Like Zerka could use our help, you know? Like imagine we armed him with
Oh,
some.
if we equipped Circa with 2 freaking battle axes made out of solid argumentations, he would
It's over.
slay everyone.
Yeah, it would be over, bro. Like, cause I remember, cause I didn't know who he was. You know, someone donated the super chat to Fresh and Fit, and they were like, "Oh, no worries, we're gonna have Zerka on the show. He'll talk about this topic. Don't worry, guys." I'm like, Zerka, who the hell is that? I look him up, and then I was like, "All right, guys, let's take a listen to what he had to say." And the first thing we all heard, I played him in this panel, and it's like, "Yeah, rainbows and this that." I'm like, "Oh boy, like if he said that here, we'd probably flame the guy."
Yeah,
But
he's at like 2015, 2016. I just found out Earth is flat. I'm imagining a lot of stuff right now. It's crazy good. He's in that phase.
and so, but it does seem like he's gotten a little bit better because, like in the last clip that I played, he was like saying a lot of, even though it was loud and brash, he was still saying the right things. Motions,
Yeah,
clean, you know.
you should have seen when he was debating with Witsit. It was such a good one because he was basically acting like bad cop, and Richard was doing good cop. And so when they were like acting fools, he would start yelling at them and calling them globetards, and then like he'd be like, "Richard, go,
Yeah.
tell him how it is." And Richard would be like, "Yeah, laying the sauce. Here's all the gravy, all the details, hyper specific." That's good.
Sounds about right. Like, Witsy, get him. Yeah. I didn't really watch that interview. I probably should go just check it out when I'm bored. But yeah, and actually that's good. That's good that they have some airtime together because Witsit's like already saying he's confident about getting on Fresh and Fit. I would love that. I would love that. Hopefully that does happen. I know Witsit's
Yeah, that would be freaking gorgeous to see Witsit there slaying left and right. They wouldn't be able to handle that.
bro. Like imagine Myron. If Myron got on board, wow, dude. I love
Yeah,
it.
that would be good.
Yeah, I think Myron's awesome, and like, I think he would be a great asset on the team. I think we already have some good guys. Like clearly, Fuentes is on board, Zerka's on board, Sneeko's on board. So to have Myron on that team as well, he seemed he doesn't know. He admitted during his conversation with Tim Pool, he's like, "Yeah, I don't really know the argument. I don't really know it," but he didn't say it in a way where he's like, "This is stupid." It was Fresh who was like, "Yeah, no, it's stupid." Like, I don't know Fresh's true opinions on it because he has said things like, "Oh, Chris would love that topic, and let's ask the girls what they think." So he's not afraid to bring it up, which is good. But it seems like Fresh is a little bit farther away than Myron would be, and obviously Myron's way stronger mind. It's in my opinion than
Yeah.
Fresh. All right, let's take a listen to the clip that I finished up, where they're reading the letter from the UK Parliament, or it's a letter that the UK sent out, and this was Rumble's response, and they read it out on stream. This is from Fresh and Fit.
But the point is that like anybody could be under this same set of allegations. So it's just sad, man. But yeah, I mean, listen. Once again, guys, like one company stood by him, special note, and it was Rumble. They took all the heat. Actually, there's an article. You want to bring the tweet real quick?
Yeah. Well, let's pull
So
it
there's
up.
a tweet that came out from Rumble CEO.
And here's another reason too why we're doing this.
Yeah,
bro. There's been attacks on a bunch of Rumble creators.
Yes,
like, bro. I'm telling you, there's
if not all. Kai Cenat, Ice Speed, us,
Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, Sneeko, Donald Trump, like Donald Trump Jr.
Yo, it's crazy.
Russell Brand now.
Yeah,
like, dude, but what the fuck is going on here, man?
I mean, this is crazy, bro.
It's wild.
The world's ending.
Steven Crowder.
Yeah,
They've done attacks on him too.
Yeah.
Shout out to Steven Crowder and their camp. Dude, and shout out to Chris over at Rumble.
Don DeMarco.
Don DeMarco. And he goes, today we received an extremely disturbing letter from a committee chair in the UK Parliament. While Rumble obviously deplores sexual assault, rape, and all serious crimes,
yes,
and believes that both alleged victims and the accused are entitled to a full and serious investigation, it is vital to note that recent allegations against Russell Brand have nothing to do with content on Rumble's platform. Just yesterday, YouTube announced that, based solely on these media accusations, it was barring Mr. Brand from monetizing his video content.
Wait, all right, can you say that one more time? They said based solely on
Media
these
accusations.
Accusations.
Nothing else, dude.
You're being accused with no evidence.
In which there's plenty of proof that victims, are paid off a lot of the times to have a media assault on an individual.
And media is government, so pretty much government saying you're
Yes.
guilty.
Yeah.
You are a terrorist in that sense.
Yeah.
Scary.
So, okay. Rumble stands for very different values. We have devoted ourselves to the vital cause of defending a free internet, meaning an internet where no one arbitrarily dictates which ideas can or cannot be heard or which citizens may or may not be entitled to a platform. We regard it as deeply inappropriate and dangerous that the UK Parliament would attempt to control who is allowed to speak on our platform or to earn a living from doing so. Singling out an individual and demanding his ban is even more disturbing given the absence of any connection between allegations and his content and Rumble. We don't agree with the behavior of many Rumble creators, but we refuse to penalize them for actions that have nothing to do with our platform. One more time. We don't agree with the behavior of many Rumble creators, but we refuse to penalize them for actions that have nothing to do with our platform.
W Rumble.
Although it may not be politically and socially easier for Rumble to join a cancel culture mob, although it may be politically and socially easier for Rumble to join a cancel culture mob, doing so would be a violation of our company's values and mission. We emphatically reject the UK Parliament's demands. Bro! Mo, go to the elevator real quick. And before you do that, for all you guys
that complain
on fucking about Rumble, about, oh, bro, why do you guys keep going to Rumble? Why do you hit this elevator? You know what? You motherfuckers need to come over to hit the goddamn link right now. Come to Rumble because I got to say something.
And
it's not
also,
gonna be safe for
I
you
want to say this too. If you want to complain about Rumble, guys, just know they had our back when no one else did. So if you don't like them, you can go somewhere else. Just saying that right now.
Yeah. Are we?
So
I'm just gonna say it.
And then he goes into his Rumble rant, which I can.
There's
play.
every cloud's got a little silver lining, so you might be dead, but one man's dead is another man's alive.
What the hell? Carmen says, I need to be right back. Trace, play the silver lining clip. I'm about to grab a painkiller for my tooth and brush off his hair. I'll be right back. All right, cool. Yeah, what is that? I've never heard that before, dude.
It's what's it called? Steve Brennan?
No.
What's it called? Brennan?
He's
something?
called Brennan something, but Mulligan or something like that.
Well, yeah, it's a British dude who does like D&D, but he acts out the things so hilariously.
He's in a few YouTube shows and in a lot of YouTube clips, and he's also DM in a bunch of YouTube, what's it called, campaigns?
Yeah.
And I've watched a lot of it, and all the best ones I sent to Trace.
Yeah, I was thinking about the voice cloning his voice, acting like this, or Cricket.
There's every cloud's got a little silver lining, so you might be dead, but one man's dead is another man's alive.
Cricket, I don't need that right now. I mean, I guess I appreciate you trying to see the warmer sides of things.
I'll tell you what, you know what you need to do.
Well, what the f*** do I need to do? What the f*** do I need to do?
Well, for starters, you shouldn't cut.
You.
Right? At
you.
that rate, you're never
Fuck
gonna
you.
be a real little boy.
Well, clearly I'm not gonna be a real boy ever again. All right? I'm a puppet. I'm a puppet. That's what I am. I'm a puppet. I'm not a real boy. I tried to be a real boy. I'm not a real boy anymore. I'm a puppet, Cricket. I'm a puppet.
That's hella funny. Let's see.
Here's another one.
You real robot?
No.
No,
I'm not a robot.
You look like a robot.
I'm not. Humans often call me a fish person, but that's actually quite inaccurate because I'm not a fish at all. We're not fish. It's
But you real person. You bio.
Yeah.
Got a mouth.
Oh my god! Yeah, I have a mouth.
Wow, you thought he was so hot.
You see,
I officially changed my mind.
You got a mouth. You got a butthole.
Oh, well, actually, it's a complicated.
Point is this: you can eat sandwiches.
Well, actually,
Wow,
most things in
Now is he hot again? Now is he hot again?
If he works at a deli, he's hot.
Your mouth and your butthole
then
are
he's
connected
not.
through a series of tubes, and a sandwich would
So he
navigate
might
that.
be
It was
So
not a
maybe
sex
he's
thing, it was a
brilliant.
sandwich
You need
thing.
a butthole
All right.
to get rid of it.
Yeah, that sounds hilarious. I saw Johannes unmute. Did you want to react to that at all, or you've been muted all day? So I'd love to hear you chime in, but don't mean to put you on the spot.
Oh, there's more. Karma has a good one, but I also have another one over here.
Do you have a bathroom though?
It's outside.
Oh, I can hold it.
There's a little bit of piss in the oratory.
Well, don't they know it?
Is that how you say you've pissed in the oratory?
It's a very rude question.
He's very brave.
I message you, let's button it up. I know.
I pace a little bit wherever I go. That's my secret, Pinocchio. I'm always pacing.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Is this kind of like a dominance thing, or is this like a medical?
Little from a column A, little from column B. It is a dominance thing that also I medically cannot stop.
You can't stop being
You
dominant.
know what?
Can't stop being dominant. That's my workout T-shirt.
Can't stop being dominant.
Stay dominant.
Little from column A. That's funny. Yeah, that's Carmen and I had the same thought there. That's hilarious.
I got one more, and that's the last one of these.
It's one of my favorites.
I'm dying.
That's what I want to check in on.
Kill me.
What? What are you talking about? What?
Step on my head.
Okay, Cricket. Hey, man.
What's that?
Talk to me, man. What's going on, man?
Feels like my insides are sand.
Why? Is it because you won't drink water?
I'm gonna drink water.
Okay, I'm gonna reach into the cloud and attempt to excise some sort of liquid.
You grab a little thing of vapor and it pools into water in your hand. You man.
Stop this, man. Stop this. No, I'm just trying to help you, man.
Shut up.
I'm trying to help you.
I want it.
I'd like to grapple Cricket.
Okay, he's gonna roll. That's a 15 minus 4 for
That's
11.
a 19 on the die minus 1 for 18. You gotta drink this, man.
Yeah, the whole thing is just hilarious. Brennan is just a funny guy.
Okay, I need to get somebody to play the deviled egg. The reason why I started looking into this motherfucker is just because I saw the thing where he's on this stupid variety show that they do on YouTube, where they had to improvise a scene, and it involves a deviled egg. And I have watched it 1,000 times, and I still fucking laugh. Somebody, I need to get him to play this.
Yeah, I don't have that one handy, so I need to find it.
You should drop a link to the video too. I'm not familiar with. Sounds funny as hell though.
Carbine's finding it.
All right.
This is one of those things that could make me laugh, even if I'm feeling like shit. This is one of my favorites.
Nice.
Yeah, Brennan is the guy on the right
He's
in
the
the
devil.
picture. Yeah.
Should I buy a brand new Corvette? You know?
Save your money and donate it as fast as you can to one of the many causes. You know people are starving, Zach. You know people are starving.
Yeah.
You don't need a fancy Corvette.
Yeah, you're right. The deviled egg on the windowsill, I don't know how long it's been there, but you should eat that.
Zach, I think you should listen to the good voice. Me,
Yeah.
not eat a big stinky egg or buy.
Who knows how long that's been
buy
there?
silly Corvettes. Who knows how long?
Yeah.
That's my guy.
Dude, think about it. Why would there be a deviled egg on the windowsill if you weren't supposed to eat it?
That makes no sense. So typically eggs, okay, so they're gonna spoil in a matter of, I'd give it 3 hours, if it were in the fridge.
Dude, every second you wait, it gets worse. The
Please.
safest thing is to eat it now,
Please
fast
don't
and
eat a deviled
hard.
egg. please don't eat a deviled egg that's been sitting in the sun. You are smarter than this.
I mean, like, bad.
Yeah,
That means that the sun is
That
disinfecting
means that the sun has infected it. It is infested with the rot of yolk. Oh, Zach, I'm so disappointed. There
Oh,
goes.
you threw up right away.
But this is good. This is a lesson.
You
This
threw
is a
up
lesson.
so fast.
Like a dog eating an onion. You know what I mean? Or an avocado. What makes him sick? Anyway,
Eat that second deviled egg.
yeah, don't do that. Why would there be two on a windowsill? You already had the experience of barfing after the
it's so
first
wet.
one.
It's ready to go.
That just means
Who would have thought it would be a moral quandary about eggs?
The deviled egg on my shoulder.
When he ate the second egg, I died.
All right, I'm back. What I miss? I'm gonna step away, get some water.
Did you miss the deviled egg on his shoulder?
I listened to the like first half of it. Like, oh, this will take a chance to go get some water. I'm gonna go save the link though. I can check out. Clearly, if you like it, I'd probably be pretty damn good. Since you like EFS and all that other stuff, so.
Well, they're doing improv where the two guys have to play the angel and the devil on his shoulder. That's the context.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I can see Dre's finding more funny stuff.
We got 27 people on the Rumble, guys. Make sure you guys get over there. I'm gonna keep plugging. Leeson, Timbo, Ether, Carr, Johannes, Sunny. Want to see y'all in the chat.
Timbo Slice in the house.
Timbo.
Johannes Midgard.
And I take it back because Johannes was in the Rumble. So shout out to you. I see you over there. The best place on earth to talk about the earth. Yes, sir.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, and there's Sunny. Let's go.
I was trying to do the trumpet horns when Timbo Slice, but I was just a little late. So,
We were having a ripe rip
and the second one for Timbo Slice. Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, we were having a ripe rip snorter here, and then this biker shows up.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it! You're from Space Australia!
And Johannes puts the Boys clip in the chat. Dude, if you guys haven't seen The Boys, I haven't seen that in a long time. I watched that like, I don't know, last year. That shit is good. That character, he was like supposed to be British or something, but he came off as more Australian. So that was, I think there was a thread about that. They were like, well, he was supposed to be like British, but he came off as Australian. I don't know if I'm botching that, but yeah, the show was fantastic. That actor did a great job. Really liked him. One of my favorite moments is when he uses the baby to like laser off somebody's freaking head or something. It's like, holy fuck. Let me see if I can
I
find
al- I also like who they cast for the bad guy, you know?
the bad guy. Which bad
I've
guy?
no, I don't know his name. I've never seen him in anything else, but I just feel like he does that character well. He
You
does
mean
well between
Homelander?
the yeah, Homelander.
Oh yeah, he
Yeah.
did a great job.
Yeah, he just nails that
It-
psychopathic
yeah.
switch.
If you look into face reading, he's got manic lines, and when he smiles, so it fits really well. And then a lot of times he smiles with his mouth, but not his eyes, which is another sign of sociopathy. So it's so well done.
You know, and I love that. Sometimes I'll like, I don't know, I'll get in a different mind state. I'll just put it that way, and I'll go watch certain shows, and I'm always analyzing things in a deeper way, different characters and actors. I have a lot of respect for actors. It's not an easy thing to do, to act, and they did cast the whole show well, and the actors did an amazing job. Especially the Homelander guy. I think he did a fantastic job. There's a scene when he goes and he like he lays down on he's like trying to he's trying to recreate this experience with this woman, and he like lays down on her lap, and something happens, and he looks at her, change back now. It's one of my favorite moments of the whole show. I think I had it saved. I'll see if I can find it. All my stuff is buried in this server somewhere. I'll have to dig it out, but I love it. The acting on that is just beautiful. So
Also, totally agree about the whole analyzing shows and seeing the deeper meaning and the symbolism and all that stuff, and appreciating when they do the face acting and the emotional character growth and all the different stuff, right? That's one of the reasons why I almost always watch stuff with Drace instead of watching it with Mom, because she does not like that stuff. I talk too much, according to her. But me and Drace have amazing conversations based on stuff that we're watching, so I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we might be even like pause the thing just so that we can like, oh, did you see that? And the other person's like, what? Like,
yeah,
go over it again, and we jump back and we're like, oh yeah, I see what you mean, and that it just makes it so much better. Like we watched, okay, we played a bunch of video games, the Yakuza games.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah,
Not you.
and the storyline was so bad that we had to invent plot filling that became such a much better story that we continued to play the games just because of our plot filling story. That story was more interesting than the games.
We did end up taking a break when they kind of ruined our continuity, and they kind of ruined our whole setup, and they went such a retarded way. There was no fixing it anymore.
I do know what you mean when you like have to pause and like, did you just see that? Like, go back. I've totally done that. That actually pisses like some people off. Like, like you'll be watching something with your girlfriend or whatever, and she's like, why are you talking? It's like, wait, but you missed it. Like, I'm the exact same way.
That's the best part.
Some people want that continuity. I'm like, no, we got to analyze this moment. Yeah, I'm totally like that. Man, I'm jealous. You guys
The
seem like
best
such a good
authors.
relationship.
Sorry, you go.
No, I was just saying I'm jealous of your guys' relationship seems so fun.
Yeah, it is. That's how he convinced me I should try to find my first boyfriend, because he's like, just find somebody who's kind of like my personality, who's fun like this, and you can look into all this truther stuff, enjoy all this stuff together, and we'll have an extra helper around the house. That's kind of what convinced me to actually join any dating apps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That was
You got to be a good example so that they want that in their life.
That's good.
I mean, he was my father figure growing up. Dad was not. So, of course, like, yeah, I take what he says pretty seriously.
Shout out to Drace, man. That's not an easy job either. Shout out to you, bro.
That's life.
True. I'm scrolling.
I like the
like
thicker
madman.
ones. I don't like the thin ones because those are too flaky for me. So I like the thicker ones.
That is funny. That is funny. All right, well, Jace, you can have all the thick ones. I'll take the. All right. There'll be no fighting here. All right.
I want beef.
You could understand it in many ways. No, that was just Curie talking about beef and liking thick slices of beef.
Phrasing.
There'll be no fighting here about beef.
There'll be no beef over the beef.
There'll be no fighting with the staff here.
Yeah, there's no beef over any beef. We all like the beef, except those that don't like the beef. There's no beef with those people.
It reminds me of a stupid song where it's like, at the end, if he's got beef with me, tell him I'm a vegetarian and I ain't fucking scared of him.
Wait, that sounds familiar. Who said that?
It wasn't a Katy Perry and some other guy's song way back when. It was like da 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 da. I don't remember exactly how it went. I can probably find it. One second.
I think Mick Jenkins, my favorite rapper, he's a vegetarian and he says stuff like that too. He's like, and we got the beef and we ain't vegetarian. You know, like it's a kind of a cool way to do a little entendre.
Okay, my favorite one of those would be from the epic rap battle of history between Gandhi and Martin Luther King when he's like, nigga, we got more beef than one of your sacred cows, but I'm about to forgive you so hard right now. And then Gandhi goes, I am passively resisting the fact that you suck. I am celibate because I don't give a fuck.
Taste. I'm trying to find the lyrics. Mick Jenkins. I know he said it before.
Epic rap battles are pretty good. I like those. They just don't make enough.
Oh yeah. Here it is. I love Mick Jenkins is easily my favorite rapper for sure. He says, they'll say that I blow up. My aunts and uncles see me rapping. They'll say I'll grow up. Some stop and stare like how he's still a vegetarian with all this good meat that he throw up. Trust I'ma show up when it's showtime. Running through field like Deion Sanders with 4 primes. So I don't know. It's cool to use those type of entendres. I think he has another song here, vegetarian. He says, Yo, soul starving, so I prepared you a feast. Go get them headphones to your ears and eat. I'm vegetarian, but it is full of meat. I'm botching it because Mick Jenkins is the man. I really like Mick Jenkins, man.
And yeah, I was wrong about which song it was. It was the right guy, but different song. The same guys who did that song, Katy Perry, had a different song that I apparently listened to 14 years ago, and that's where that line is from. I posted it if you want it.
One of my favorite rappers is this man.
I know lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps, nah. I do not care about this track, I do not care, I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash, take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it, you must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching a spaz, I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch.
Damn.
Yeah, he even goes flat earth in that song.
Real? Who was that?
Steve Grant.
Steve Grant? That was fire.
Yeah, he goes
Oh,
real
that's-
hard in that song.
Can we play the whole thing?
We should be able to, yeah.
Deafen. You want me to deafen the YouTube? We can do it.
Yeah, might need to deafen the YouTube, but I don't know. I think so because it's yeah, he mentions a couple of things.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah,
I got
I'll
you.
deafen it.
All right. Yo, that
I
was
need a link to
crazy.
that.
Actually, MIDI HC did a flat Earth tune to that, didn't he? Yeah, I'm almost positive
That was
it's in there
wild, Grace. That
somewhere.
was crazy. He said, "Nuh-uh, NASA images." That was tight. So I had to flat Earth them. Like, ooh, okay. Shit, that was fire, bro. I was bobbing my head the whole time. That was nuts. It gave me time to find my freaking Homelander clip as well, so I got that for y'all. I'll stick it in the
Oh
chat.
shit.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I think he's done some music with ODD. So like, we just need to start a little bit networking together, get some of the good musicians together, get some of the good production together, make some good music, because it's about culture. It's about breaking the culture, and this song is really good.
You guys gotta watch the clip I put in the chat, dude. I must have rewind. Karma, you were talking about how like you guys rewind stuff. Like I must have rewinded this moment like 15 times. It had me like crying. I might have to play it in the bot because it's just so funny, dude. I put a caption there too. Globers needing somewhere comfortable to rest their heads. It's too funny because he's like, I can only hold a shape for so long. Like it's kind of funny because it's almost relates to like the shape of the earth, right? I can only hold the shape for so long, and it like
Oh,
he
jeez.
fails.
That is such an uncomfortable scene.
It's so funny. I love it.
It's funny, but it's so cringy. It's so uncomfortable. What's that happen? You're like, oh god, like what the fuck?
I know, dude. The acting is so good too. Like that's why Karma was saying she likes Homelander, his acting skills. I think he did a great job. Like,
Yeah. I feel
he's
bad for him though, because once you get that level of a villain, like that level, like how is he going to play any other character that's any form of good guy or anything? Like it's just, it's like it's kind of ruining to the actor's career.
Yes and
if,
no.
if they don't know what they're doing.
It becomes very challenging for them to break that stereotype, but at the same
Yes.
time, it gives you a catapult. So it's an opportunity for him to show himself. Like, I would love to see him cast in something else and see if he can handle it. But
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's
saying.
harder to get that role because you always get typecast a little bit.
The key to that is also you can get cast in the, oh, you assume this guy is the villain, but then turns out he's not, and that's a way to break that stereotype as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, and you as a watcher too, you're like, oh, I want to see him like this forever. I thought that with the Lincoln Lawyer, the character who did the main character for Lincoln Lawyer. I'm like, oh, I don't want to see him as anything else. Like we kind of do that as the watcher too. But I'm sure like producers have
Yeah.
a better view on that kind of thing. I'm gonna play it just in the audio just because I love it so much. We can react to it afterwards.
Mm. Oh. Mm.
Change back! Change back! I'm sorry! I can only hold a shape for so long before it really hurts! Change the fuck back now, doppelganger!
Oh man, it's so random, so not relevant, but it's so funny to me. You can hear
It's
it in
so
his
messed
voice,
up.
too.
I'll make it relevant. It's kind of like the Globers, because like they have this globe model. They really want to believe that like this mother figure, but then from time to time it changes back and looks like this ugly fat man, and they're like, no, change back, change back. I can't believe this.
Yeah, you can
They
hear
just
his
deny
voice
it.
breaking. Like the first time he says it, he's like basically crying under his breath. He's like, change back, change back. And then he gets angry. Change the back now. Love it, bro. So funny, man. I'm glad the
Yeah,
boys.
it's just like the Globers. They start pleading with you, and then when that doesn't work, they throw expletives.
Yep.
It also just shows that he has such a childlike mentality when it comes to the emotional regulation and different things like that, because he was never raised. He had never had any discipline. He never had parental figures for real.
Right.
So it's also showing how you can break a person by not giving them proper childhood.
Yeah, not giving them a proper structure and good discipline. He like there's no consequences for anything, and no one can punish him because he can just kill them.
Right. Right. Yeah, one of the first scenes when they're in the airplane and like someone's pleading to him and he's like, I need to go rewatch it. That was such an epic show. I'm only barely remembering some of these moments.
Yeah, it's
Oh, right,
because
'cause
they
he
had
can't-
to emotionally manipulate him and had to emotionally control him because they couldn't physically control him.
Right.
So he's a good example and a good almost parable for how emotional manipulation and how all these different manipulations are used and
Yes.
how he reacts to them. It's showing a lot of pitfalls and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's also showing a simile between how our world is run. You have all these brass individuals who control all this great power and are using it in destructive means while pretending to be the good guy. Meanwhile, they're actually being controlled emotionally from behind the scenes.
While also cowing everyone around them into subservient, sycophant yes man role.
Yep. And it becomes like a pyramid hierarchy of who's the toughest. Like, don't backtalk the tough guy; he'll just annihilate you.
Yeah, who's got the most money? Like, if I have enough money, I can destroy you.
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
to go watch the clip. I found he's like they're on the plane. They're like, help us, help us. He's like, stay the fuck back, or I'll laser the fuck. Like, I'll laser you right now, dude. Yeah, the
Yeah,
whole.
how is that any different from Maui and Oprah being like, all the firefighters defend my properties, and no water for everybody else?
Right.
I'll laser you.
Yeah.
Fire.
Exactly. I will laser your freaking eyes out. Yeah, bro. If you guys haven't seen it, this show's called The Boys. It was recommended to me by an MMA channel. It was like, you guys got to go watch House of Dragons and The Boys, and I'm like, all right, I'll go watch it. And yeah, they were both pretty damn good.
But when recommending The Boys, keep in mind that it's brutal and a bit graphic. So if that's not your thing, you might want to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can't handle graphic violence, then I don't think that's the show for you.
Yeah. Yeah, all the characters are good. The Deep, freaking that character's funny.
Oh my god, the freaking Deep. He made me cringe so hard. It was physically like painful.
He's so pathetic.
I know, right? He started off as like, you're like, okay, where are we going with this? And then he turns into like, something completely different.
Yeah, the thing is, if it's another simile. In the beginning, he was portrayed as this superhero, and you thought of him like, oh, he's like Aquaman, part of the Justice League or whatever. But then, as you got to know him, you learned that he was this incredibly weak, dumb person who just kept making mistakes. So that's kind of what we deal with. Like our politicians, like Fetterman, for instance, like they're put on this pedestal, and the Democrats vote for them, but they're not actually capable of doing the things that you put them in charge of.
Yeah, that's a good parallel. I mean, the show had lots of good parallels too. You had the huge mega corporation that was giving out this medicine to everybody. What does that sound like? You know, I forget the name of the corporation. I have to look it up. It's been so long since I watched it. I'm just getting all these memories back. They even had the guy from Breaking Bad, the black dude who was the like CEO of that company. Like he's a great actor too, amazing actor.
Yeah. He also got typecast a little bit because he's been playing a lot of bad guys, and he does it so well as well. He can play like an emotionless guy who just doesn't give a shit, and so they use him a lot for that. And then at the same time, he can also play that face, like in Breaking Bad, where his chicken restaurant chain and
Yeah.
smile for the camera and look like a good guy and a normal citizen.